Lucky me. Lucky me. Docs, Streamlabs, YouTube control panel. There we go. Select. Boom. All right, we're actually live now. Sweet. Let's get it popping. Docs. Chat. Don't be annoying, please. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Recent events. Fuck recent events, dude. Alrighty. Fuck recent events. We don't need recent events. What we need is this. And where's that other thing at? Let me test it. YouTube. That actually worked. Nice. All right, we're making progress here, guys. We are making progress. How do I get my chat from the talk to go on my OBS? That's the next real question. There has to be a way of doing this, isn't it? Isn't it? Is it through this or what? I don't get it. Background content size, extended chat, more chat settings. What's extended chat mean? I don't know. Interaction hints. Use extended chat only if your live chat messages move too fast. And you have a secondary display. Okay, turn that off. Okay, key viewers, gifts, joins and likes. Show joins and likes from viewers at certain gifter levels. Forget all that. Spread. That's too much. Compact. I hate this, dude. This is never, I was never meant to do this. Sources, full camera, studio view, screen orientation can't be changed. Whatever, we got somebody else. What's up, Awes?
Hi.
Talk to me, bro.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Hello.
So, what kind of magic tricks?
So we got a lot of them, actually. Let me see. One that I learned about recently. Oh, thank you for the chat, whoever chatted. One that I learned about recently is apparently when Muhammad was battling with the Romans, he picked up some dirt from the ground or some sand, and he just went. He blew it from his hand, and somehow the sand got in everybody's eyes, and then they retreated.
Well, he's a prophet.
He's a prophet.
Yeah, so he can do miracles.
He could do miracles,
Yep.
and you're okay
Yes.
with that. You believe that actually happened in real life.
Since he's a prophet, yes, it's possible for him to do that.
Okay.
What do you think? A prophet obviously can have miracles.
I just think when I hear something like that, it just sounds like obvious, like obviously bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, if he was a true prophet from God, then he's allowed.
okay, so are you coming from the fact that you're like, well, like Jesus could do stuff like that? Is that where you're at?
Um, yes, since he was a prophet in Islam as well.
Okay. But you don't think it's weird that you've never seen anything like that in your life?
Because I wasn't around that time.
I know, but what I'm saying is like when you look at the Bible, right? If you look at the Bible, the Quran, the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quran, it was almost like they were living in a superhero action movie, and then we're supposed to believe that all that stuff was happening for thousands of years, and then as soon as we're born, it just stopped happening.
Mm, I mean, you're right, but
You don't think that's a little sus? It's a little sus, yo. You don't think so?
um,
And then, I mean, I'm assuming you went to school, so you know for a fact that there's some stuff that people believed back then that was definitely
I
made up,
mean,
right?
if God exists, then those things can be true. Those stories can be true.
I'm with you on that, but I used to think that for a long time too. So I'm comfortable with the fact that God exists, but then I'm also at the point where I'm like, God exists, but He's not really doing much on a day-to-day basis. Like He's not popping up. He's not popping out at the party. You get what I'm saying?
Mm, he will be on day of judgment.
So he's up until that time, he's just gonna be MIA,
I don't know what the hell that was, but
like
I guess
missing in action, missing in action. Okay, let me give you an example. You know you've heard of Greek mythology, right?
um kind of.
You don't know like Zeus
Yeah,
and
yeah,
like
yeah, 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 yeah,
okay,
yeah.
that's obviously BS, right?
Um, yeah, because it's kind of like a Christian religion.
Zeus, Greek mythology. It's kind of like the
Yeah,
Christian.
Zeus,
So wait a
Zeus was
minute, wait a minute. See,
basically.
now you sound like a hypocrite though. So what's the difference then? If your God could blow
No, I said
sand,
like a
huh?
Christian religion. I said like a Christian religion.
I didn't hear you. What?
I said like the Christian religion.
Right, and you don't believe the Christian religion, right?
Yeah, because they believe God can be a man.
So God could do miracles, but God cannot come as a man.
Yeah, because that would contradict himself
What?
logically.
How's it
Logically,
contradictory?
you just want to talk. I think you're just here to talk.
No, I'm being dead ass. How's it contradictory?
Okay, is the human perfect?
No.
Is God perfect?
Yeah, supposedly.
Okay, so how could God be a human?
Because so okay, so let me get your understanding of how you think this works. So do you think we're
Like,
saying that
I got a better example. Um, let's say, do you know Khabib?
Khabib?
Yeah, like the UFC fighter.
Yeah.
Okay, his record is perfect, but he can't lose. Is that
His record is perfect, but he can't lose. What does that mean?
it's like the same way as God.
I don't get it. Explain it again.
He can't lose, so people think he's limiting himself.
He can't lose. So people think, what the fuck? How? I don't get it, bro. I don't get what you're trying to say by that. Can we go
Since he
back to
can't
the other
lose,
example? Let's go back to the other example for a second because that one makes more sense to me. So, do you think Christians believe that God became a man? Is that what you think they believe?
um, really, yes, I'm not really sure, but Yahweh wasn't a human.
Yahweh wasn't a human, right?
Yeah,
Right,
he
but
was never.
do you think that they believe that God became a human? Do you think that they believe that?
Mm, I mean, if he said he was never a human, that means he wouldn't become a human.
That's my point. So do you think they believe that God became a human, the Christians, in their theology? Do you think they believe that like Jesus is basically a human?
He did say he was God basically with his own lips as a human.
I get it, Always. What I'm trying to open your mind up to a different possibility for a second. I know what you think the Bible says and what Christians believe is crazy, but I'm really trying to get you to think about it. So you have a spirit, right? You have a soul, right?
Listen. The spirit, soul, heart, mind, whatever. That's nonsense. They're just
How?
trying to make her. because like Jesus had the same thing. That that thing that
I
you're trying to
was.
use is pointless. It's
What I'm trying to say to you is you believe in a spirit in your body, no?
I mean, if I just realized that Jesus and Yahweh are completely different, Yahweh would never be a human, and Jesus was a human and a God. So that's obviously two gods.
I think you're
That's
baked.
obviously two
I think
gods.
you're baked right now, Awis. I really do.
I think you're
I
very
like you got to understand. I'm not even a Christian, but I'm not even my arguments aren't that bad. Like if you're gonna reject it, at least have a good reason. You're just telling me that it's impossible when clearly it's not. Because even me, as a quote unquote human, even I have two natures. I have a physical nature and a spiritual nature. But somehow you don't see a problem with that, and you have the same thing. So how come I could have a spiritual nature and a physical nature, but God can't? Am I more powerful than God? Like you're literally
um
baked for that argument. Make a better argument, dude. How do you like serious? I'm being dead ass. Like how do you believe yourself? You're like I can do something God can't. Right. It's crazy to me. How do they believe themselves? But meanwhile, he can believe that Muhammad could pick up sand and somehow that goes into all the Roman soldiers' eyes and they retreated. That really happened. That's for sure real. I hate this live. For everybody who's here on TikTok, I just want you guys to know I hate all you guys. I wish that I was on my real account where I get like 30, 40 viewers at a time usually. Iranian Parliament Speaker Jalibaf says President Trump cranked oil up to $120. Okay, we know that. Why is he trying to like rage bait us right now? It's gonna keep going up, buddy, because we're ready to deal with that right now. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna figure out how to put the chat on my OBS while nothing else is going on. Sources. What do we got? Capture card. Link cast. Yo, what's the point of the live? Yazid, the point today is to point out all of the weird things you have to believe in order to follow Islam, basically. That's the point. Like the Zamzam well, like Safwan Marwa is not really where Zamzam Marwa is, things like that.
Yo,
What's up, Yazid?
how's it, bro?
Nothing much, man. You Muslim?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
am.
Talk to me. You believe in the Zamzam well?
Nope. I don't.
You don't.
No, it's not part of. So all my life, I grew up as someone who thought they were Muslim.
Okay.
So basically, we were following what they call the Hadith books,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
And that's where all the Zamzam well, the black cube in Mecca comes in, the Safa and Marwa, and all that is not part of the real Islam.
That's true.
So that came in like
Like 300
and
years.
apparently 1400 years ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know. But when you go into the Quran is not for Muslims. It's not for Muslims, and God in the Quran does not speak to Muslims.
Okay.
It's a guidance for all mankind.
Wow.
And this whole Mecca, Safa, Marwa, stoning of the devils, the Zamzam, all those things is all pagan practices
You're
that
right.
were sold off as Islam.
Yeah.
And when you go into the Quran, it's like chalk and cheese. It's like, no, like in the Quran, God is telling you, believe in me and do righteous deeds. There's
Yep.
no rituals.
Yep.
There's no going to mosques. There's
Okay.
no doing all these pilgrimages. It's not part of Islam. So
Right.
the only thing the Quran is teaching you is to be fair and just, uplift your community, be charitable, go out and create good systems for people to be uplifted. There's absolutely no beards, no rituals, no nothing in there.
No beards.
And
Either.
and you can see that's the book of God, man. You know,
Okay. Okay. I
there's
believe
no
that.
discrimination. There's no
So you're-
discrimination in there.
So you're
there's
Quran only,
none
basically.
of those rituals
Yeah.
are in there.
It
They
depends
don't
on where
actually
you.
use.
So you're Quran only Muslim, basically. That's where we're at.
Yeah, but that's for the past year now. For the past
Okay.
year of my life.
Oh, it's
now.
recently that you did this.
Yeah, it's very, very, very recent. And honestly, I couldn't be a happier person. I don't pray five ritual prayers a day. It's not in there. It's not in there. It's not. It's not.
Hey, you're right, though. It's
absolutely-
really all the 5 pillars are not in the Quran.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, man. It's a
that's
bunch of
interesting.
bullshit.
I always thought that was very interesting how they make it sound like the Quran is like the best book ever, but then it's not even the foundation of the faith for most people, right?
Yeah.
It's the
No,
hadith.
look. If I don't know if you've read the Quran before.
Yeah, I have.
Look, it's a very good book. I think it is the best book. But when you bring in all those rituals and things that don't belong there, and then 90% of the Muslims are not following the Quran at all, at all.
Okay. I agree with
It's
that.
like because in the book it's basically just telling you, look, on the day of judgment, you're going to be accountable for whatever good or bad that you did in action.
Yep.
There is no ritual. Like I see on you saying what magic tricks. Like there's no magical sayings or whatever you need to do. Even the Ramadan thing is a lie.
Yeah, even doesn't the Quran say that Muhammad didn't come with signs? That he
No miracles.
No
just a
miracles.
human like me and you.
Yeah.
Just a human like me and you.
Yeah.
No miracles.
Right. So it's
And he
just a
didn't know
bunch
the
of BS.
future. He didn't know anything like that. He only followed what was revealed to him.
So then let me ask you this, because I do agree with that, and I talk to non Quran only Muslims. It's way easier to defend. It's like you said, all the hadith, all the weird stuff is not there. But the Quran still has some weird stuff in it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Look, like I can tell you, I can see where you're coming from on that, because, like, for example, there's a lot of words that have been changed, and it's not the pure Arabil Mubin from the Quran. It's the Farsi from the Persian pagans that have been inserted in there, in terms of the translation. So people learned the Arabic dictionary from the Persians, and they believe those words belongs in the Quran. And what you'll find
Can you
is
give
even
me an example of one of the words? Yazid?
Yeah, I'm actually interested.
Who's
in
this
that
guy?
too. I let him up. I guess he's a real Muslim. So
Can you give me one of the words, Yazid? Let's hear it.
let me just think of a good example. Like, for example, like they would sell off striking a woman as beating a woman,
Daraba like a method like that? Daraba?
Yeah. Like,
So what's your understanding of what's the Persian word that got inserted into the Arabic lexicon? Go ahead.
You're on the hot seat
This
now.
guy sounds
Yazid.
like he knows a lot of Arabic.
This guy is just making stuff up. Bro. I'll talk to your prop. This guy just making stuff up. I gotta kick it. You gotta kick him, bro. He's just
I'm not
making shit
gonna
up.
kick him. What are
Yeah,
you talking
so-
about?
Yeah, you don't gotta kick him, bro. He's not gonna be able to give any proof for anything he's saying.
Well,
it's so easy, bro.
Let's ask you
Let's
then,
hear it.
Bob.
Let's hear it out.
because no, like for example, they will tell you, it's to beat a woman lightly, for example, but it's not like that. It's maybe to, like, you know, when you're striking at work, you create distance between you.
Oh, it's a strike. It's like a strike, like a
Like a strike,
a worker strike.
But
What do you think of Bob?
these monkeys will sell
Bob,
you
what do you think
that.
about
No,
that?
you can eat
Right?
your wife, you know.
Hold on, let him answer. Go ahead, Bob. What do you think
What
about
do I
that?
think about what?
What he just said, that when it says strike,
I don't even
means-
know what he just said.
He said that when the Quran says strike, it doesn't mean hit. It means strike, like when you strike at work, like a labor union or something. Like you go on strike against your wife.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, so the point that he was making is that any of the definitions, for example, he's using the word daraba, right? You can look this up. All of you guys can look this up. Daraba is dara raba, right? That is an Arabic word. I don't know where he got the Persian understanding of it from. That's why that's just what I'm curious about. Where does
So
the Persian come into this?
What do you say about
So
that?
where did the
Yazid?
first where did the first Quranic dictionary come from?
What do you mean Quranic dictionary? What does that mean?
Yeah, where was it done first? Did it not come from Persia?
I'm asking, what do you mean by Quranic dictionary? What does that even mean?
Yeah,
Did it not
like
come from-
when
I'm asking, what do you mean by
when-
Quranic dictionary? What does that even mean?
The Bukhari guy. Yeah, like when
I'm asking,
when
what do you mean by
when-
Quranic dictionary? What does that even mean?
The Bukhari guy. Yeah, like when
I'm asking,
when
what do you mean by
when-
Quranic dictionary? What does that even mean?
The Bukhari guy. Yeah, like when
I'm asking, what do you mean by
why is it
Quranic?
Luke?
What's going on? Okay. Yazid, go ahead. What do you mean by the Quranic dictionary? For example, if somebody came up with a book and said, okay, this is the Greek Bible, where is the Bible dictionary? People would be like, what the hell are you talking about? So go ahead. What do you
Yeah, what does that mean?
mean by Quranic dictionary? Go ahead.
Quranic dictionary.
Yeah,
what
so
does
so in the terms of translate, like in South Africa, we get the dictionary, and it comes from Persia, and it's Persian. It's like very close to Arabic, and that's the translations that most of the scholars learn from.
that? Okay, so where do you get your translation?
Yazid, I don't
Where do
think
you
you know
wait,
what
hold
you're
on,
talking about, man.
hold on. Where do you get your dictionary then from?
Is this guy like a Sunni or a Shia or something?
Probably.
I'm a Sunni.
Oh no, I don't want to talk to this guy.
What do you mean? That's the majority
You're running
Muslims,
now?
Yazid.
What are you talking about, bro? This guy just ran.
They follow the devil books of Bukhari.
Okay, good
so
job,
I,
Yazid. Okay, so
I think
wait.
he's conceding on the dictionary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he just made that up. All right, so host, you have
No,
an
I didn't make
interesting
it up.
prompt. I like it.
Uh-huh.
That's fine, Yazid. Okay, go ahead. Just read some more about your about your claim, and then do some research and come back. All right? Because first of all, there's no Quranic dictionaries. You just use an Arabic dictionary, buddy. Like I don't know what you're doing, bro.
Yeah, let's.
You're
let's
very
talk-
like, this is like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
low tier argument, bro. Come on.
So let's talk, Bob. Hold on, Yazid. Let me talk to
don't
Bob.
even have an argument.
Let me talk to Bob for a second.
Yazid, just retire for a second, bro. All right, let's go, host.
Bob, okay, so do you believe, let's say the Zamzam well? Do you believe that?
What do you mean? Do I believe the Zamzam well? Do I believe there is a Zamzam well? Yep.
Yeah. So, because I'm gonna give you an idea of what my argument is. So I believe that
Go ahead.
that basically Muhammad, or I don't even know if it was actually necessarily Muhammad, but anyway, whoever wrote the Quran and the Hadith, they were forcing the narrative simply to take away or to, let's say, appropriate the Jewish religion. And they pretty much just made up whatever scenario to be able to force it into a different story to make it basically Arabic.
Okay, interesting.
And wherever the historical record falls apart, they just insert a miracle there. You get what I'm saying? So,
Okay,
for
interesting.
example, when I bring up
Okay.
Zamzam well, it's basically to say historians and, like, I don't know, archaeologists would pretty much say it's kind of hard to prove that there was anything happening in Mecca in the 7th century. And so, and it's also hard to prove, like, why Abraham would have left Jerusalem or Palestine and gone on a 2-month journey in the desert with a baby, or why Hagar would have done that when there was no water. You get what I'm saying? And then so the Quran just says,
Okay.
yeah, well, we just place a miraculous well. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. Understand. So let me just like trying to steal matter. So you're basically saying, okay, the Quran kind of just like makes up like stories to like Arabitize, or I don't know how to
Yes.
use the word, but like
Yes,
Arabize
Arabitized,
basically certain
100%.
aspect. Okay.
Yep. Hmm.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. Perfect. So is your understanding then the Quran or Islam itself is a Arab centric religion?
Yes, for 1,000%.
Okay. Okay.
And
And I'm
there's
going to go
many
ahead and say it's
reasons for
not.
that. Well, if you look at it, right, you have to speak in Arabic, number
Right.
one.
And there's many reasons for that.
Wait,
So what do we do
I
from
didn't
here?
hear what you
Okay.
said.
For example, the
I didn't hear what
Quran.
you said, Bob. You cut
Oh,
out when you made your
I
first
just
point.
said that. Sorry, I just said that there's. I'm going to say it's the exact opposite. I don't think it's
Oh,
Arabized.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah. For example, there's a hadith of the Prophet where he says that the Arab is not better than non-Arab. The non-Arab is not better than the Arab. Everybody's only as good as close they are to God. They're
Yeah,
only as good as close they are to God.
yeah,
That's an evidence for why it's not Arab centric,
okay.
because
Now,
it's specifically the opposite of
yeah.
that.
So one thing I'll have to preface for my argument is I do it seems to me like basically if whatever you want to find in the hadiths and the Quran, you will find it, right? So like that's like you saying to me that Islam is a peaceful religion because in Quran chapter 2 verse 256 it says no compulsion in religion, right?
Okay.
I know you
Interesting.
can find these things. However, the practice is very different, right? So like for
Okay.
example, you're telling me Arab like I don't know what you just said exactly, but you basically said Arabic. He basically saying in the hadith that Arab is not better than anyone else, right? However, in
No, Arab
practice,
is not better than non-Arab, and the
they're
non-Arab is
non-Arab,
not better
right?
than
So
Arab.
right, so
Yeah.
it
I don't think
says
it was.
that it does say that, but however, in practice, it looks very different because if I was to ask you, for example, the Quran that's in heaven, what language is it in?
It's in Arabic.
It's in Arabic, right? Do you get what I mean? So
Um,
it's like,
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
it's yeah,
All right. So when we say Arab centric, right? Like what we're trying to understand from that is the Quran, like is it putting a preferential treatment, or is it trying to like give some kind of like extra, I don't know, is that standing to an Arab or Arab history or Arab
yeah,
culture? It's not.
it
That's what I'll
is,
say. Just because the Quran, okay. Just because the Quran is in Arabic in heaven, right?
yeah,
Doesn't really mean, because if you look in English, but the Quran, okay, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the Quran was in English,
yeah.
but it was still revealed in Saudi Arabia. Would you say that the Quran is Arab centric or American centric now?
Um, if it was in English, but it was in Arabic, that would be better. That would be more in line with being universal. The
Okay,
problem is
so the
and my
language.
problem no, but that's the thing I was just gonna say. My problem is not that the Quran was revealed in Arabic. I don't have any problem with that. Obviously, it has to start somewhere, right? But the issue that I have is that just because it begins in Arabic doesn't mean that you couldn't be allowed to read the Quran in Arabic or use
It's
the
not in Arabic.
statement or use the statement that oh only the Arabic Quran is the real Quran. Like you get what I'm saying? That's
It's
where
not
you
in
start
Arabic.
running into
It's Arabiya
problems
al-Mubin.
for me.
Okay, so okay, and okay, so I think I'm gonna understand more of your point based on like the examples you're gonna use. So, for
Yeah,
example,
yeah,
this Zamzam magic trick that you're about to talk about, right?
right.
So, can you give me the argument for why? Because of, like, just give me the argument again, I guess.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple more about that same scenario, right? So Safa and Marwa, for example,
Yep.
they don't exist. There is no Safa and Marwa, right?
Interesting. Okay.
Like the narrative is that supposedly Hagar left, I guess Palestine and traveled 2,000 miles to Mecca, and that she needed to find water, but she couldn't find any, so she traveled between these two mountains. But then when you look, there's not actually two mountains. There's just like these like I don't know, these very small mounds. And
Okay.
so
Interesting.
yeah, and so to me, it just again, it sounds like a fabricated story. It sounds like a facsimile of something that is actually supposed to be in Jerusalem, right?
Okay. Interesting.
So, because when you look at Jerusalem, I mean, this is just very telling because in your history, apparently for the first year, Muhammad was praying towards Jerusalem, and
Right.
just how you guys have this concept of a Kaaba, which interestingly enough, Kaaba actually means cube. I used to always think that that Muslims made that up, like the concept of that being cubed out. I thought that was unique to Islam, but actually
Part of Islam, yeah.
in the Bible, the most holy place was always a cube that was in Jerusalem, right? Like you read First
Interesting,
Kings,
okay.
and in Solomon's temple, the most holy place, God gives him the dimensions of the most holy place, and it was described as being 20 cubits high, 20 cubits wide, 20 cubits long. And so then I realized, I'm like, wait a minute, these guys are just appropriating, because the most holy place in Jerusalem was the Qibla for the Jews way before it ever was for Muhammad. And then Muhammad even acknowledges it when he comes into play. The Jews used to also circle the temple 7 times. They used to pray in that direction. And then they also have, and they actually have a mountain. They actually do have mountains that are called Safa and Marwa. That actually are mountains that actually exist. You can still go there today, right? And then when I look at, and the one in Mecca, Muhammad simply just, he said, we used to pray there, meaning that it kind of gives it the credibility. It acknowledges that was true. But then he says, now we're changing the direction to Mecca. And so that shows me that what he definitely tried to do was Arabize the scenario, because when you look at the most holy place, it was always the holy place. No matter what was happening, that was God's chosen location. That was like his quote unquote home.
Right.
Even when the temple was getting destroyed, the Jews would still face that direction. And even if it got conquered by another nation, the Jews would never give up on that spot, because it's still the holy place, right? But then it's like, you're going to tell me all of a sudden God just gave up on that spot? You get what I'm saying? When the reality is, if the Jews would really have fallen out of grace with God, then he could just replace the people, not move to another location. You get what I'm saying?
Fair enough. So historically, the people of Arabia, right, the people of Mecca, who are they descendants of? Ismail or Ishaq? Or Ishmael is Isaac?
The people of the Muslims, you mean? The Arabs? Or
the Meccans, the people of Mecca.
Yeah, you guys say Ishmael, yeah.
No, I'm saying historically, who is it?
Like historically?
Like historically, is there a conflict? Are they the descendants of Isaac or not?
There is a conflict, yeah, because the biblical narrative places the Ishmaelites not by Mecca, even though they were
Where
nomadic.
does it place them?
It places them, from what I last remember, slightly. It places them, I want to say, south of Mecca. I don't remember exactly. I just actually was looking this all up yesterday.
Okay.
But it's just far away.
How far away are we talking?
The closest that it gets is to like one of the borders of Saudi Arabia, but never deep into Saudi Arabia where Mecca is.
Okay, so then is it plausible that a group of a nomadic tribe that's south of Saudi Arabia could have ended up in that place? Is it plausible historically and logically?
Over time, yes, but not immediately like the Quran makes it sound. Because think about this.
What do you mean by immediately?
Because the Quran says that that Abraham left Palestine, Jerusalem, for basically almost apparently no reason, and just randomly decides to go to Mecca, right? And
wait, can I push back on that?
Sure.
Okay, we believe that Abraham left because God told him to, not for no reason, right? Now, historically, obviously, it'll be no reason.
Yeah, but I would just adjust that and say that God told him to do it almost for no reason. Like, God doesn't give a good reason for him to do that. Like,
okay, so let me push back on that now again, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Can God do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when you say God told him to do it for no reason, like what reason would God have to make, for example, Palestine or Jerusalem like the center of like Judaism and Christianity? What reason did God have?
Well, according to the narrative in the Bible, is because that was the place where Abraham got his faith tested to sacrifice his son.
Okay, so why was that the place that God decided to test him there?
Right, and so what I'm trying to say to you, they get a little bit more leeway because they're the beginners of the Abrahamic faith, right? So yeah, they chose they also chose an arbitrary spot. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. So basically, they chose the arbitrary spot, and like I said, it was because of supposedly that's where God was supposed, Abraham was supposed to sacrifice Isaac. I don't know if you know that story on Mount Moriah or whatever.
Yeah, I
You
do know
that?
the story.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know that story. Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's why they say he got chosen, right? And I mean, I would say to me, because I'm not religious, I would say that's still silly, but whatever. That's what they did, right? But the point really is
Okay.
that if God did have a holy land, and Muslims do recognize that that was the holy land, that's why they used to pray in that direction,
Okay.
right? The question is not
Right.
why it began there. The question is, why would he move it?
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So you do understand that Islamic narrative, like in the Islamic ideology, Islam is a continuation of Christianity and Judaism. You understand that, right? As well as the
Yes.
other previous
Right.
Abrahamic faiths.
If I was
Okay.
looking at it, from your paradigm, yes.
Okay. So now you would agree with that then, right? That God, he chose, for example, like Judaism to start and spring where, the sacrifice thing happened.
Yeah.
Boom. That's silly to you, sure. But in the narrative, right, it makes sense.
Right.
So it also makes sense, right? For that narrative, if God can put it in one place, he can also move it to somewhere else. He has the same authority and it's the same silliness to put it in one place as to move it to somewhere else, right?
Right. I can see that, yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay,
then the other
perfect.
thing I would say is about the continuation factor.
Okay.
Prophet Isa, in your case, he actually introduced this idea of basically making physical locations to worship God irrelevant in his gospel.
Okay.
I don't know if you
Interesting.
knew that. So there's a
I
story in
see
the
what you're saying.
yeah. So there's a story in the Bible about the Samaritan woman, and Jesus approached her, and she was like, "Hey, what are you doing? You're not like Jews and Samaritans aren't supposed to talk to each other." And Jesus was like, "Don't worry about that." And he literally says something to the effect of like, yeah, Jews currently worship like in this holy land, right? But he literally says the time has come where we will no longer worship the Lord like at a physical location. He says now we worship in spirit
Okay.
and in truth. And this is
Okay,
a concept
perfect.
that basically is prevalent within Christianity. So then again, it's weird to me that you guys claim this continuation factor, but then even that you place an unexplainable event, which is like this corruption event, which there's no
Perfect,
evidence
perfect.
for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, which corruption event?
So I don't know how you guys where you place it, but basically you say at some point in time the things that don't align with the Quran, you just brush that on the rug by saying, "Oh yeah, it's because the Bible's corrupted," but you can't explain where, when, how it got corrupted, specifically
Okay,
which
okay,
parts,
okay.
other
Perfect.
than giving a circular
Perfect.
argument that whatever doesn't agree with the Quran. You know what I'm saying?
Perfect. Okay. Just for I just kind of like realized you're an atheist, right?
No,
You're
I
a
believe
Christian?
in God. I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian. No, I just believe. I'm just like I guess
Okay,
people would say
perfect,
a
perfect.
theist. I don't know what the word is. Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. Do you think Christianity is just as silly as Islam, or more silly, less silly? What do you think?
Christianity definitely has more more historical archaeological backing. I've yet
Okay,
to
cool.
find any, like literally any archaeological historical evidence for Islam. Like nothing that it says can be
Okay,
verified
interesting.
in history. And then but on the
Nothing.
contrary, by
Okay.
contrast,
All from the hadith books.
minus the miracles in the Bible, pretty much everything can be
Okay,
verified
interesting.
historically in archaeology.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So let me just tackle this and then go backwards because I think this is a little bit more interesting. Okay. So you said nothing in Islam can be historically or archaeologically verified,
Right.
correct?
Like there's no mention of
Okay.
Islam from outside sources up until like very late in the history. There's no mention of Mecca. There's no mention of Muhammad. There's no coins. There's no archaeology. There's no pottery. There's no inscriptions. There's literally nothing that you would expect to find. But when you go to Jerusalem, for example, it's like the exact opposite. You can't stop finding things of that nature.
Interesting. So
Yeah.
okay. All right. So the central claim of Islam, right? So we're gonna go ahead and just take a historical because I don't think you're not Christian. For the sake of argument, forget Christianity, forget Islam. Let's look at it like historically, right?
Right.
The claims of Islam, right, revolve around a man named Muhammad, right? And the claims of Christianity revolve around a man named Jesus, right?
Yep.
Okay. Islam claims that Muhammad was a prophet of God, and Christianity claims that Jesus was.
You cut out there.
However you want to go about it, right?
You cut out there. You said, and Christianity claims
Sorry.
that Jesus
Christianity believes. is the Son of God or
Yeah.
God or
Right.
part of God, whatever you want to say, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. These are the central claims of both religions, correct?
Right.
Can we find any evidence pointing towards a man named Muhammad who claimed to be a prophet of God anywhere in his, like, historically?
Can we say that one? Can we find what evidence that what?
Is there any evidence of a man named Muhammad in the Arabian Peninsula claiming to be a prophet of God or just existing as a man? Muhammad.
You can, but it's not until very late. It's like until like after, like 100 or 200 years after his actual like stated
Okay.
existence. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to look into that. I'm not. I remember seeing sources from some other, like, some traders or something where they mentioned like Mohammedan or something like that. But I'm not going to argue with that one. I don't have that on me right now. Okay. So for Christianity, for Jesus claiming to be God or being God, what evidence do you have that suggests that he is God? Because, like, if you think about it, right? If you said I could find pottery, you can find coins. That has nothing to do with Christianity's claim, right? The Christianity's claim is that Jesus is the Son of God. What evidence can you point towards that?
Yeah. So I need to reword it because it sounds like maybe I didn't formulate it correctly. But what I'm trying to say is I'm not referencing any theological claims necessarily, just purely historical like realities essentially. Like,
Okay,
like
so
I
what is the
wouldn't
historical reality?
I wouldn't expect for there to be evidence that Jesus is God, right? It's just like I would just be more looking at, did he exist during the time when people say he did, like according to the narrative, you know what I'm saying? And
Okay,
do people
okay,
believe
perfect,
that
perfect.
he was crucified, and things of that nature? Not whether he even
Okay, so we're not
resurrected.
looking we're not looking at the theology, basically. We're not
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
at the
no.
theology.
I mean,
Basically.
yeah,
We're
because that
just
would be
looking at the
hard.
historic.
I
Okay,
don't
okay.
know how. Yeah, I don't know how you could find that archaeologically. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. Okay. Um, so what do you do when we speak about, for example, all the hundreds and I guess you could say thousands of narrators of the Hadith that were contemporaries with the Prophet? What would you say to that?
You don't. You don't have that. You have not all of the hadith. Supposedly, there's no manuscripts that are dated to that time. Everything is like,
Okay,
my understanding is like
okay.
300 years later.
200, so about 2 generations away,
Still pretty bad.
right?
And then the other thing that I think is super weird with Islam is for it to be so prevalent, where like the entire Arabian Peninsula was Muslim, right? You would think that what you would find would be largely true about Muhammad, but you actually find the opposite. You actually find that I think it's over 90% of the narratives that were found were rejected. And we're talking about a body
What
of
do you mean
like,
narratives?
so of the for example, I think it's Sahih Bukhari, if I'm not mistaken. He collected over 600,000 hadiths and had to reject
Right.
over 90% of them.
Okay.
And
So that's
so
another
what
thing to
this
talk about.
so what this kind of insinuates to me is that there was just a bunch of stories being made up. Like there was just endless amounts of stories
Interesting.
being made up, right?
Interesting.
And that
Okay.
and that there's nothing to say that they didn't just choose the ones that fit their narrative. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. So do you know about how a hadith is authenticated, what sahih means, and all
Yes.
that stuff? Do you know
Yes.
about that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so you
Which
do
that we could
understand the
talk
reason
about
why.
that. I actually want to talk
So,
about
okay,
that
so just-
specifically and get your opinion on that.
Perfect. We can do that right after. So let me make my point
Okay.
about it, right?
Sure.
So the reason why there's so many, I guess you could say, narrations out there, but less of them being authenticated is because Islam itself and the scholars of Islam have a very strict criteria of what actually we can accept. So there are hadith. You're gonna go ahead and disagree with that?
100%, yeah. It's not
Okay,
strict.
let's
It's
hear
really,
it for
it's
the argument for
actually
what.
not strict at all. So what they basically do is they essentially just have a list of names that are accepted, right? And it's like we don't know. There's no way for us to know for sure, because what they do is they say things like, "This man is a known liar," right? And like, what does that mean? Right? Like so.
That means that people in his time can
Yeah.
attest to the fact that he lied about something.
Yeah, but what I'm
significant.
saying, what I'm trying to say is that, for example, from a historian nowadays would never use that as a criteria. You get what I'm saying?
What, that somebody lied?
Right. or not that somebody lied, but that
A
somebody
historian
that a piece of paper says that person lied. Like that's not
but
evidence.
you
for
have to
that.
take yourself back. Okay. So you have to go back to 200 years when the narrations were being compiled, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people of the time, they knew people who knew the people who are narrating. You understand that, right?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is
So
this
you're hearing
about
it seconds.
what I'm trying to say is this: what we have today, right? We don't have the knowledge of who was a liar or not. What we have is pieces of paper calling other people liars, right? And so it still basically falls back on, okay, well, how do we prove this piece of paper? You get what I'm saying?
Wait, but historic. Okay, so that's because nowadays we're in this time. We're like over 1,000 years later, right? Obviously, we're not going to have the exact source at that time. Like, how does that make any sense to even expect that? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like,
so,
what did you want? Like a video? Like, what did you actually want?
No. What I'm saying is like, okay, like the hadith, right? We have, like I told you, 90% of them got rejected. Over 600,000.
Okay, that again,
Right.
that's
so
not
so
true.
so what
But
what it looks like is what was being massively transmitted was largely rejected.
That's not true.
And mass transmission is really the only thing
So,
that you could
why don't-
use in this
why
scenario
don't
to prove
you-
your case.
Okay,
Why don't
so
you give
okay.
a particular example to what is something that you thought that
Hold-
you see
Hold on a second, ma'am.
particular one. So
Ma'am,
let's
hold on a
say
sec. Ma'am, hold on a second. Bob, do you want her
about
to
that.
jump in here or?
No. She can come in after me. Okay, so
Okay.
you just said okay. Let me steal man what you said. You said 90% of what is massively transmitted is rejected. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, what evidence do you have to prove that these things are mass transmitted? These were not mass transmitted. The mass transmitted things
Oh no,
were the things
okay,
that
I'm sorry.
were
Let me reword
compiled.
that. What I'm trying to say is that the majority of what was available was rejected. Right? So cuz what you would expect is if this really was happening, you would expect for the majority of the stories to be true, and then you would have like some fringe opinions that could be rejected. But you have the opposite here.
So
Yeah.
let's think about this logically, right? Let's say somebody is watching this conversation between me and you, right? And they're bar for bar reading, or somebody, and then 50 years later, or even the next day, they ask 10 people to write it down, right? Write down what we said in like, let's say 1 minute span, right? And we have 10 different, or let's say 100, let's increase it. Let's say 100 people or 1,000 people, let's say 1,000 people, right? They all wrote down what we said, right? If everybody knows that, okay, this conversation did happen, right? 1,000 people wrote it down, right? But only 1 or 2 or 3 people actually have like, after looking at everything, they put it together. Let's say one person comes around, he compiles it. Okay, everybody's saying that he said all that, right? Like A, B, C, D, E, X, all the way, right? And they come up with the one narration that says, okay, this is actually what was said.
Relationship.
This is,
Yep.
what the
My
hell?
bad.
Okay,
Go ahead.
they said this is exactly what was said, right? Would you go ahead and say, yeah, because there's 100 or 1,000 different narrations of the same thing, but only one of them survived, that means this conversation didn't happen because we only have 1 out of the 100. They should all be true. Wouldn't you say that it's actually more feasible or more logical that it's probably more true because the person who's compiling it had to check it against several different sources, all the different narrations of what happened, right? And then come up with the best idea of what was actually said based on, okay, if these 2 people said the same thing, and then let's say 100 people said this and 100 people
Yeah.
said that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You get my point, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So how are you getting? Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that there's nothing telling me that I should believe that versus just believing that he could have just also been selecting what he thought would fit his narrative that he was trying to push.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure. What's up, Steve?
So if you look at the 600,000 hadiths that he supposedly rejected,
Yeah.
some of those hadiths are actually in the ones that he authenticated. But so if there's 50 people saying the same story and he proved it already, those 50 were just put into one because they're the same story from 50 people saying the same event, right? So he compiled it into one and put one in there. He's not going to put 50 of the same stories into his what he's narrating, what he's compiling together if all 50 people are saying the same thing. And also the ones that were rejected of weakness,
I think he gets it. That's what,
And the ones that he was
Are you
rejecting the
sure?
weakness.
But is that true though? Is that actually true?
Yeah, yeah, you can go
I
look.
you
have
can
heard,
Google it if you want.
I have heard that
Google it.
before, but it would be kind of weird to me to get rid of something like that, because that
No,
would.
he didn't get rid of it. It's still, you could still look at the ones
No,
that he
I know. I
rejected.
know what you're saying. He consolidated, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But as far as like, especially the two Sahis, they only have authentic stories in them. They don't have like
There's
anything.
authentic stories outside of them too. It's just the ones that he compiled himself. There's authentic stories outside of them too, if you
Yeah.
want. So I mean, it's like you're using the criterion.
So,
that Islamic
okay,
scholars
let's
use
just put it
against
this
their
way.
own criteria.
Yeah, well, speaking about Islamic scholars, so like I'm pretty sure you've heard the famous Yasser Qadi statement, right?
Which one?
About
We
how
don't.
the-
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. We're not gonna take from Yasser Qadi because he no. This is the thing. This is the thing. I'll be
No,
like,
he's right about certain things.
because
He's
certain
right about a lot of
stuff
things.
he's right
There's nothing
about.
wrong with that.
But this is the thing. There's certain stuff that he blatantly says that goes against what Islam says. He will blatantly
that-
say stuff against Islam. You know.
But he said, what he literally said was that it doesn't meet up to scholarly standards. It doesn't. It's not up to par with scholarly standards. So he acknowledges that what you just said. He said, yes, from a theological standpoint, as a Muslim, I do have to believe these things, and he believes them. Apparently, he's a Muslim. But he said, however, from a historicity point of view, scholarly point of view, it does not meet the regular standards that they would use.
Yeah, I
So-
mean,
so-
That's his
to me,
opinion,
it's
right?
like-
That's his
to me-
opinion as a scholar.
Yeah, but I mean, if anybody has incentive to make it sound like it should fit, it would be him, because he's a Muslim. And my understanding is that
I mean, there's other Muslim scholars
yeah,
out there.
but there's
who are-
other scholars
there are
that
other
are way more
scholars who say
prominent
the
than him.
opposite. So what are you gonna do now, right? There's other scholars who say the exact opposite as him.
Yeah,
They
there's-
take it. They say
yeah,
it
so
does meet
this
standards.
would
Now
just
what?
fall under the law of embarrassment, right?
No, this is the thing. This is the thing. Yasser Qadi himself is not
Wait,
even
what?
considered a scholar. Even Saudi Arabia would not consider this person to be a scholar one bit.
He's not an Islamic scholar, so we're not gonna accept
He's not.
everything
He's not.
he says.
He's just someone who has some type of knowledge. He studied somewhere, but
He
we wouldn't say that.
he studied in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but doesn't just because. Okay, look. I have a friend studying in Medina University, right? Just because he graduated,
Just because you
doesn't
study
mean that he calls himself a
Saudi Arabia
scholar.
doesn't make you a scholar, bro.
Yeah, that doesn't.
You
mean
guys
that.
know about the law of embarrassment, right? When it comes to historicity and
Go ahead, let's hear it.
proving and disproving narratives. So the law of embarrassment is that if you have different versions of an event, you would go with the one that's most embarrassing, because
Least embarrassing, right?
more embarrassing. Because the thing is that if you can technically make up whatever you want about yourself, then you would more than likely choose the more flattering narrative, right? If you were gonna lie. But if you see an embarrassing narrative, but for some reason that's preserved, a historian would say, okay, this is more than likely true, for the simple fact that they wouldn't have made up something like this about themselves.
But do
when
you
they-
know? Do you know why he rejected hadiths? Like some hadiths were rejected.
He didn't really, from what I remember, he didn't really go into detail about why he rejected things, but I don't think he was necessarily rejecting hadiths. He was just saying that the method that you guys use to reject
Okay,
or prove
so-
hadiths is
So
faulty.
if there was if there's a gap in the time, so if the hadith doesn't have a continuous chain back to the prophet, it's rejected automatically. He rejected it. If the person that was narrating the hadith was known to lie, and he would ask people about this person. Oh, can you tell me about this person? If people say that, if majority of the people saying he's a liar, he's not taking from it. Memory. Now, if the narrator is confusing the date and he cannot say the exact date, he's not putting it in there. And
Yeah, so again, I've already kind of explained that. Like, so for me, a piece of paper saying that somebody's a liar, especially when I know that there's events that happen like the Uthmanic burning of the Quran, that just shows to me an overly controlled scenario, right?
Okay, so just because Uthman burned the Quran, right? My
Yeah.
bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just because Uthman burned some Qurans doesn't mean that the Qurans that he burned were wrong Qurans. Doesn't mean that at all. That just means that he was burned.
But the problem is that we won't ever know now, and what it does show is that there was an attempt to control the narrative, right? Like, we don't know what it could have been. It could have been that
Okay,
it was
so
just
just like,
getting. It could have been that it
You're
was
just
just getting.
interpolating.
No,
Wait,
but I'm
didn't
saying
the
Put your own
church-
interpretation
Didn't the
to an
church keep
event. That's all that's happening here.
Didn't the church itself keep the Bibles a secret for a long time before they actually put it out to the public? Wasn't
Yeah.
that done as well?
brother,
Like,
you know
come
I'm
on, bro.
not. You know I'm not Christian.
He's not a Christian. He's not a Christian.
Oh, you're not a Christian?
No.
I'm just saying that the Christians they did the
So,
same.
we could talk about that, but simply what I'm saying. So, like in speaking about the Bible and comparing it to the Quran, historians would say that what the Bible experienced, they would call that a free transmission, right? And they would label what the Quran went through as a controlled transmission, because there was no one body that was governing all of the manuscripts that were going around and all the scribes that were writing whatever. This is why, hold on, this is why in Christianity you don't have this claim of a perfectly preserved text, right?
Okay, but when Uthman was having the Qurans burnt, first he formed a committee, right? Once the committee was formed, and the committee was formed, not just of people that he liked, you know what I'm saying? He compiled it of the companions that these were the people that memorized the Quran. These were the people that were scribes. These were people that were with the Prophet ﷺ. So they were there directly, and they know what.
No. So
yes.
There's actually two events that happened, right? There was the event that happened before Uthman, which my understanding, I think it was Abu Bakr, right? That did the collecting. Yeah. He collected the Qurans.
Yeah, he can. Okay, so Abu Bakr collected all the, but he didn't standardize it. Uthman, he standardized the Quran.
Right, but so for example, let's go backwards in this story, right? So the idea was that the Quran was the revelation of God, right? And then it makes the claim that the words of the Quran will be perfectly preserved, right? So the immediate understanding that you would get from that statement is that you should never find any variations, right? However, when you actually look into the history, there was a bunch of variations even during the life of the Prophet. And then he just kind of makes this weird, like, backwards rationalization 20 years into his prophethood to reveal for the first time ever, 20 years into his prophethood, that this entire time he had been revealing the Quran in 7 different modes.
So the Quran was okay. So this could just be proven easily, right? So if you look at the time that Prophet ﷺ was alive, the Quraysh people they spoke a different Arabic.
That's also not true because so the two characters that are quoted for that first incident of arguing about what version of the Quran, they were part of the same tribe that spoke the same dialect.
No, the tribe in Medina is different from the tribe in Mecca, and even if you go today, you still have people from those descendants.
Your scholars literally say that those two characters spoke the same dialect. Your scholars literally say that.
No, can you show me one?
Wait. Can I? Okay, let me say something real quick. Let's say that.
Go ahead.
Them learn from a person from a different tribe, even though they're from the same tribe, they could have heard a different variation from a different tribe for each one, right?
Hold on a second. I'm getting. One second. What did you say? What'd you say?
Okay, so you said you're gonna break down the claim. You're gonna say the two people they were from the same tribe, right? That's your thing. So they would have had the same recitation, correct? That's what you're trying to say?
My understanding, if I remember and I'll pull it up, but my understanding, if I remember the hadith correctly, they both heard it from Muhammad, not from random other people.
I mean,
perfect. Okay,
you would have to bring the hadith up to substantiate that.
And do you know when this was? Before the 20 years of revelation or after?
This was near the ending because the two people in
so
question, one of them according to the narrative became Muslim after Medina.
Okay, perfect. So by your own understanding, by what you just said, right? You said, 20 years into it, the Prophet came out and said, there's actually all these different recitations. So the time that these two people are having the argument, there were the different recitations according to the Prophet, correct? Out there? So he would have been reciting in different...
Yeah, but the thing
he would have been reciting in 7 different modes.
Yeah, but the thing that's super weird is that even in the story, it admits that the only reason that Omar heard the other guy saying it wrong was because I guess it's a verse that gets used during prayer, right? And so
what's weird about that?
Because it's weird that this would have been the first time he would have heard a different Quran. Because if you guys recite Quran out loud, then they all would have heard each other. If there was 7 different types going around of every single verse, then they would have heard this previously.
Okay, so here, let me break that down. Actually, in Medina, the people who were leading the prayer, was it everybody or was it certain people?
So I don't know how it works in your paradigm, but what I do know
is that... Okay, let me explain.
Let me say something. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So in the hadith, the guy says, I heard this other guy saying the Quran differently than what I had heard it. Right? So
Right.
can you explain how that happened so that I can understand?
Perfect. Okay.
So was that guy
the
leading
average
the
Muslim,
prayer?
they can recite. He could have been reciting by himself out loud. He could have been reading from the book out loud. He could have done
Okay,
that.
so you're making my point then. They would have heard. Obviously, they were hearing
Wait.
each other reciting the prayers, brother. It doesn't have to be
No, I'm not
because
saying
actually
prayer.
that
I'm
guy
saying-
was a new convert, so he wouldn't have been leading the prayer. He was just reciting the Quran. And so, if that scenario can happen
Well,
once,
how does that make your point?
because if that scenario can happen
How does
once,
that-
why how didn't it happen more times just like
Where's
that?
the hadith? Where's the hadith number?
I'm gonna pull it up right now.
The fact that somebody disagreed with somebody else about what they were reciting?
Not that they disagree, the fact that they would have heard each other reciting Quran in different modes.
Okay, the reason it was narrated is because it was a significant event. After this event, after the Prophet explained it, right, what was going on, why people were hearing the different recitations, nobody would come up to him again after that and to come up with have a problem with it. They're like, oh,
Not
like, I
after
heard something.
that.
Now they would
not
all understand.
not after that. I'm talking about before. Because remember, this is 20 years into the story. So you would have thought that
Okay.
it wouldn't have been a surprise. It shouldn't have been a surprise 20 years in, especially for that guy because he was a Muslim for 15 years by that time.
You're talking about Omar radiallahu anhu, right? Mm-hmm. So basically, what you're saying is, why didn't he have an issue with hearing something different before this event?
Correct. How did he not?
Okay.
How did he not already have the knowledge that this was normal, that this was okay, right? Because even Muhammad says that he asked for the different modes in order to help his people. So it's
Okay.
like all of a sudden he asked for something to help them, but didn't tell them about it.
Wait, but it's not to help Omar because he was from the Quraysh. He was from the Prophet's tribe, right? So he would have already had the one recitation that he needed. The recitations that were different were for the people from other tribes, right? He's not part of the tribe. So why
I
would
get
he need
that,
to hear it?
but again, remember, you guys profess to mass transmission, right? So what we're talking about
Yep.
is that when Muhammad was revealing verses over 23 years, right? He would have been having to recite each mode, 7 different modes amongst everybody. So you would have just been hearing, like when you're walking around daily life in Mecca or Medina, you would have been hearing different Qurans all the time. There's no way this could have been kept a secret, right? And there's no sources that are early that say that even look like this was a known thing. This doesn't even look like, this doesn't appear in the historical record until very late, like hundreds of years after. So here, I'm going to show you about the dialect thing that you guys say. So it says here, so it says here, Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani in the book Fath al-Bari Shar Sahih al-Bukhari says, both of them, Umar and Hisham, were from the Qurayshi tribe, so the difference between them could not have been due to difference in language and dialect. And then it says other scholars who said the same thing was Ibn Abd al-Bar, al-Nawawi, and also al-Ulusi made the same statement. This is why the scholars don't have... Did they both drop? Oh, crap. I thought they were both here. What is happening? How did they just drop without even telling me anything? I'm sad. They didn't even say bye. Maybe they got the phone call, I guess. Somebody sent them that text. They're like, hey, get off that. Get off that live, buddy. I don't know. But, yeah, that's actually what happened. So you can see it here. I'll pull it up for you guys. Maybe you guys want to see it. Right. Towards the claim that it was the same, supposedly same dialect. Where's my thing at? Here we go. here. Thank you, Ernesto, for the follow. Also, make sure, Ernesto, this is my backup account. I usually don't go live here. We usually have way more viewers. It's just that my main account got bananaed for a couple of days because I said a wrong word. So follow my main account if you could, Ernesto. It's Scary Hours Podcast Live. So this one is Scary Hours Podcast Clips. The other one's Scary Hours Podcast Live. If you could, please. So yeah, if you look on the screen here, guys, right here. As you can see, I asked the question, give me the source that the scholars say the two companions that were differing in recitation spoke the same dialect. And here it gives you the sources. And this is a primary source, right? Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani. He was alive from 852 AH in the book Fath al-Bari Shar Sahih al-Bukhari. He explaining the hadith in question, which is hadith 4992. The one that basically says that Umar and Hisham were differing in their recitation mode. And he says, both of them, Umar and Hisham, were from the Quraysh, so the difference between them could not have been due to a dialectic difference, basically. All right, so I think that's pretty clear. It was weak that they never said anything. Just I honestly, I was totally surprised. I was like, why are they letting me carry on? Like at first in my head, I was like, they must be soaking it in, but I guess not. So I don't know. But yeah, so it wasn't the dialectic difference, unfortunately. What seems to have been going on is that basically the Quran was just getting out of hand. The transmission wasn't working, as you would expect, right? As you would expect for an oral tradition. Like it doesn't, like you can't do these things today. I wouldn't be able to speak one paragraph to 10 different people and expect them to preserve it perfectly just by memorization. How much less a book, like a whole book. And then you have a book that's being revealed over 23 years. So it's like they have to constantly be memorizing new things in 7 different ways. And while they're going through several different like types of hardships, they're being persecuted, they're being sent to other lands, they're having battles and wars. Like it's impossible, dude. It's not gonna happen. And this is literally why you have the Quran, even the Quran itself saying like, oh, don't worry, if you forget something, it's just abrogated. We'll just abrogate it. You know, it's because this was happening. People were forgetting. Right. And then by the time 20 years into his prophethood, the companions started saying like, yo, why are we all saying different Quran? And then Muhammad is just like, yeah, don't worry. They're all certified approved. It just doesn't make sense. So it's just the same thing, guys. It's like every narrative falls apart. And then when they realize that it falls apart, it's just insert miracle here. You get what I'm saying? That's all. That's the answer pretty much every time. Like, you know, how come you say the Quran is preserved when it clearly wasn't preserved? Oh, because Allah just approved every single variation. What? Like, how did you get a civilization in the middle of a desert where there's no water? Oh, because actually Allah created a miracle well that currently isn't working. That currently has plumbing from American countries in it. It's like, what? It's like, how do you have these two mountains in your narrative that's called Safwa and Marwa, but when you look at it now, they're not even mountains. They're even barely hills. Oh, it's because we built up the infrastructure around the mountains so high that we covered all of them. And it's like, what? Like, okay, can we do some archaeology around here to prove that? No, this place is so holy, you're not allowed to touch it. Okay. And then it's like, okay, why does every historical record say that Jesus Christ was crucified? Obviously, people thought that Jesus Christ was crucified. Oh, yeah, that's because Allah actually replaced the face of Jesus and put it on another man. So you guys are justified in believing that, but you still have to believe that it's actually never happened and it's not actually true. It's like, what? It just goes on and on. Oh, like, you know, do you have any evidence for the Bible being corrupted? No, it just was though. So you can't. So you're telling me all the real manuscripts got erased from, like, completely erased. They don't exist anywhere. We can't even find one of them. But only the false story got massively transmitted. And it's just like, yeah, that, like, again, you're supposed to believe that. Like, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. It's never ending, right? And then it's like, where was the most holy place? Like, you can see that it was in Jerusalem. There's the wall, is the retaining wall is still there. All the baths to take a bath, to wash yourself, to enter the temple they're still there. All of the archaeology is still there. They're constantly finding hundreds and thousands of pieces of pottery and inscriptions, coins, everything you would expect in a central place of worship. But it's like, how come we can't find any of these in Mecca? How come there's no archaeology in Mecca that you can find? There's nothing. I promise you guys, there's literally nothing. They don't allow excavations. But again, we're just supposed to believe that. It just doesn't make any sense. Then it's like, why is it that everything that you call a divine revelation can be found in the Talmud? Why is it all that, like, you say that your book came to correct the Bible, but then all of the narratives that is a quote unquote correction is just stories that the Christians and Jews were inventing? It's everything, like, you get what I'm saying? And we're supposed to believe all that. It just doesn't make sense, guys. Why do you accept this hadith over that hadith? Oh, it's because that guy right there, he was a known liar, guy. He was a known liar. Okay, is there any way to prove that? No, it's just, he's not on the accepted name list. But don't worry, we have a deep scholarly consensus that the hadith sciences are infallible. Okay, then why is your top scholar saying that there's holes in the narrative? We don't take from that guy. He's a kafir. It's just nonstop. Yeah, I mean, I could just go on for days. I could just go on for forever. The Bible is corrupted. Okay, then why is there a scholarly opinion within Islam that the Bible was not corrupted from some of your scholars? Why is it not a consensus? Why is it not only a singular opinion on the topic? If it's something so like, what's the word I'm looking for? So you know what I'm saying? Like, it would change the whole paradigm if the Bible was not corrupted, right? But yet it's accepted that you do have scholars, which you say are not out of the fold, right? So important. So there's another word that means like important, but it's accepted within Islam that you have scholars that say the Bible is not corrupted. And you don't take them out of the fold of Islam. You say, yeah, that's an accepted stance that you could take. Well, those are two completely different things. Your theology on your side is built on the fact that it has to be corrupted. But then you have scholars in your camp that are also still Muslim according to you, but they hold the opposite view of you. So how can both be true at the same time? It just doesn't make sense. So, yeah, any Muslims? Once again, guys, just make sure you follow me at Scary Hours Podcast live on TikTok, and also at Scary Hours Podcast on YouTube. These are where all the videos get uploaded. It's not even really uploaded because it's live there right now as well. So it's simultaneously being recorded over there. So if you want to rewatch anything, I'll say once again, go to Scary Hours Podcast on YouTube. Anything else? Any other Muslims that want to come up and talk about anything? We got Zamzam Well. We got Safa and Marwa. Safa and Marwa to me is insane because you have Safa and Marwa, right? These are supposedly two mountains that existed during the time of Abraham in Mecca, but yet they're not there today. When you go there today, they're just mounds. I can't even call them hills. They're mounds, right? It's like a boulder, basically, that's there. And the Muslims will tell you, yes, that's because we built up the floor of the surrounding area for the Kaaba so high that we covered 2 mountains. And they expect you to believe that. And why would 2 mounds have names? Why would you name a mound? This is Mound Safa, this is Mound Marwa. That doesn't make any sense. Right? But then when you go to Jerusalem, you have a mountain called Moriah, right? Mount Moriah. Does that sound like Marwa? It kind of does, right? And then you have another mountain that's called Mount Scopus today. But then you have a writing from Josephus in the 1st century that says that the Greeks used to call that mountain Mount Safa, because apparently Safa means it's a lookout post. And I'm supposed to be that's just a coincidence. So you have Mount Safa and Mount Moriah, right? And then the Muslims come and they have 2 mounds that are called Safa and Marwa. And that's a coincidence. Yes, plants GR. Yes, the mounds are what they run in between. Yes. But when you ask them why did they do that, they say it's because Hagar, she went from Palestine, supposedly Jerusalem, and she went 2,000 miles to Mecca, and that there she couldn't find water, and so she kept running back and forth 7 times between Mount Safa and Mount Marwa. And then for some reason, after running back and forth 7 times, then God made the Zamzam well to explain the fact that how could there be people there without water? And that's the narrative. Right? But the other thing that I forgot, I didn't even get to mention this when they were here. Abraham was somewhere between like 80 and 100 years old when he supposedly left Mecca and went on a 2-month journey. I mean, not Mecca. Did I say Mecca? Abraham was supposedly 80 to 100 years old when he went on a 2-month journey from Palestine to Mecca. So imagine that. An 80-year-old man traveling through the desert with like no water for no reason. It's just nonsense, guys. I'm sorry to tell you guys. It's just nonsense. So, I don't know. That's a pretty much a good clip. I guess we got a lot of good information out. Hello, Marlo the Snail. Marlo the Snail. We were talking about Islam and the improbability of it being true, essentially, and basically all of the miracles that you have to believe in, that you have to hold to in order to make the narrative work. And so some of the examples that we gave were, you know, the Zamzam well miracle that is used to explain how a civilization could have existed without water. We have the Jesus was made to appear by placing his face on somebody else's face to explain why, historically speaking, it's being attested even by outside sources that he was crucified, and that the Quran says that he wasn't. Al-Sna Phil 1 says, in Arabic, anything that rises up and is made of stone is called a mountain. Yeah, of course. That's the other thing, right? That's the other big miracle is Arabic itself. Arabic itself basically means whatever you want. Whenever you talk to a Muslim, right, you pull up their sources, right? You pull up their sources, their libraries, their words, their whatever. And you say, hey, look, why does it say this? And they're like, brother, in Arabic, one word can mean 10 different words. And it's like, you're just lying. So look what he just said to me. Look, his explanation is, in Arabic, anything that rises up and is made of stone is called a mountain. Does that make sense to you guys? So if you see a rock on the ground in Arabic, that's a mountain. Like, that's a mountain, and we're supposed to believe that. And then we're supposed to believe that people named these mounds. Why would you name that? And why would you run back and forth between them like if it's doing something for you? Marlo the Snail says, I love learning about other religions other than my own and, of course, respect them. I would be careful about that, Marlo, because, you know, I would also respect any religion that is peaceful. But if the religion teaches that it needs to eradicate other religions in a violent, humiliating way, I don't know why you would sign up to say I'm gonna respect it because they're literally trying to say that they want to get rid of you violently and humiliatingly. So, not me.
Bruh.
Somebody else says, I said if it's high. Did you say that? You did not say that. I'm literally looking at your comments. How are you gonna lie to me on written? How are you gonna lie to me about what you wrote when I can literally look at what you wrote and you can also look at it? Dude, look at your comment. How can I show this to people? What the heck? He literally wrote in Arabic, anything that rises up and is made of stone is called a mountain. And then his next comment is, he said, I said if it's high. You didn't write that. I'm looking at your comment right now. Bro, these guys even lie in writing. Holy crap, dude. The Taqiya is crazy. Marlo the Snail says, well, I'm hated by nearly all religions. Yeah, Marlo, and that's why we need to do away with religion, my friend. You're exactly right. I'm assuming by what you said. What's up, DEA? I'm assuming by what you said that you're probably of the homosexual faith, and that's okay. You know what I mean? And I support you being that way. But unfortunately, we have people running around that want to hold to things that happened 10,000 years ago. And just because of that, they can't just meet you and get to know you. They got to say, oh, you're an abomination. Time to get rid of you. That's crazy. That's literally crazy, and it's sad, and it shouldn't happen anymore. So we should all get together and just call it out for what it is, bro. It's just a bunch of made-up comic book stories that like, you know what I mean? And you get why they did it initially. Like, the people back then, they have an excuse because they didn't know anything. They didn't know about science, and they used to think rain was like angels crying. Like, okay, but we know what it is now, guys. We can, like, you know, we can give up on it. You know, how come when you look at Greek mythology, you're like, oh, haha, that's so funny. Those Greeks were so silly. But you basically believe the same thing today. Marlo says, I left the Christianity because of the Christians and the Old Testament. Yeah, it's just not that, you know. And Christianity is a little better because at least they believe in being peaceful, even if they don't agree with you. Like, let's say you being gay or whatever. They're not going to throw you off of a... They're not gonna throw you off of a thing, right? They're just gonna pray for you. That's why Christianity is. I can at least deal with it, but these other ones that are like, you know, they want to bring you back to like let's stone people. I don't know how that's allowed to exist in 2026, bro. I'll Unsuffilled one says, I'm not fluent in English, but I understand it, so I use a translator. Yep. Yeah, definitely use a translator, use AI. Shout out to Grok. That's what I use. Marlo the Snail says, what do you mean? The guy that raped me could buy me off my dad. Yeah, he could do that. He definitely could. But I would be careful with that interpretation, Marlo, because you have to understand that verse that you're talking about the 50 shekels. This was written when the Israelites were coming out of the desert where they were actually lost for 40 years. Okay, so you're not going to have 50 shekels on hand when you've been traveling around the desert and you had just come out of being slaves for 300 years, right? So I wouldn't interpret it that way, like if it was just something easy. And then the actual ruling was that if you didn't pay the father the 50 shekels, then you would actually become that guy's slave. So I wouldn't take it the way you're taking it, as if it was just like, yeah, like just selling you for whatever. Yeah, Ryan, magic tricks. If you want to come up, feel free to come up. In order to be a Muslim, you basically, yeah, what the prompt says. Alsa, yeah. So remember, we have to look at what the text says, right? Like, for example, even with me, I don't judge Muslims, right? I don't judge Muslims at all because I have Muslim friends, I have Muslim family members. So I don't judge Muslims, but I do judge the text, okay? And that's what I'm focusing on. So you cannot find one single verse in the New Testament, Alsa, where Jesus Christ said anything remotely evil. So that's what I'm saying. So, for example, if I was a Christian, I would condemn, like, you know, any violent acts of the Catholic Church, for example. But, like, in the Quran, it literally says, like, fight disbelievers. So that's completely different from the New Testament. Marlo says, but why should I get stoned when I didn't listen to my parents? Yeah, I mean, that was a strict teaching back then. If you didn't listen to your parents, you would get stoned. So my guess is that that probably wasn't a big problem back then. They probably just listened to their parents, right, Marlo? What do you think? Alsna says, how do you explain the European colonization of indigenous peoples of America? Yeah, like I just said, Alsa, is that they were doing things that were not biblical. Like I said, Alsa, find me one verse in the New Testament where Jesus Christ told them to do something like that. Jesus Christ literally said, speak to a man once or twice, and if he still doesn't listen to you, he says, dust off your feet and keep it pushing. That's literally what Jesus said. So it's completely untethered from the New Testament narrative, what they did. Okay. Anybody else? Ryan says, so you leave the Torah out? I do not leave the Torah out, Ryan. But what I'm saying to you is that you guys like to hold Christians to the Torah narrative. And I think that that's very uncharitable because they didn't even grow up in those times, right? So they don't even know what that looks like or feels like to even attempt to justify it, right? They were born in a time where Jesus was basically in charge, and Jesus basically said, we're not doing those things anymore, right? So a Christian, all the sensibilities of a Christian would come from the teachings of Jesus, not from the teachings of Moses. That's foreign to them. You guys do realize that. Oh, so there are time and context? Yes, absolutely. There's time and context, 100%. And that's the difference between, like, even the Torah and the Injil and the Gospels to the Quran, because unfortunately, Muhammad comes around and he says, I'm the final messenger. So now, basically, you have to take what he says and apply it to all time in the future. That's the unfortunate factor. Right? And it also says he's the best example for all mankind. And there's the actual word sunnah means that you have to follow in his footsteps, right? So that's the difference. So when you look at it, if you follow in Jesus' footsteps, you basically don't do anything wrong. You don't do anything that could be even close to being considered wrong. If you follow in Muhammad's footsteps, then all of a sudden you're not in line with reality in 2026 anymore. You're like, can I marry a 6-year-old? No. Can I stone people? No. Can I fight people for being disbelievers? No. So it's like it completely takes you out of reality. Can I have Schmeck slaves? No. Right? It's just you basically can't do anything that he's telling you to do. So it just makes it irrelevant. What's the point? Hello, dude, do you live in a TV? Yeah, Ryan, I live in a TV, dude. And this is the other thing that annoys me is then Muslims will say, dude, where is this even happening? It's happening in Sudan, it's happening in Nigeria, it's happening in Pakistan, it's happening in Iran, it's happening in Lebanon, it's happening in Palestine. Like, where isn't it happening? Like, do you live in a TV? Like, I don't know where are you living? Because it literally seems like you guys just walk around with your eyes closed. Everything that I'm talking about that I could possibly say is like evil about the Quran is literally happening. Every single aspect of it is happening. You may not be doing it, and you may be living in a kuffar land in America where we don't allow those things to happen, but trust, it's definitely happening, my brother, especially in places where Islam is the official narrative. Okay, so just go ahead and maybe, you know, I would suggest, you know, maybe try following different channels, because I know you guys probably just follow like pro-Mohammedan channels, which only show you the beautiful things. Right? Swayway says the way you just broke that down with plain common sense. Exactly, bro. Like, how did they not get these things, dude? Dude, I get actual Nigerians on my live, on my real channel, Scary Ass Podcast Live. They come up and they're literally begging. They're like, can you guys please like send us help? Like, they unalive 200, 300 of us on a daily basis. They're doing this. And then Ryan in the comment sections is like, no, it's not happening. It is happening, brother. Ryan says, I live in the Middle East. What's your point, Ryan? I never said that it's happening everywhere. So to give you, if you want to be super specific about it, it's happening pretty much everywhere where Islam borders another country. So you have to go to the outskirts, and that's where they're having most of the problems. Yeah, Ryan, I know. And all the videos that we're getting from Iran where they're literally showing you hundreds and hundreds of body bags, that's not happening, right? When we get all the videos where you see the Nigerians showing you hundreds and hundreds of body bags, that's not actually happening, right, Ryan? And of course, because you're a Muslim, you would be definitely telling me the truth, right? Meanwhile, check this out. Let me show you guys something. Let me see. Should we trust Ryan and what he's saying? Watch this. 3 lies wife. Check this out, guys. Let me see if it comes up. Lies except 3. Okay. Tyrant, his wife. When Abraham passed. No, that's not the one. Hold on. In order to conciliate between people is not a liar. Very good. Look at this. Let me show you this. Look at this hadith right here, guys. So you can see what Ryan is doing here. Look at this. Look what Muhammad teaches. Look what he says. The messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, said, the person who lies in order to conciliate between people is not a liar. Wow. So beautiful, right, guys? As long as you're lying to make people agree with each other, then you're definitely not a liar. Like,
bruh. Stop the cap.
Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, you're definitely not lying, right? For sure. For surely. I believe you with certainty. I have mad certainty about what you're saying. Ryan says, so now I should become Christian? No, you don't have to become a Christian. I'm not a Christian, Ryan. So why would I be telling you to become a Christian? Now, if you became a Christian, you definitely would be a much better person. You'd have a much better example to follow. You sure as hell wouldn't be having to fight over land. You sure as hell wouldn't having to be fight because somebody offends your religion. You wouldn't have to do anything like that anymore. So you'd be a lot more calm. I'll tell you that right now. Now you have to be looking around. Who said what about Muhammad? What? Now I got to fight you. Like, calm down, bro. God is almighty and all powerful. He doesn't need that. And then Ryan said, my dude, get off your screen and go travel. No, dude, I don't want to travel. If I go travel, there's a 1 in 3 chance that I'm gonna land in a Muslim country. Because you guys have 50. Like, think about this. They always say the Jays are taking over the world, right? But then when you look at Islam, they have 50 plus countries. Doesn't seem like it. Marlo the Snail says, in Germany, there is a YouTube channel who said the song Take Me to Church was a demonic, and they said the LGBTQ trans community don't exist after they say, I will tell my kid to respect everyone. Yeah, Marlo, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Come to America. Marlo then says, why can't we all hold hands and sing Kumbaya? Exactly. We definitely should do that. Ernesto says, keep preaching the truth. Thank you, brother Ernesto. Definitely going to be doing that. So just so you guys know, I'm making it my life's mission, you know, at this point, because I'm going on to the second half of my life, and I feel like let's go out with a bang, right? Let's go out with a bang. Let's you know, let's basically speak the truth about things that people don't want me to speak about. That's what I'm going out with. So I expect that there's going to be a lot of problems. People are going to be coming for me. I already get threats all the time on TikTok, so that's what we're going to be doing. Let me see. Lil Deer says, wow is all I can say. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. 100%. Ernesto says, listen to him, Ryan. I'm offering you free advice, no charge. Definitely listen, Ryan. Ryan, why don't you come up and you know, join the conversation instead of barking in the comment section? Just come up and talk. We could talk it out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know something, right? Maybe I'm missing something. But so far, it doesn't look like that. Ryan says, and Paul did what? Let me tell you about Paul, Ryan. So maybe something interesting you didn't know. In your scholarly sources, Paul is known as Bulus, okay? And your sources say that Bulus was a messenger of Allah. Okay, and that he was sent to strengthen Yahya and Simon, or Simon. I don't know how you guys say it in Arabic. So Allah had sent two messengers, Yahya and Simon, right? And then Bulus was sent to strengthen them by Allah. So I don't know where this idea comes from, where in 2025, all of a sudden, Bulus is no longer accepted. Your classical scholars would completely disagree with you. So please stop making stuff up. You guys are literally doing bid'ah at this point. TikTok education is like nutrients from a cupcake. Go learn, bud. Nope. The problem is, Ryan, is again, you have an open invitation. Come up here and show me where your source is coming from. Because 9 times out of 10, I'm the one bringing the receipts and not you guys. Let me see here. DA's laughing face emoji. Ryan says, anyway, stick to your screen. Rawil says, that's a big maybe you're using here. What maybe am I saying, Rawil? I'm saying your scholars talk about Bulus in a positive light. That's not I didn't say anything about maybe. Jason says, you're on fire. Thank you, Jason. Marlo the Snail says, no, we read that. Is my comment hidden? What's your comment, Alansano? I didn't read it. Oh, did you say, do you explain the European colonization? Is that what you said? I already answered that. I said it's not biblical. You can't find a verse in the New Testament where Jesus said, go colonize people. Is that your comment? If it's not, just type it again. My ex-partner actually told me my severe anxiety was a demon. Dude, I'm just trying not to cry in public while wearing an upside down pentagram outside. What the heck? Guys, also, if you're on YouTube and you feel like interrupting what I'm saying and you want to get your voice heard, you can do a super chat. They're set up to be on speech to text, so it'll just read your comment out loud. If you want to like curse me out, or if I'm saying something wrong and you want to say it for me, you could just do a super chat, and it's set up to read it out loud. So let me see. My ex-partner, severe. Yeah, we read that. So actually, Marlo, I'm going to tell you something about you having a demon. So I actually believe that back in the day, people used to think that anxiety basically was a demon. They would think that essentially you had a demon. So I would say it's actually good practice to think of it as a demon, to think of your anxiety as a demon and try to exercise it out, you know? And I would say start off by drinking a lot of water, because I used to get a lot of anxiety too, but then I started realizing, wait a minute, I'm only drinking 1 cup of water a day. And I started hydrating, and it helped a lot. And then also just change the stories that you're telling yourself in your head. Whenever you think something negative, be like, nope, I'm not going with that. I reject you in the name of Jesus. Negative thought. Dude, I'm just trying not to cry. Yeah, we read that. No, I want to talk about. Oh, the you want to talk about the KKK? Why do you want to talk about that? Where did they get their ideas from? They got it from their feelings, Alsna. So, you know, white people, they feel like they're being taken over. They've been feeling like they're getting taken over. Okay, and you know, every day that passes by, it just feels like that more and more for them. That's where they get it from, because the Bible doesn't say anything about that. The Bible says, Jesus said, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. That's what Jesus says. Jesus says, whoever drinks my flesh and whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life. In Revelations, it says, there was a great multitude that was in heaven from every language, tribe, and nation. So please don't tell me that they got that from the Bible, okay? Lil Deer says, and someone can take it too far. We bring a lot to ourselves. Yes, we definitely do. We definitely, you know how we bring it to ourselves is because we watch a movie, right? We watch these movie characters and we say, that's exactly how my life is supposed to play out. He got married, I'm supposed to get married. He's lived happily ever after, I'm supposed to live happily after. It's not like that, okay? It's not how it works. Whatever ends up happening is what you make happen, essentially. And there's going to be some things, unfortunately, that you cannot make happen. That's just the reality of the matter, right? We're not all dealt the same cards. I, for example, was paralyzed maybe 10 months ago. I was paralyzed for a year and a half. I was supposed to be paralyzed for the rest of my life. And you know what that taught me? That some people are born paralyzed. And can I ever expect somebody like that to feel the same way I feel or to be as happy as I am? No. That person, unfortunately, because he was born that way, has a different set of cards. Oh, I'm sorry, CK. Let me add you up. And he has to live with a different set of circumstances. So I can't expect that person to be as happy as somebody else, even though we would like to believe that he could be. I'm sorry about that, CK. Thank you for telling me. Anybody else who I don't see your request up, just type it in the chat because I'm reading chat. Hello, CK. What's up, man?
What's up, bro? You said you're not a Christian, or you're like joking?
No, I'm really not a Christian.
Oh, what are you, bro?
I just believe in God because I can deduce rationally that God probably exists, because how else did we get here? Yeah. But as far as I can tell, he doesn't talk to us. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So what's keeping you from Christianity, bro?
Mainly that if I do that, if I decide to be a Christian, then I'm instantly giving validity to Jews and Muslims.
Bro, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, because then I have to say, I believe in this Bible, right? I believe in the book. That immediately gives justification for the Jews. And then if I believe in the same prophets as the Jews and the Christians, then that gives justification to the Muslims. So I'd rather just pull out and say, nope, I don't believe in anything, and you're not allowed to either, basically.
wait.
Because I'd rather do that. Wait. Look, I'd rather say this. I'd rather say nobody's allowed to marry a kid. Nobody's allowed to fight other religions. Nobody's allowed to have SMEC slaves than to say, yeah, my God did command that in the Old Testament, but we don't believe that anymore, because then it turns into like, well, whose God is real or not? You get what I'm saying?
Wait, hold on. Mm-hmm. God in the Old Testament said you could have sex slaves, or?
I mean, maybe not that particular one, but you know, more along the lines of like unaliving entire tribes and
well, yeah,
things like that. Yeah, so
yeah.
Yeah, then it just
you don't want to have to do. Okay, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I feel like it's just gotten out of hand at this point. I think Jesus just wanted us to live in peace. I don't think he intended for us to defend the Old Testament, and that's all it's turned into nowadays.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay. Wait, you want me to read you a verse that has Jesus verbatim saying he didn't come to bring peace?
Oh, I know the Bible, brother. I was almost a pastor at one point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, we should be peaceful to each other.
Right.
But
So I missed what you guys were talking about. I'm a little confused on the prompt. How many magic tricks do you have to believe in to become a Muslim?
How many magic tricks? You gotta believe in the splitting of the moon and the splitting of Muhammad's moon as well with the Al Zip men. And then you also got.
Is this like an anti-Muslim or
is this a what? What'd you say, Seer?
Are you like debating Muslims or what's your stance?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, hell yeah. All right,
Yeah.
I like it.
100%. Yeah, you know they say they say that the Bible was corrupted, but then it's like they don't have any evidence for it, right? And then they say,
And the Quran says refer to the people of the book who.
yeah,
have
the
previous
Quran
scriptures.
literally tells Muhammad, if you are in doubt about what we are revealing to you, go to the people of the book who were reading the scriptures before you. And then and then you go do that, and they're like, and he's like, oh no, the Bible's corrupted. It's like, what?
Yeah. No, all right. I like this. Have fun, guys.
Take care, man. But no, yeah, I'm not a Christian, boss. If that's what you were asking. Let me see here. Somebody says,
I didn't realize.
hold on. Bratsy says you're built like a deep breath. What does that mean? Is that a compliment or is that a diss?
A deep breath. You mean voice, bro? What are you talking about?
I don't know. That was the comment.
What's a deep breath?
I think she meant to say like you're a fresh breath of air. You know what I mean? Or is that the saying? Like, you know what I mean? I hope that's what she means.
Yeah.
Let me see what else they wrote here. I had a Muslim partner too. You know what he gifted me for my 18th birthday? The Quran and a hijab.
And a hijab.
I have an ESSA for. Thank you for the subscription, Lamont.
And did he also give you a slap or
right?
And a hijab?
Did he tap you lightly on the shoulder when you weren't giving him what he wanted? I have an ESSA for my anxiety, emotional support, stuffed animal. Wow. And it's just getting better at the moment. Yeah, don't have an emotional support stuffed animal. I would say that's rule number one. So Marlo, the way you need to look at it, dude, if you're not happy, okay, it's not because you're just getting some random feelings in your body. No. Your body is designed to tell you specifically what's wrong, okay? And more than likely, it has something to do with survival, right? So human beings, we desire love, attention, affection, right? That's usually why you're sad, is because you're not getting those things. And if you're not getting those things, it's because you're not very successful. You're not very successful at life, okay? So you need to do
I can't
things.
with this guy and his soundboard.
They make you do things. You have to do things that are more successful, okay? And then you'll get what you want, okay? You're built like a deep breath. I still can't get over that. He wants to force you. Alsani says he wants to force you to become a Christian. Yes, most Christians usually do want me to be a Christian, which, like, I'm not totally
I don't want to force this guy to become a Christian.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Christians don't force, right? Alfani says, anyway, I respect you, your thoughts. You are free to be what you want. Thank you. Thank you for letting me be free, Alfani. Marlo the Snail says, well, I'm having anxiety because I have a stalker that threatens me. Okay, so you see what I said? You have an external problem in reality. So that's, you have to fix that, Marlo. I don't know how you're, like, every time I try to give you a solution, your scenario, you keep coming up with way crazier scenarios that you want me to address, but it sounds like you're living in a horror movie right now. But, call the police, Marlo, please. For the love of God, call the cops. I don't know who's giving you advice to the contrary, but definitely call the cops, okay? That's what they're there for. Let me see. Anxiety is selfish thinking. 1000%. Anxiety. If you have anxiety, it's because you're a self-centered individual. You're constantly thinking about what's wrong with you, but start thinking about what's wrong with other people first. But also, again, guys, diet. Okay, eat healthy. Try something different. I'm not gonna say here that eating one way is better than another, but different ways of eating are more conducive to different people. So if you're eating whatever right now, maybe try cutting out processed foods. If that's not working, maybe try eating more vegetables. If that's not working, try eating more meat. There's some people who say carnivore diet worked for them. So just try whatever works. We all got different DNA, guys. So different genes, different thing work for us. I got a gene test one time. You can get this thing called a gene test where they actually tell you what foods are more conducive to your genetic makeup. And what they clearly tell you is that not all foods are good for everybody. Let me see here. Gigi says, start doing things to help others and find things that distract you. Yes. But I'm telling you, you can't do any of those things if you don't first fix your diet. That's number one. Jess says, host, are you Hispanic? Yes, I am. Hispanic descent. Yeah. No, I'm not Filipino. I get that a lot though, but I'm definitely not Filipino. So my dad is from Peru, which my understanding has a lot of Asian influence. Apparently one of the presidents of Peru used to be Japanese or something like that. So I think that's probably where the Filipino thing comes from. Yeah. What else, guys? What are we talking about?
I learned today how to reuse bacon, grease.
Reuse bacon grease. You're gonna say something about the Muslims, aren't you?
Yeah, you know who Taco Talks is?
No, what is that?
He's on YouTube. It's Taco Talks. So I saw a video today. He said, you can't put bacon grease in the garbage disposal because it'll mess up your sink. So everyone's looking for a solution apparently for bacon grease. And what he found is here's this thing. It was a bullet, and he got a bullet and he dipped it in bacon grease so that if if a certain group of people want to attack him,
right,
it'll they don't want to get near it. So
and the thing that's it's gonna happen, right? It's gonna happen, right? CK, they're coming, aren't they?
Yeah,
they are
Oh
coming.
yeah, they are. Have you taken a look at the UK, especially
absolutely.
London?
Yep. That's the first thing that tipped me off, because at first I was ignoring it this whole time because I would have see a couple people here and there wearing a hijab. I'm like, what's up with that? Like, why would you do that, right? But then I was like, whatever, it's not that big deal. You see once in a while. And then all of a sudden I turned on the TV one day and I saw Europe was completely taken over. It was just conquered. It's turned into Pakistan over there. And it's
they're I saw a video. It was I didn't realize Pakistan looked like this now.
Right,
and it's literally just London.
It's madness, dude.
It's crazy. You go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, and then the crazier part was that then I realized, how did this happen? And then I found out that all their mayors are Muslim.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh crap! They're just
hey bro, New York City.
Right, New York City. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that then people in America think it's not gonna happen over here. It's already happening. So
did you see
what's happening?
Praise
be Allah. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Allahu Akbar.
Hey, yeah. I'm making BLT right now.
It's just madness. What are you saying, CK?
No, hey,
I was saying
let Kenneth get something out real quick.
No, I'll just say I seen a thing. The guy was like, "How dare you eat in front of us when you know Ramadan's coming?"
Dude. Yeah. No, I saw. I saw a thing the other day. I saw a thing the other day on TikTok where Muslims are now calling for Sharia law in UK.
Yeah.
They're saying
in US.
They're saying. So this is what they do, guys. They come into your country, right? And they come in because they need help, right? So they're like, listen, whatever happened in our country, it failed. We basically now need your country. Whatever system you have is obviously working. It's better.
Yeah.
And please help us. Okay, so we let them in.
Our supreme leader got one-tapped. So
right. And then they come in and they're like, haha, got you. Now we're going to change your country into our country, the one that we came from.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
No, and it's I was watching some shit in Michigan. They're having the prayer bells go off in their town. That's crazy to me, bro.
It is. And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about that? That if you were living in a Muslim country, that would never be allowed. That would
and then I think they passed up for 80,000 freaking mosques to go up in LA County or something too. That's ridiculous, man.
Texas
and then
is being taken over. Minnesota is taking over. Dearborn's taking over. Philadelphia's taking over.
There's no.
Oh yeah, you see, God Logic and Life in Dearborn.
Yeah, there's no assimilation, bro. There's no pride to be an American anymore. There's no unity. You know what I mean? It's like, it's, and they went away with the Pledge of Allegiance, man. I remember doing that, and we at least were praying. We're doing something together, united. You know what I mean? Whatever, and you know these people there, they hate this country, but
that's where it started, and it's so sad to me because if they only knew how bad the history of other countries was, you get what I'm saying?
Nobody wants to leave.
They don't know that, like, okay, they're like, oh, they blame the white man, bro. White people used to be slaves in the Islamic slave trade. How about that?
White people were the first slaves.
Yeah. It's like, you know, I mean, you can believe what you want to believe, right? But I mean, I feel like
Kaepernick started all this, right? Wasn't it Kaepernick that started this whole movement? I feel like Kaepernick literally kicked off the downfall.
Yeah, he was. He's something else. But, but yeah, no, it's like you can't be invited into somebody's house and then want to redecorate it. You know what I mean? Like you gotta, dude. You could pray, you can believe what you want to believe, but you ain't gonna.
They weren't invited. They just barged in and tried to redecorate
stuff.
Well,
I'm a trucker. You're telling me, man. He took over the trucking business.
But it's not fair because the way that they're fighting us is basically through birth rate, right? So it's like now we're now forced to compete with them with indiscriminate amounts of birth. Like, so I was watching a video the other day on Instagram. And it was a Palestinian guy, right? He's in Palestine. You can see him. He's like amongst all the rubble or whatever. This dude is literally on TikTok begging for money, but he has 15 kids.
Stop the cap.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to compete with that? Like, how can I like, I would never have a kid if I was broke or if my country was being war torn.
I mean,
no, and it's
most people get like $1,000 a kid.
Yeah. So then those countries fail and they fall apart because obviously how's that guy going to keep up with his finances, right? It's impossible. So then those kids turn into refugees. They come over here, right? And it's just the cycle continues.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's the same small community, man. They ruin their shit and then they come over here and they're bashing on America, like trying to make it what they just came from.
Do you guys
know what I mean? It's like,
do you guys think that we're cooked after this election? After this next cycle? I think we're cooked.
I mean,
America?
Yeah. I think Trump got in.
You're cooked?
Yeah, I think we're cooked. I think Trump got in, and I don't know if we're gonna have another one. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get impeached after the midterms. You know what I mean?
if the Democrats really truly believe that there was not going to be another election, why even announce your candidacy? Why, you know what I mean? Why it's all a show, dude. How you gonna? According to them, you know, I'm in the middle, right? I'm common sense, you know, like if it don't make sense, it don't make dollars. You know what I mean? Like it don't pass the smell test. It ain't right. If it's goofy shit, I don't agree with it, right? Like.
Yeah, let me read some of these comments real quick. Marlo says, well, I'm having anxiety. Okay, you read that. Oh, hey, Stalker, you want to talk about it? Gets on a live. No, don't talk about it, Marlo. Call the police. Marlo Snail, what do you think is the most controversial religion? Definitely Islam. I'm in Germany, but I don't want to go to the USA as long as the orange will make my life hell. How is the orange making your life hell as a gay man? He's not doing anything to you guys. Alzna says, I'm not Muslim, but I think you should be fair to Muslims. They are bearers of a great civilization. Whoa. Whoa. Let me show you this great civilization that you're talking about. I truly am flabbergasted every time somebody that is considered a disbeliever, how they could possibly defend a religion like this.
Yeah, I mean.
Let me show you what the Quran says about disbelievers, brother, okay? Check this out. You want me to justify this right here? Let me show you this on the screen, guys. Okay? This is what I'm supposed to justify, right? Hold on. Can you read that?
Justify anything in that book.
And they just sound angry too when they talk, bro. Like it's just like it's aggressive. You know, I don't know what the book is saying.
Alsna, can you read this for me on the screen? It says, "Fight against those who do not believe in Allah." This is what you want me to defend? This I have to respect this. I don't believe in Allah. Any of you guys here, you guys believe in Allah?
Nope.
If you see them on the street, force them to go to the most upward part of it.
Yep.
Do not
Check
greet
this
them
out.
before they greet you.
Yeah, let me show you that. Exactly what he just said right now. Check this out. Make sure this is the right verse. Hold on a second. Yep, 929. Okay, check this out. Everybody heard what brother just said, right? Force them on the side of the road, right? And defeat subservience. Okay, here we go. So the bottom part of that verse says, fight those who do not believe in Allah until they feel subdued or with willing submission. So that's here, right? So this Muslim scholar here, Ibn Kathir, is telling you what it means to force them into willing submission. It says it basically means in defeat and subservience. And feel themselves subdued means disgraced, humiliated, and belittled. Therefore, Muslims are not allowed to honor the people of the Dhimma or elevate them above Muslims, for they are miserable, disgraced, and humiliated. Sahih Muslim recorded from Abu Huraira that the Prophet said, this is what the Prophet said, and this is the English version, do not initiate salam to the Jews and the Christians, and if you meet them on any road, force them to its narrowest alley, like push them to the side of the road. This is why the leader of the faithful, Umar bin al-Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, demanded his well-known conditions be met by the Christians. These conditions that ensured their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. Right? What was his conditions that they had to meet? Is right here. They could neither erect in their areas a monastery, a church, a sanctuary for a monk, nor restore any place of worship that needs restoration. So what does this mean? That the current buildings could stand, but if they need repairs, you're not allowed to make them, and you're not allowed to make any new ones. So what it's basically saying is that over time, they would all disappear, which is what you see happening in all Muslim countries where there's Christians, right? Then it says, nor use any of them for the purpose of enmity against Muslims, obviously. We will not prevent any Muslim from resting in our churches. So check this out. A Muslim can come into your church whenever they want, and what do you have to do for them? It says whether they come by day or night. Imagine that. A Muslim could just walk into your church day or night in a Muslim country, and we will open the doors of our houses of worship for the wayfarer and the passerby. Those Muslims who come as guests will enjoy boarding and food for 3 days. Isn't this describing apartheid, guys? Is that the same thing that they're complaining about in Palestine, where 99% of the population is Muslim? And it says, we will not teach our children the Quran, publicize practices of shirk, or invite anyone to shirk. Shirk here basically means Christianity. They consider Christianity shirk. So you can't publicly preach your religion. We will respect Muslims and move from the places where we sit if they choose to sit in them. So if you're sitting down and a Muslim walks by and he's like, hey, I want that seat, you have to get up and sit there.
Good luck.
We will not imitate their clothing, caps, turbans, sandals, hairstyles, speech, whatever. Oh crap, what did I just do? We will not collect, I need to do this again. We will not collect any kind of weapons or carry these weapons, right? Hold on, let me highlight this again. Boop. Oh no, what did I do? Totally destroy.
This is happening in Egypt right now. You can't fix a bathroom. Caliph says.
You can't fix a bathroom. That's insanity. Insanity. Where is this thing?
Yeah, it's just they're trying to fucking ban dogs too.
Look at this. Look at this. We will not ride on saddles. We can't. They couldn't even ride on the saddles of their horses. When I heard the actual explanation of this by one of the imams, he said that this meant that the Christians had to ride on the side, hanging off the side of the horse. That's what it meant.
Even imams suck at explaining the Quran, bro.
Yeah, and it says we will have the front of our hair cut. Imagine that. That wouldn't work out too good for me because I have the front and the back cut. But imagine having a haircut where you have to cut just the front. It says we will refrain from erecting crosses in public in Muslim fairways and markets. We will not sound the bells of our churches except discreetly or raise our voices while reciting our holy books. Meanwhile, when a Muslim comes to America, they want to blast their call to prayer out loud, right? No problem. And that's the thing, guys, is they laugh at us because they're like, you guys are so dumb. We would never let you do this.
No, and it's you can't even. Yeah, it's we cater to them, dude, and it's ridiculous.
Look at the comment. Look at the comment. You see the comment? Safyan Ikabad. This is on TikTok. You guys can't see it, but Safyan Ikabad, a Muslim, he literally says, "That's what y'all get. That's right." Like basically saying, "Yeah, you deserve it." Daylight says, "What do y'all sing?" What do you mean, Christians or Muslims? Yeah, you want to see what Muslims do? This is what they do. Check this out. Check this out. So look at this, for example, right?
Yeah, they fuck goats.
Hey, chill.
Sorry, great goat. Milk goat.
Look, so look at this verse, right? Look at this verse, right? Fight against those who do not believe on Allah. Like fight them until they pay the jizya. This is what it sounds like.
قاتلوا الذين لا يؤمنون بالله.
So imagine you hear that, right? قاتلوا الذين This is what you hear. But when they're reading it, they're saying fight against those who do not believe in Allah. That's their hymns at their churches. Let me give you another one. That's
and it's better. Crazy when they're talking it so aggressive too. You know what I mean? Like it should be.
No, like, they actually make it sound beautiful when you hear them reciting Quran out loud.
I'm in and out of liquor stores with them, right? And I'm like, who are you talking to all mad? I'm not mad as my mom or whatever. Like what?
Yeah, when they talk to each other, yeah. But I mean, when you listen to
somebody, they sound like they're cussing somebody out, dude. I'm like,
yeah, look at this one. Look at this one. This is the one, right? Yeah, look at this one.
فإذا انس الأشهر الحرم فاقتلوا المشرك حيث المشركين حيث وجدتم وخذوهم.
What does that mean? And when the inviolable months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them and capture them and besiege them and sit and wait for them at every place of ambush. But what the hell is this, dude? Have you ever heard a Catholic hymn? Right? What do you think they're saying in the Catholic hymns? They're probably saying like, Jesus, we love you.
No, dude, I don't even know they do that, dude. But
I know, but I'm saying, just imagine. Do you think it says anything like this?
No.
It probably says like, forgive them for they not know what they do. We pray for all the disbelievers. It says like the exact opposite.
Look at what this Delulu Daylight just said, bro. What funny? The Bible will have this 10 times worse.
Yeah, please show us in the New Testament that's 10 times worse. This is the problem. Like, where is he? Does he want to come up? Come up here. Oh,
nah, he doesn't want to come up.
I didn't realize there was guys. If you guys were in the chat trying to guest up, you could just type it in the comment section. I didn't see you guys. All right, now we got some.
Wait, so you don't accept the Old Testament? Is that what you're telling me?
Let me talk to you. Okay, so it's not that. So first of all, I'm not a Christian, so I don't accept anything. But
I have no reason talking to you then.
Okay, bye. What the fuck?
The words does not matter.
Bye.
Thank you.
Later.
He's like, damn. So I can't run my. So I can't run
my. You don't believe in God. What are you?
So I can't run my bot argument.
Atheist?
I can't run my bot argument. No,
so
look, I'm not atheist. I believe in God, but I don't believe in religion. So,
what kind of God do you believe?
Okay, listen. Are you okay, buddy?
No, I want to know what kind of God do you believe.
I know what you want, but this is not about what you want. This is my life.
No, I want to know what kind of what's your religion?
Who's speaking right now?
Me.
Okay, Daylight, you're on timeout for a little bit, so you calm down. Okay, so I'm gonna explain it to you I'm gonna explain to you every question that you could possibly ask me. Okay, you're gonna say,
my brother.
Good, brother. So what you're gonna say is, then where do you get your morality from? Right? That's where you were gonna go. That's where you're gonna go with it. Okay, so let's talk about it, and we can cover it from both sides. I'm not a Christian, but I actually understand the Christian paradigm. So number one, yes, I get my personal morality. I get it from how I feel. So what? If I think that I don't want you to do something, I'm gonna stand by that. Okay. That's where I get it from. So no, I don't want you to be able to grape kids. No, I don't think it's right for you to think that you could have smek slaves. No, I don't think it's right for you to fight people because they don't believe in your religion. 100%. And that's where I get it from. Now, Christians, yes, Christians believe in the Old Testament, but they also hold that Jesus is their prime example, right? And Jesus didn't teach them, and he fulfilled whatever was in the Old Testament. And so they don't have to do any of the things that you're saying for them that they should be allowed to do. So that's why I don't worry about Christians so much.
That's you know. I'm Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, right? But I don't conform. I feel like
Let me say this.
Okay,
Can I
yeah,
say
whatever.
something?
Bite, whatever. All right. Anyways, yeah. So
Let him just finish. Let him finish, guys. Go ahead.
no, yeah, but yeah, it's they're and as a Christian, bro, like I stay ready. Like I'm a warrior for my God, and I don't fear man. I don't fear nothing in this world.
Right, Kenneth. But what I'm saying is, you wouldn't fight somebody, right? For not believing what you believe.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. Even in the case of you did go to war, would you then think it's okay for you to get a SMEC slave out of that?
No, but I'm just saying. No, like,
that's in the Bible.
No, I agree with you, but
You
it's like,
wouldn't, right?
but we're having pride flags outside of churches in this country, and they're hemming that shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Hold on, let me address the guy who said that's in the Bible. Who just said that?
I did.
No, I said they used to.
Okay, hold on. Daylight, you're getting dropped again because obviously you're not listening. I'm gonna need you to listen again. I just addressed that, Daylight. So let me try to address it again. Okay, try to understand. Kenneth here, who's a Christian, and CK, who's a Christian, and Jess, who's a Christian, they didn't grow up in the time of Moses. They grew up when the ruling and the example that was set by Jesus was authoritative. So they don't have any idea of what it would look like or feel like to have a slave or to go to war for what God says, et cetera, et cetera. Do you get that? And there's nothing, absolutely nothing in the modern teachings of Jesus, or not modern, but like in the New Testament teachings of Jesus, that would tell them to do anything like that.
The slaves obey your masters. What are you talking about?
So, Sophia, please tell us what you think that means.
They use that to enslave all of us over here. We just got free.
Right. Another low IQ.
Yeah.
Another low IQ individual. Literally, let me give you the context. Let me give you another. Let me give you a context of what that means. Okay. What the persons that were speaking there, right? That was coming from the Christians telling the Jews that they should obey their masters because they were currently under Roman occupation. So if anything, the only thing that shows you is how passive they were and how against aggression they were. That's the only thing it's showing you there.
Yeah, no, I get they're chatting that shit, right? But people think God is some soy boy or something, dude. Like, that fool, he has wrath and he has anger, and
no, are you arguing against me right now? I don't understand.
No, I'm just saying like no, okay, I'm just
why are you trying to make the opposite point of what I'm
I'm just saying like,
so like, don't worry about that part, right? Because so God can have wrath, right? But you are supposed to be chill.
No, of course, yeah. He teaches us to be,
right.
Like Jesus getting crucified, he could have stopped it all.
Right.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So do you believe in God?
Yeah.
And would you agree that God has a set path or a plan for everyone?
If he does, he never told me about it.
Okay, that's where it's hard for me to argue this. Is I've heard plenty of Christians say everyone has a set path in their life, but what about the kids? This is just information from Google.
Right.
It was 1,000 to 1,200 kids under 15 die of cancer every year. So I don't see a path that's set for them.
Yeah. So the reality of it is this, right? We don't know what God is thinking. We just don't. We can claim it. We can say the Bible says whatever, but at the end of the day, we don't know, right? So we can assume, I hope that he's a good guy, but maybe he's not even a good guy. Maybe he's an evil guy. I don't know. So
that's where I would agree.
Yeah. So I don't know what God is, but I'm hoping that he's a good guy. Maybe he does have a bigger purpose for those kids, right?
Can I challenge Noah on his beliefs real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. How do you define evil, bro?
Oh God, that is so evil, bro. Evil is what he just said. A little kid having to deal with cancer. That's evil.
There's my point again.
I agree. I agree with that.
Super evil. When I was paralyzed, so I had this disease where I was paralyzed and in pain 24/7. Unbearable. I couldn't even sleep. For a year and a half. That's evil. Okay?
I agree.
Hey,
But what I'm
gotta-
saying
I
is,
gotta-
he's saying that it's the
Tom,
result
hold
of
on.
God's plan rather than
so
an enemy.
but then you went into saying what's evil. Like that's clearly evil.
No, I'm saying
So-
like based on his worldview, like why does he think it's God that's evil?
Who else
Well,
would be? In that
My
scenario?
point is, if God
The
is
enemy?
said to be all powerful and
the
all
enemy
knowing,
that the enemy that God created is evil.
Yeah, the
Slaves
enemy who
obey your
used
masters
free
is
will
in
to
Colossians.
freely.
That's
but if God is
So-
all powerful, why would He create
Yeah,
evil?
he could
or
just
even have
delete,
those
he
kids
could literally
born
just
of children?
delete the enemy. He could just delete.
Yeah, he
No,
could, but like
that's
you said, we
the
don't know what
difference.
God's thinking.
There'd be no faith. There'd be no.
Okay,
my
if
defense is there'd be no faith.
if we don't know what God's thinking, then why would we assume that He's good?
I mean, if there's,
It really depends on where you come from. Like, so for example, in the Quran, I would argue that Allah is not good based on His character and what's displayed, and then based on the Bible, on that worldview,
There's
I
no
would say
difference.
that
There's no difference. What you just said is that what you just said basically is that you're saying we don't know what God is intending by
no,
what
scary,
He's doing.
scary. Like, okay, like, so what's written in their book, right? Is that shit what you just reading right now, right? I think we can all universally agree that the 10 Commandments don't hurt anybody, and it's a good standard to live by.
But
and it
your
doesn't have to be the 10
God,
Commandments.
but your God commanded the same things in the Old Testament.
Yeah, how many people were unalive for breaking the Sabbath, dude? You don't know the Bible.
Right.
I mean, well, yeah, but I'm letting you know, like,
But, hey, listen, the slave comment, that's in Colossians, which is a European book. It's not to Jews. You're wrong, host.
Safian,
You gotta know your history.
Safian, please be quiet, dude. I know
You're
what I'm
wrong,
talking
dude.
about.
Sorry.
I
It's
know what I'm
Colossians,
talking about.
not Jews.
What are you
European.
talking about? It's European.
Colossus is a European
Colossians
city.
is not European, dude.
Yes, it is.
No, it didn't. No, it wasn't. Europe didn't exist, you nut.
Yo,
What
did
are you
Paul live in
talking
Europe?
about?
I had no idea, bro.
Right.
Yes,
what a
Paul
goofy-
Tarsus is in Turkey, which is in
okay.
Europe today.
That's not currently but that wasn't at the time.
Corinth
Colossians, listen, those books are letters to people, so you don't even know where was he
To a
sending that
church
letter.
in Colossus, which is in
Okay,
Europe.
so now Safian, please explain to us what his point in writing that was.
Yes, there have always been slaves in Europe. They
That's
enslaved
not what I
each other.
asked you.
Long before they slaved the
What
Africans,
was
they did it to each
Paul's
other.
intention in telling whoever
Slaves
to
obey
obey
your
their master?
Don't seek to be free. Stay a slave. That's
So
what
the
it's saying.
people he was addressing were the slaves, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
yes.
so he was telling his slaves to be
Why not say
obedient.
free the slaves,
Okay,
masters? Why
okay,
say
go to
slave?
sleep. Go to sleep, dude. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Yeah.
He's so goofy. Like
Yo,
the
go
thing
to-
about
go
it
to
that's funny
sleep.
about this, the thing that's funny about this is this. Jesus was presented with the same exact question. Why don't you free us? Did you come here to liberate us from the Roman Empire? And what did he say, guys? All the Christians. What did he say? Christians don't know?
Hold on, Safian, go to sleep, wake up, and then flush Satan out of your nose, bro. He's in
Right,
there.
right. Christians, what did he
Get it out.
say? What did Jesus say when the disciples and the Jews that were being occupied by Rome, when they asked him, did you come to liberate us from the Romans? What did he say? Please tell me you guys know this. How do you guys not know this and you're Christian? He said, my kingdom is not of this earth. In other words, what he said, you guys are going to have to just deal with it.
I mean,
So Paul is just literally reiterating that sentiment to whoever he's writing that letter to.
yeah, but anything. So for me, like, you can believe what you want to believe. I'm not trying to put my religion on anybody.
Here we go.
No, I'm just saying,
Here
like,
we go, Kenneth.
it's for me. I have faith, bro. If I don't have faith in the belief in something, and that's it. That's it. And then.
Oh, that's it. That's all you wanted to say, that you have faith?
Through my struggle is when yeah, I mean, you can want to believe, like, I pray for everybody, like, I don't wish any ill will on anybody.
But it sounded like
I would
you wanted to say, yeah, but for me, I want to fight against the government or something like that. Sounds like you
No, I'm not radical like that. But I don't even go to church because I don't agree with some of the, like, yeah, it's just I have my relationship with God. I don't think I need the church for that. Like
yeah, you guys do understand why, for example, the disciples were doubting the Messiah, right? You do understand what was one of the core reasons was because they thought in their mind that the Messiah was supposed to come liberate the Jews.
Yeah.
And because he didn't do that and he got crucified instead, they were like, okay, mission failed. That's what they thought. So this is a core tenet in Christianity that he's basically saying, you guys have to stop looking at whatever you think may be happening here on the planet Earth, because that's nowhere near as bad as what's going to happen to you if you go to hell. That's what's essentially the message.
Anthony, his kingdom is in heaven. It's not in the world, but it's obviously in heaven.
Yeah. That's why Pilate, right? Wasn't it Pilate that said, like, oh, what do you say? Do you call yourself the king of the Jews?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. People would, like, they doubted him. What is it? There's disciples with the miracles, right? Like, when he was walking on water, the water was choppy and rocky, and they still thought they were gonna drown, bro. Like, and they're with him, and they've seen the miracles he's done, right? So it's like,
hold on. Look at Sosa. He's bringing up one of these canned arguments. So Sosa says Jesus was sent for the lost sheep of Israel, not all mankind. Right, okay. Sosa. So that is true.
Yeah, wait.
Go ahead, CK.
Wait. That's why the leader. Yo, hold on. That's why there's been so many Muslim terrorists that became Christians, because it's only for people of Israel at that time, right? That's why they had an encounter with Jesus.
No, but
right?
but he's basing it on the fact where Jesus literally says, "I came for the lost sheep of Israel."
I know, but right. I'm being ironic. I'm saying, bro, there's literally been billions of people outside of Israel in the first century.
No,
that's what we have today.
You know what it is actually, CK, is that they can understand progressive revelation just fine when it comes to the Quran. They can understand abrogation just fine when it comes to the Quran. But when it comes to the Bible, they quote a verse and then they say, look, this is the indefinite meaning for all of eternity. Like, come on, dude. You guys are baked.
But when it says something, about their prophet, that's not true.
Yeah. And guaranteed Sosa
Ibn
won't come
Kathir
up
agrees?
Here.
Oh, wait, still not true. Ibn Kathir doesn't know what he's talking about, bro.
Right. Sosa will never come up here and actually have this discussion so we can actually see what else Jesus said. Was that the last statement that Jesus made before he was unalive? That I came for Israel and nobody else? Or did he live a little longer and,
the first century?
And say other words? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
What's wrong? Tell us what's wrong. What's wrong?
It's just like, no.
Get it off, Kenneth.
Nothing's wrong, bro. Like, I hope, as a human being, right, we all have that in us to search for a higher power, right? Like, and so I get, it's your environment, your politics, your friends, your sports teams, it's who you're surrounded with, right? So it's like sometimes you're born into it, sometimes you're not, right? But for me, I look at the logic of things, right? Like, in order for me to deny Jesus or to not believe in him out of everything, right?
Yeah.
He's the only religion banned from schools. He's the only religion mocked.
No,
openly.
but low key,
you know
Jesus,
what I mean? Like,
Jesus does have the best narrative. He does have definitely the best story out of all of them. Because I'll tell you one thing. When I was in the hospital and I was paralyzed, and actually before I was paralyzed, they didn't know what I had. They thought I had a couple weeks to live. If there was one person I could have related to in that moment, it was Jesus, because I remember it just hit me like a ton of bricks when Jesus was praying, and he was like, "Please, Lord, take this cup away from me, but let not my will be done, but yours," or something like that, right? And how he was sweating and he wished that it wasn't happening. Literally, I felt, and there's nobody else who has that narrative.
Yeah, you sweat blood.
Mm-hmm. And I was thinking to myself, like, if God doesn't do that, like if God doesn't experience that and he's just in heaven yelling at us, then I don't want to believe in that type of a God. So Jesus' story is way more.
That's a lot, bro.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, like I said, like whether you believe in the Ten Commandments, like the Golden Rule, treat others, you want to be treated, respect,
Yeah.
it's put, not killing, not stealing, not you know, like that's general society rules, bro. It's not anything. It's not asking too much to be good in nature. You know what I mean? Like you're always gonna fall short, right? Like I don't do the commandments about I don't do this. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go to hell. But like I strive to be a good person every day and treat people with respect.
And then the whole concept of being a slave of Allah. No, bro.
None
No.
can come to Allah except as a slave.
Hell no.
Here's the difference.
But we're
Here's the difference
also
between-
slaves to Jesus.
We're not though. We're not.
It's a
like,
free
the
will.
Bible.
I don't
The Bible.
are.
No,
Christians are.
no, you're not. No, you're
She's
not. The Bible.
being biblical right now, bro.
No, she's not. No, she's literally not. The Bible actually talks about the difference between the mind of a slave and the mind of a son. And the Bible literally says, you do not have a, you do not, he did not give you the spirit of a slave. He gave you the spirit of sonship. He literally says
I
that.
know.
So you should never think of yourself as a slave. Right?
No, he gives you a choice to believe in anything, right? Like
our story is more akin to the prodigal son narrative, right? The prodigal son is the one who runs away from God, essentially, and then he learns on his own that he's going the wrong way, right? And then he comes back and returns. That's the actual feeling you should have as a child of God. A slave, on the other hand, if he runs away, it's a wrap, right? He's cooked. So that's why what happens in Islam when you try to run away from Islam.
Yeah,
the
we can have that debate, but let me just say this difference between the God of the Trinity and the God of Islam. Here's the difference. Jesus comes down and takes the punishment and represents mankind after Adam. He represents mankind a second time, and he takes the most brutal punishment of all time. Here's the difference between him and Allah. Allah sits up there and he waits until Judgment Day, and then he replaces Muslims with a Jew or a Christian to have them take on the Muslim sins. And in another verse, it says, one cannot bear the burdens of someone else. They can only bear their own burdens, their own sins.
Right.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, it's like at least I know I can repent and I can I know in my heart, if it's right or wrong, and I know if I'm sorry for it, truly sorry for it, and I'm not perfect, and I don't want to live my life like, hey, there's nothing to live for, right? But out of everything, if it comes with a little with faith, everything comes with faith or a belief in something out of your control, right? And it's what if he's real, he's real. If he's not, he's not. But at least I was.
There you go. Now, Jess, she actually corrected her comment where she said we are slaves. Yes, it does say we are slaves to sin. That's true. Absolutely. Yeah. But we are not slaves of Allah. Absolutely not.
No.
Yeah. So that's interesting. But
she said we were slaves to sin. Now we're slaves to Christ. So that's my same point.
There's no verse in the Bible that says that.
Well, there are verses that
there's not.
That, but
no, there's not.
Not verbatim that you are slaves to
not
God.
Verbatim, not analogous. Not
well, there's
anything.
ones that have.
The Bible is literally anti. The Bible is literally anti-slave mentality.
Just think of it as a relationship, a relational.
No, brother. Our relationship with God is that of a son and a daughter. Like, I'll pull up the verse. Look, no, it's not either one. It's completely different. Apostle Paul says literally, he did not give you a heart of a slave. Look, a heart of sonship, I think, is the quote that he talks about.
Shiva, you should request up.
Yeah, Shiva, request up.
It talks about slaves like when we were slaves to sin.
Yes, slaves to sin.
That's what it's talking about. But then after Jesus, now we became slaves to God.
That's not what it says, sister. It's not. It's in the context of freeing you from your slavery. That's the entire narrative, like that they get that from is from the Jews where they were slaves in Egypt and then they got set free. It's not that he takes you from being one type of slave to a different type of slave. What does it say in Romans 6:2?
6:22.
Let's pull it up for you. Hold on a second. Sister wants to prove to me how she's a slave for sure. Okay, sister, you are a slave, okay? You're a slave. You definitely are a slave, bro.
That's your mentality then. I mean,
right.
You know what I mean? Like,
See, it says
You guys
now,
are taking it the wrong way.
I mean, hey,
hold on,
I
let me
feel
pull up
free.
your-
I feel pretty
let me pull up
free. You
your-
know what I mean? Like, hey.
Let me pull up your verse on the screen. So it says here, but now that you have been set free from sin and have become slaves. Oh, it does say that. Ew. I don't like that. This is why I don't believe in the
Dang,
Bible.
All right, well, yeah, that can be interpreted. That can be interpreted as like.
Hold on, what does the Greek say?
Exactly.
No, what does the
You're
Greek say?
taking
Hold
it
on,
the
what does the
wrong
Greek say? I don't
way.
believe you.
You're
No, I
taking
don't
it the
believe you.
wrong
No. What does the Greek say?
Who published that? The rock.
This is the corrupt. This is the corrupt. This is the corrupted Bible, dog.
Hey, y'all see what I'm
Oh, Muslims might be right, dog. The Bible got corrupted.
I mean, I don't
We
know.
were
You heard of
bought
the word
at a
and lie?
price. We're not free.
Hold on, but I gotta read the Greek though, because this is.
You heard of
I
the
gotta
word and lie,
find-
bro?
I gotta read the Greek though, because this can't be, bro. This can't be. No.
No, never go full Muslim by the word and
So
lie.
you know, honestly, it's my first time. Like, I had never heard anyone say that, but like, I've been following this other live, and they say those things, and then one has on their bio, on their profile, like slave to Christ or something. I was like, I never heard of that.
Yeah, no, because like I said, when I used to read the Bible a lot, the one narrative that was consistent through most of the text was that we are not slaves. Like it makes that statement over and
No,
over and
I
over
think
again.
that's interpreted as like.
Slaves to sin. We're not
So when
slaves
it
to
says
sin
slaves, like,
anymore.
so he.
No, it didn't say just slaves to sin. It would say it says like it literally says we are the free children. Like it compares like
No,
Ishmael
yeah,
and
Yeah, because
and
we are
Isaac.
free now that we have Jesus.
Right, so we can't be slaves and free at the same time, though. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, thank you for your time, man.
Take care, bro.
Well, we were bought at a price, so we're not.
Yeah,
we-
let me just confirm this in the Greek though, because this is just,
Yeah, that's all I got.
this is my last chance to liberate myself.
Her Bible,
or else I'm gonna have to be a
slave.
slave. I'm trying to find my emancipation. Hold on a second. How does this thing work? I don't know how this
In
thing
Aramaic
works.
too, or something too. Maybe to double check, triple check it. But no, I'm just.
Yeah, I gotta check the Aramaic too, right? Jesus spoke
Hey
Aramaic.
man,
How does
I
this
see something
work?
still there, like Bible, like whole verses are like missing out of the Bible right now.
Does anybody know how to use this website?
Hey, our Bible is literally so consistent with all the manuscripts, so it's not like, like pieces taken out, verses missing, whatever. Like, we have it's across continents.
Thousands of years apart.
Throughout thousands of years.
Many different translations of language. Yeah, like it's
different languages.
Yeah.
You know, so
And
I've
it's
heard
still
I've heard the debate too.
Does
I've heard the
anybody
debate
know
too
how to
that-
use this Bible Hub thing to see the Greek of that?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know how to use that.
So I heard the debate that like that Mary wasn't a virgin, right? Like the virgin doesn't mean the same thing as what it means now, right? Like a virgin back then was an unwed woman, right? Instead of pure. You know, I've heard
But
that
they
debate.
were-
And it's
Bro, boss, you have you sound like Beetlejuice. I mean that
Sorry
with all
about
due respect. No, did anybody ever tell you that? I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying, like, you know
No,
Beetlejuice
I
in the
mean-
movie,
which the new one or what?
the old one,
No,
like back in
no,
like the
I mean,
90s or 80s.
They got Beetlejuice too now, or I don't know. Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
He talked exactly like that. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
No, I just.
Hey, but host, I had a question.
Yeah.
Do you ever use the fact that Islam came like 600 years later in order to disprove it?
Oh, absolutely.
Because every time I share that with a Muslim, they always deny it. They're like, no, it didn't.
No, it came right after. What are you talking about?
No, they know what they say is that everyone in every book used to be Muslim, including Adam, Noah, Jesus.
Yeah, and also they say-
Abraham.
That's what I'm saying. So, like,
they
how
say
can
Muhammad
that
was
be
the first
if
Muslim?
Islam
It's-
didn't even exist?
Well, because
listen.
they say that Islam just means submitting to Allah. That's what they mean.
Yeah,
That's what
they say that Muslim means submitting to God, but that's not actually. It means submitting to God, to the false god Allah, and also Muhammad. You have to pray to Muhammad, and you have to submit to him according to the Quran. Also, they say that Muhammad was the first Muslim in the Quran. They also say that Adam was the first Muslim in the Quran. They also say that Moses was the first Muslim, and they also say that Abraham was the first Muslim. So all four of them were all synchronologically the first Muslims between different thousands of years. So yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so let me see.
Oh yeah, I mean,
so I found the concordance, and apparently it says, again, I don't know how to use this, but it looks like it says it's used in several different ways. One could be enslaved, one could be servants, and another one could be servants.
Yeah, like the way I.
So I'm just a servant, sister. Okay, I'm here.
No, it's like
speaking. What up? Speaking. Come up. Speaking.
Yeah, it's just like when you're not slave by you're bound, right? Like it's.
You said you found the Greek and it says servant.
Yeah, servant.
Servant and slave. And...
Well, yeah, I mean servant, slave.
It's a little nicer though.
Tomato.
I like servant better though. I'm not using that.
Potato, tomato.
Speaking's at work right now. He'll be up here in a bit, and I'm at work too. I was just gonna come up and help you with the Greek if you needed it, bro.
Yeah, help me. How do I use this? Am I using this correctly? Because I don't know how to. So here's the verse right here, right?
Yep.
And then it says, having become slaves in the English, I guess NIV, and then the word is doulothentes. And I guess that means having been servants. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So does it have like G? So that's the Greek equivalent, G1402. So you can look up the different ways that it's used on there.
Okay, so just click on this, on the 1402.
Yep.
All right.
And it'll give you the definitions. There you go.
So it says verb duolo, bring into, be under bondage, given, become, make, servant, enslaved, become slaves, held in bondage, made a slave, under bondage. No, I'm not.
Yes, we were bought at a price.
We were bought at a price.
God
Yep,
damn.
we were bought at a price. Yep.
Jesus didn't suffer all of that on the cross for us to not be his servants.
But how can we be slaves if we're sons of God? God enslaves his children.
So for example, are you?
We choose it.
We owe him our lives.
Are you relationally?
But you can't choose to be a slave.
Yo, scary.
Yeah, you can.
Are you relationally?
You're a slave somewhere.
Like
he doesn't force.
I think what he's
anything.
trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is that now we live for Christ. You get what I'm saying?
In terms.
Exactly. Instead of living for ourselves, being slave to sin, now we live for him. It's not. This is not our body. It's his. It's him living through us, not us.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you this way. Let me
ourselves.
ask you this way, guys, because I do get what you guys are all saying. Trust me. It makes sense. But what I'm asking you is this: when you relate to God, right? How do you relate to him? Like, do you relate to him? Because I relate to him as a son. I feel like I am his son, and when I talk to him, I talk to him as if I would talk to my father. Like, I'd be like.
Yeah.
Like, more, there's a more lax relationship there where I can say, come on, Dad, like, don't be like that. Come on, Dad.
Authoritatively, is your father higher than you?
Absolutely.
So in a sense, are you a slave to your father?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Or a servant, same kind of thing.
No,
Okay,
and again,
servant.
guys, so I'm moving away from like, okay, I see he says we're slaves in a sense, whatever, that's fine. But I'm saying how do you relate to your God?
Look at what Speaking said.
Yeah, I know, brother. How do you relate to your God, though? That's what I'm asking.
As a son.
Right.
He's my father.
Like, even Jesus says, you have been given the son that cries out, Abba, Father. Right? I read that yesterday. I almost had a tear when I read that because I'm like, my daddy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel like he's trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, it's like so me, like, whatever. I don't feel like I don't try to live for this world, right? Like I don't get things in this world don't make me happy, right? It's like it feels like my soul, right? I define it my soul, right?
Because you're born again.
And I'm probably not going to get raptured if the rapture. I'm probably not going to get raptured, but hey, I'll be first in line.
Why are you disqualifying yourself?
No, it's because I could be better than what I am, but I'm better than I was yesterday, right?
Not gonna lie, bro. I'm probably not getting raptured, guys.
No,
bro. Okay, hold on. I don't believe in the rapture, but Kenneth, do you think that do you believe in works-based salvation, bro?
Oh yeah, works without faith is dead. You know, I believe in that.
But
Hold on,
okay,
guys,
but you believe in works.
Guys, let's read this real quick. So look, I want everybody to read this real quick, and I want you to tell me what he's trying to pick out here, right? So it says here, the spirit that you received. Is it? Can you guys see it on my screen right now? Or is it off screen? Okay.
Yeah.
The spirit that you received does not make you slaves, so that you live in fear again. Rather, the spirit that you received brought about your adoption to sonship, and by him we cry, Abba, Father. Right? The Spirit himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. You see that?
We are God's children.
Yeah.
So he's literally telling you should not. I know that. So what I'm saying is, no, I'm telling you that. So I'm the one who's telling you it's not contradiction. So what I'm saying is that when it's saying in the other one, it's trying to pick out something else, right? And like I said, it's more in line with that. It's saying that you should live your life to serve the gospel. That I could agree with. But in terms of how you relate to God,
yes.
You're his child. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Kenneth, do you believe in works-based salvation, though?
No, I believe in work. No, I don't believe in. I don't believe I have to do A, B, and C to be saved, right? But I know my daily struggle in my life and my vices and the things that I could give up and do without. I know right from wrong, and I don't always choose right, but I repent for it, and I truly mean it, right? But it's for me to explain it, bro, is like I'm thankful that Jesus paid the ultimate price for me, and I feel blessed, man. I feel blessed in my life. I've been on top. I've been on the bottom, man. Money comes and goes. I've been up and down, rich and poor, and my faith has never been stronger, man. When I was at my lowest, and I forget, and I think I can do it on my own again, and shit falls apart. I've seen the miracles he's worked in my life and the people around me, and I still do it my own way, man. And I'm stubborn, and I'm not perfect, but
let's read something real quick. Let me interject here. Let's just read this real quick. So the parable of the lost son. I think this is the most beautiful thing that I think all Muslims should hear. Okay, in your religion, when you apostatize, your God says you need to be unalived, and it's over for you, and you're going to hell. Yeah. Okay. Look at the difference in Christianity. The parable of the lost son. Okay. And I want you to think about this in the sense of like those times, like how Kenneth here is speaking, where those times where we go away from God, right? What does God do? Does he turn away from us? That's how you should look at this. So it says, Jesus continued, there was a man who had 2 sons. The younger one said to his father, Father, give me my share of my estate. So he divided his property between them. Not long after that, the younger son got together all he had, and he set off for a distant country. And there he squandered his wealth in wild living, right? Sounds like all of us. Sounds like especially you, Kenneth.
Vegas. I went to Vegas this weekend more than one.
After he had spent everything, there was a severe famine in that whole country, and he had began to be in need. So he went and hired himself out to a citizen of that country who sent him into the fields to feed pigs. He longed to fill his stomach with the pods that the pigs were eating. So this is like basically when you want to go your own way and you realize, where does it always end up? You end up in the wrong spot, right? You end up not doing the right things, not having the right feelings, not getting what you really are supposed to get. Then he says, but no one gave him anything. When he came to his senses, he says, how many of my father's hired servants have food to spare? And here I am starving to death. I will set out and go back to my father, right? Again, think about this in a religious sense. Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. That's how you're feeling right now, right, Kenneth? Make me like one of your hired servants. So he got up and went to his father. But while he was still a long way off, his father saw him and was filled with compassion for him, and he ran to his son. He threw around his arms around him and kissed him. Then the son said to him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer to be called your son. But the father said to his servants, quick, bring the best robes and put it on him. Put a ring on his finger and sandals on his feet. Bring the fattened calf and unalive it. Let have a feast and celebrate. For this is my son of mine. He was dead and he is alive again. He was lost and now he's found. So they began to celebrate. So basically, this is what Jesus came to teach, right? Jesus came to teach that you don't have to look at God as if he's just going to judge you and he's just mean and you're his slave. He's basically saying you're his son and that you can make mistakes and God knows your heart and he will judge you as he would judge his son, not as he would judge a servant. Okay?
Yeah, because as a father, right, like you can teach your kids the right from wrong, but ultimately you got to hope they make the right decision when you're not around.
Like this is actually like, do you guys agree with me that I think this actual story of the prodigal son is actually necessary. I think you have to get a taste of what it's like to be a Christian or believing in God. And then I think you do have to have this moment where you kind of fall away and do things like rebelling against God. And then learn the hard way that that's not the way to go.
Yeah.
And you need a religion at least that allows for that, right? But is that allowed in Allah? Are you allowed to even have doubts?
No.
Are you allowed to fall away? No.
No.
So is that
And
what
they-
happened
they're-
with you? You went away, but you haven't came back yet?
I went away, but then I came back, but then I went away again like seven times. So at this point, I'm just like, yo,
It's
man.
all right. Hey, it's all right. You got time. Yeah, I
got
know what you
time.
mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But
I mean, bro, we don't know how much time we have, but
I get
we
that.
have right
but
now,
I-
bro. That's
no,
all I can
the
say.
end is near, and I truly believe that, and I'm on high alert on anything, bro. Like
Yeah. Euphrates River is drying up, bro.
Euphrates River is drying up.
Yeah, bro.
What's that?
That's
What do you mean?
Revelation.
Oh,
It's a prophecy in the Revelation, and shut up, bro. Here, share your screen and like show it.
Well, so hey, did you? So like I heard something too. Like I'm not my Bible. I'm not saying I'm immersed in my Bible like it should be, but like the 4 horsemen, right, of the Revelation, like the colors they represent is like the Iranian flag, like is how one was interpreting it. The green, the white, on the whole. Yeah,
Green, the white,
just,
the
you
red,
know,
and the
so
black, yeah.
yeah,
So,
it's
host,
just
are you okay now?
Yeah, and I'm totally good. So I signed up for like a clinical trial, which was just supposed to make me slightly better, but I did a couple things on my own with the trial that the doctor didn't want me to do, and it actually ended up making me complete. Like I'm good, I'm Gucci.
So you're
What?
like, you were paralyzed and now you're not?
Yeah, not at all, not anymore. Yeah, I was paralyzed. Yeah, I was bedridden. I was.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, what'd you
Now they
say?
did tell me though that they don't know how. They always remind me because I have to go back for checkups like once every 3 months, and every time I go, he's like, "Look, man, we don't know how long this is gonna last. Like this isn't supposed to work forever." So I don't know, but I'm just choosing to believe that I'm good. I'm good.
Here, Scary Hour, look.
Choosing to believe
See the-
God healed you.
God healed me. Yeah, he picked me up. He said he told me to pick up my mat and walk, so I did that. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, actually, this is better. Look. So you
Why do you
see
put that
it drying
sound?
up.
Hey, Scary, look at that. Look at
Huh?
Yeah, look at this.
So you see this?
Which one? Oh,
This is the Euphrates River. So the before is before. This is how it looks. So you see the Alpha and Omega symbol
Yeah.
right there?
Oh, is that what that
So
is?
that's prophesied. That's prophesied in Revelation. So that's how it looked before. That's where it is now. And look, so it's drawing up at like the fastest rates. You're like,
Yeah, you
drying
know what's
rates.
crazy to me is that as much as I don't want to believe in the Bible, but like literally everything it says is happening, is coming true, right? Like,
yeah,
like and like the literal Antichrist, right? What's the Antichrist in the Bible? The one who says
Oh my
that.
gosh!
The
I
one
wanted
Mr.
to
Beast. I
ask
think
you
it's Mr.
about
Beast.
that.
The
Mr.
one
Beast.
who says that. What does it say? The one that says that Jesus is not what? What does it say in the Antichrist?
Yeah, I think
It's
Mr. Beast.
it's the Muslims, bro. Like it's literally the Muslims, dude.
Yeah,
They're literally.
well, I heard that he's
Have
gonna
you
come from
seen
the
that
Muslim
video
religion,
that
but
says their guy is our Antichrist?
Yeah. It's crazy.
But
It's
then
like
they-
the Jewish,
Basically,
the
by the
Jewish,
way-
the Muslim, and the Christian story is like perfectly matching
Guess
up.
what?
What's up?
In the Bible, it prophesies that the Antichrist will be chopping off Christians' heads.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Does that
saying.
sound like-
And it's like, who
does that sound
else is
like-
doing that? And then like in the Quran, it literally
No
says
one.
strike their necks.
Literally-
like it literally says.
Literally, only Muslims.
Right.
Literally, the only religion, bro.
That.
well, yeah. I think Mr. Beast, he's the most I think, known
Mr.
figure.
Beast.
Dude, he's everywhere. He's everywhere.
I mean, he
and
did partner with
He's
what was
everywhere.
it? Rockefeller brother, or no,
And
not
it's not our generation,
Um,
dude. It's the younger generation, you know.
Yeah.
what was it?
That,
Who did he
that,
partner
that,
with? He partnered with Elon Musk and his new company.
Yeah. So here it is. Who is a liar? It is whoever denies that Jesus is the Christ. Such a person is the Antichrist, denying the Father and the Son, which is exactly what.
Well, if you want to look up 1 Corinthians 5:5, right? Like, so I mean, yeah, Jesus says to forgive but like if people blasphemy, he thinks blasphemy is like the highest insult that's unforgivable.
Well, yeah, blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Yeah,
against the Holy Spirit, right? So he would rather us pray that the devil encounters our enemy than to have to live on earth, encounter the enemy, and
what?
No, so because
what did you say?
He'll like
Wait, what?
We have to pray that the devil encounters our enemy
on this
is the
earth
enemy.
because, well, if he's being blasphemous and doesn't believe or whatever, like the only way. For me, like I feel like a religion is found in
What does
the
this
darkest
verse
places.
mean? I've never read this verse. Hand this man over to Satan for the destruction of the flesh, so that his spirit may be saved.
So like it's kind of like throw him in the fire, like
It's like pluck your one eye out if it causes you to sin type of deal.
It's just let him being. So for me, hell, I don't believe it's fire and brimstone and this and that. It's being separated from as terrible as the world is right now. And God is in it, and He's present, and He's everywhere. But
Are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian. But so
you
like,
think it's
so for me,
metaphorical fire?
I mean, I just think he said.
So, what about the weeping and gnashing of teeth?
Yeah, I was
you don't
about to
believe
say.
that?
Good point.
No, I mean I get that too, but I mean I get that it's never. But I'm just saying like the real punishment is being separated from God, and there be no hope.
Do you think?
Yeah,
do you think
I'm not
that
gonna lie to you. I used to believe that too, but when I left the church, I felt a lot better. I'm not gonna lie. I've been chilling ever since.
Wait,
You were in the wrong church. You were in the wrong church.
Do you believe in ECT?
Well, like I'm saying, but my life is not bad, like in any way, huh?
Wait, Kenneth, do you believe in
What?
ECT, bro? Or
What's ECG?
Eternal Conscious Torment?
I
You said
believe
no fire, so it's
no, it's not.
separation
I mean,
from God.
I mean, it could be. I mean, if
I'm not an annihilationist, but I believe in death because annihilationism is like they immediately die. I think they're gonna suffer, and then they die.
But I think for me the death is not having Jesus in your life anymore. Or
So,
the
host,
Lord.
have you had any Muslim like say that they don't believe anymore, or do they just come up here and argue and then get off?
No, I don't think I've been doing it long enough for that to happen. I have had some people that sounded like they were close to it. There was some guy yesterday that was like, damn man, I don't know, I'm having some doubts, but he didn't fully give up yet.
If you're in
Hey,
doubt,
scary. Hey, you look like Fousey too, bro. Remember that?
Like who? Like Fousey? That's funny.
Nah,
I know. I look like everybody who's bald, basically. That's
sure. No, my buddy
get.
fucking was 17.
You guys ever read anything from C.S. Lewis?
Sounds very familiar. What does he write?
So C.S. Lewis was a philosopher in around the 1950s, 60s, and a
He's a
little
writer, right?
earlier. Yep, he's a writer. So he wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
And Stuart Little too, right?
Chronics of Narnia, those kind of things. Yep. But anyhow, so he was a literary writer and a philosopher. And so he wrote the Screwtape Letters, a couple of those books. But anyhow, in his book, you know, when he was contemplating, because he was an atheist most of his life and became a Christian later on. And in his books, he writes a lot about how his thoughts of what hell is. And one of the things that he talks about is that separation from God. And so in one of the stories that he told, it was a woman who didn't believe in God and, you know, didn't accept Christ. She went to hell. And while she was there, she spent her whole time looking for her son because she loved her son more than God. but her son was a Christian. And so he wouldn't have been there. And so she was tormented by constantly looking for him. And, you know, she encounters someone, you know.
A little trick there.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what it means to be separated from God. Because if God is love, you know, in John 1:4, 1 John 4, if God is love, the total opposite of that, when you're separated from him completely,
yeah, but
is
little
not
dude, so
love.
but you understand what I'm saying? Because like I don't feel any lack of love right now. You get what I'm saying? I don't feel it. Whatever you guys are saying is supposed to happen is not happening with me. I don't.
When you compare after you
earthly
convert,
huh?
when you compare after you convert to Christianity, you'll notice the difference.
I was a Christian for my whole life.
So do you believe, do you believe in Jesus Christ, or do you believe in a higher power, or like a?
Yeah, I just believe in a higher power. I believe in God. I believe in God.
Scary
I
hour.
believe in power. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, scary art. But here's the thing: I don't believe in I don't believe in like that you can lose your salvation. I don't think that you had salvation when you were a Christian and that you lost it, bro. I just think that you haven't gained it yet. I don't think you can lose salvation. So like what I would say is like. And there's a way you can use once saved always saved in a correct way. But
Let me ask you about
also
that.
a way.
Let me ask you because I know even in the book of Revelations, Jesus says that his name will be blotted out of the book of life. Right, and so the book of life is basically what your name gets written when you get salvation. So he still says your name can be blotted out.
Well, like, I don't think it's like, hey, if you're on your deathbed and you, hey, I believe in God now before I die.
Right.
You have to believe. You have to truly believe it.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
you have to actually repent. It can't be disingenuous.
Like the way
Obviously,
the way I genuinely feel, and the only way that I'll ever accept is that God is just genuinely looking at my heart. You know, like he's actually looking at my heart. He's not looking about what I claim to believe or don't claim to believe, because those are just words.
No,
I can easily just say I believe in Jesus, right? But it's like, what do you do? How do you live? Right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's more important than any of this other stuff.
Yeah. But I do think that...
So you think works is more important, like your behavior?
Yeah.
I think works... I don't know...
Not in the sense that like, I have to do certain things to get to heaven. Not in that sense, but just... Like I said, he's
not
looking
like trying to earn it.
Right. I believe he's actually looking at my heart. And so he knows even when I'm failing, he knows why I failed. He knows, okay, he failed here because he did it on purpose versus, oh, he knows here, okay, that wasn't really his fault. You know what I'm saying? I think
it says man looks at the outward appearance, but God looks at the heart.
Right.
So, yeah, but here's the thing. I would say, yes, you can, you know, like he does know your heart, but I would say you still need to have faith, obviously. You know, you can't just like...
Yeah, I have faith that God exists. That's about it.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying...
So you don't believe
you
in Jesus?
I don't know. Like, I don't know, honestly. I feel like potentially, but I don't...
But what about all the evidence for Jesus?
Huh?
What about all the evidence that there is for Jesus, that he died and he rose again?
There is a lot of that evidence. Like that is the accepted historical record, right? That he was. But the thing is that again,
bro.
Like, let me say something. Let me say something. So the people who were here with Jesus had a hard time believing Jesus, right? So how much more me? You get what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying, but it's like after his crucifixion, the rest of the apostles died.
It's not a matter of logic then.
Like I said, logically, I believe he probably existed. He probably got crucified. I believe, and more than likely, it seems like people believe that he resurrected. I believe that, but I just don't think it's for somebody who comes 2,000 years later to defend. You get what I'm saying?
Well, bro, no. Someone came 600 years later and told us the truth, bro. It was all a scheme, bro. all deceived them, bro.
All of the symptom, yep.
It was made to appear.
So let me ask you, like, are you saying God know in your heart, right? Which is true, is what I believe, right? But if you had one day to live, hey,
I wouldn't
Well,
do
do you,
it. I
you don't have
wouldn't
the
do it
courage?
for the. I wouldn't do it for that either. Like I literally had one
No,
day to
but,
live
but
according to the doctors, and I still didn't do it. I still, in my mind, the only thing I was doing was I was relating to Jesus, but I still wasn't saying, okay, for sure, I know, like I'm a Christian. You know what I mean?
no, but I'm just saying, like, I think it's, people can be non-believers their whole life, man, and it's when it's their time to come, man. It's there's something powerful in them reaching out to him instead of, you know what I mean? Like,
No, I'm trying to tell you, the doctor told me I had a couple of weeks to live. I'm trying to tell you, like I was in the hospital.
No, yeah,
the doctor told me I was done. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to be like framing it to him that way.
No,
But,
no, just because he said, like.
So did you leave because of the church?
I left because, so I'll tell you exactly what happened. So what happened was, I'm telling you, I was like 2 levels below being a pastor. So my pastor would send me out to other churches to give the sermons. Okay. And one day he told me to give a sermon to one of the congregations about sexual immorality. And so, I spent a couple of days before that day preparing for the sermon, finding all the relevant verses, whatever. But literally the day of, I ended up, sleeping with somebody, and had to like wake up. Like I didn't even sleep that night. Woke up the next day, went to church, and then I was given a sermon about sexual immorality.
That's crazy.
And I was literally showing all the verses in the Bible, like how it's not allowed and how you're going to hell and all this stuff, and telling the people not to do it. And I'm telling you, like because you wear a suit. By the end of the sermon, my suit was wet, soaking wet, because I felt so judged, so like.
Convicted,
it was convicted. I felt convicted.
Yo,
right? And then of course,
look at this.
And then of course, I told myself, and my pastor also told me, he was like, "No, brother, like don't be so hard on yourself. That's not a reason to give up, because anyway, just repent." What they always tell you. But in my mind, I was like, "Nah, bro," because then literally, I know I'm about to go do it again. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No.
It's because. So the thing is the good thing is that you felt conviction. That means you love God and you want to serve Him and you want to be like Him, like all the correct characteristics of God.
Yeah.
You want all of that and you're striving for that. And the good thing is that you have the conviction.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like for example, with me, like whenever there's something that I'm struggling with, like and I want to do it again.
Yeah.
Like that's only a matter of renewing your mind.
Right. You know what I did one time? I brought a girl that I did that with to the church, brought her to the pastor, and I started crying to the pastor. I started crying about what I did with her. And like the pastor was literally like laughing.
Believe in 3 gods.
He was like laughing at me and stuff.
Hello?
But then I would just do it again. What's up, Trinity?
Yo, why y'all niggas believe in 3 gods?
One God, 3 persons, bro.
Yeah, they don't believe in 3 gods.
Yo, look at you. Wait. Are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
Let's talk about it.
I know.
Hold on. Are you a Muslim?
I know who this is too. I know who this is.
If it's one God, 3 persons.
Son of Hamas turns to Christ.
Why?
Raised in hatred and fear as the daughter of Hamas.
Turn your voice changer off.
Why are you scared?
A former jihadist
turn your voice changer off. We know it's you. I'm not scared. I'm just saying you don't have to hide your voice. We know who you are.
Talk about your 3 gods, man.
All right, talk about it. I just know it's you, Aki. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead.
Aki.
Why does Allah pray to another God, bro?
Aki X?
Yeah.
Huh?
You know that guy's low tier. What you mean?
It's you, bro. I know it's you, dude.
You actually think I'm Aki X?
It's you. Take your voice changer off.
Yo, he don't even need a voice changer to begin with, man.
Take it off. Let me hear it.
Wallahi,
that's your brother.
Aki
Isn't that your brother? Why are you making fun of him?
Wallahi, I'm not Aki X. I'm a different Somali.
See, it's you, dude. I know it's you, dude.
So
anyway, run the argument.
Bet.
You see all this, bro? Yo, Scary Hour, look at this, bro. Look at all this.
False. The Trinity is 3 gods, therefore Christianity is false.
All right, how many Qurans do you have? How many Qurans do you have?
That's just going to be a 2 koke. It's going to be running away.
So do you concede the argument?
That is not a concession.
So what's the difference?
How's that a concession?
What's the difference? I'm asking you.
Given your prior commitments as a Christian, you believe that there exists uniquely one God. But if there exists more than one God, then Christianity is false.
Okay,
So
and
I'm
you
just
would
gonna
make
run
that,
the-
and you
the
would make
standard
that based
argument.
on, yeah, and you would make that based off of the fact that Christians say they have one God, but they have three distinct persons, right?
Nope, it's the fact that they say they have one God.
Same way, you believe you have one Quran, but because you have three
I
distinct
never
recitations.
said that. I never said that there isn't a model where you can count one God.
You know, there's
Okay.
over
Okay,
40
so,
different
but it's not that
Qurans
there
with
is one. No, but Aki, it's not that
translations.
there is one. It's that you also hold to that same model when it comes to counting Qurans. That's the problem.
What model do I hold
How
to?
many Qurans do you have? Yeah.
What model do I hold to?
No. How many Qurans do you have?
Do you even know what a model is?
Yes. How many Qurans do you have?
What's a model?
Brother, just answer the question, dude.
Hey, you don't even know what a model is.
Pretty sure
You
I,
talk about
I
models.
saw over 40.
The,
right?
the way you count. The way you count. The way
No,
you
that's
count.
not what a model is. Go Google
Okay,
what a
what
model
is
is. Google
See,
what a
now
model
you
is.
want to make a red
A
herring
model's gonna
about
be,
what
a
it
model's
just.
gonna consist of. A model's gonna consist of a domain and an interpretation for that.
Okay, so
Right?
what
So
I'm
we're gonna
saying
have
to
some
you
set of
is,
statements. We're gonna have some set of statements. We're gonna see those are consistent. So when they say that Jesus is God and the Father is God, but Jesus is not identical to the Father, then you
Aki,
have
what
two
you're,
gods.
the only thing you're saying, right, without having to overcomplicate it, is that three cannot be one. That's your ultimate stance, right?
No, it isn't. That's a straw man.
Okay, then what is it then?
You can have
Then what is the big deal then?
You can hold to partialism. Partialism.
10
gets you out of the full
recognized
inconsistency.
authentic variations.
Okay, so
Qur'an.
so you hold.
You
So
can hold
wait.
partialism as a Christian.
Okay, so you believe that. So you believe that the three Qurans are part.
What does my belief have to do with any of this?
Again, because I'm trying to see if you're
You
consistent.
said give the argument that the Trinity is three gods. So
Right,
you concede that the Trinity
and
is
I
three gods?
heard your argument, and now I want to see if you're consistent across
Okay,
your
so
own
do
paradigm.
you concede? Okay, do you concede that the Trinity is three gods?
No.
Oh, one God.
Okay.
No, what I'm
so
saying
let's
is
get
that
to, let's get to the argument.
because you also don't concede that three Qurans are one
You also
Quran.
don't. That's literally a two-quote fallacy.
That's not what makes it false.
That's text. That's
What makes-
textbook.
Yeah, but
textbook
explain. Now
Wow.
explain to people why that's a
That's
fallacy.
irrelevant.
Why?
Because a two-quote fallacy is when you say you have this problem too. That's all.
Right,
That's all you're
but
doing.
yeah, but that's
So that's-
only
so that's a
applied. The only
two-quote-
the only
that's a
reason that's
two-quote
the
fallacy.
only reason that's applied is because you're basically saying I don't have to explain my position. I'm explaining my position. I agree that there's a counting method where you can count three as one. So I'm not doing a two-quote way.
No, you are. I'll tell you why.
No.
If you were doing an argument of consistency, you would at least
So-
you would at least address the argument first, disagree with the premise, and then
I'm not
engage
disagreeing.
in that. And then after you do, then you
Hey,
can go
can't-
to my paradigm.
Can't comprehend.
So I disagree.
It seems like you
with,
guys are just scared
I
to
got
defend
you.
the
I got
Trinity.
you. So I'll say it. So I disagree with your premise that three cannot, or three is not necessarily one. I disagree with that.
That even wasn't my premise.
All right, well,
That's confused. You don't even know what my
you told me not to do a two-quote way, so I'm telling you my argument.
Hey, you guys boys or what?
Just,
You guys
just to
boys?
make it easier, do you guys hold
We
to
used to
like
debate back in the day.
what view of identity do you hold to?
Classical, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, if you hold the classical, then that would be Leibniz's law unrestricted, and if that's the case, then you do have
Why are you adding
either
stuff
three
to
gods.
it? Leibniz
Well,
law.
he can't wrap his head around
You have a
the
form
Trinity,
of
but he can.
consistency.
Trinity,
probably-
Aki, the only thing you're doing now is you're trying to catch me in little semantic words. Like you understand very
I
well
can
what I'm
explain it.
saying.
I can
Everybody
explain it.
else understands what I'm saying. As long as you're okay with having three Qurans or parts of a Quran, then we're equal. There's no way around it. You know
Scary,
this.
bro. You don't
Okay,
understand,
so-
man.
Libiano holds to this. Like all your top guys hold to this.
So you concede if I have three Qurans, you have three gods.
No.
I want to say yes so bad because I know you can't say that. But I know you can't say that, Aki. Aki, but you know you can't say that. Be honest. You know you can't say that. You know you can't say that.
Nigga. You can't prove that I can.
Yo,
you can't prove
this
that I
guy's
can.
too funny, dude.
I can literally say that I have three Qurans, and you cannot say three gods. What are you going to call me? A
All right,
polyquranist?
No, that's fine. Say it. Go ahead, say
Oh,
it.
no, nigga.
Say you have three Qurans.
Polyquranist,
Say
nigga.
it. Do you have three
But
Qurans?
you're
Say it.
polytheist.
That's fine. Say
But you
you
would
have
be
three
a
Qurans.
polytheist.
No, but just
so
say
you
it.
say you say you have three gods, I'll say I have three Qurans.
Please, just say it though. Say it, please.
You say you have three gods, I'll say I have three Qurans.
No, you say it first. You say it first.
No, you say it first. I'm the one that gave the argument, and you're the one that ran.
Bro, Scary Hour's not even a Christian. What's your point? He doesn't have three gods, bro. What do you mean?
So let's talk to you then.
Don't fall
All
for
right,
it,
bet.
brother.
Hey, let's talk to you then, nigga. What's up? What's up, nigga?
Don't fall for what, bro? I don't know how to debate this stuff.
Hey, nigga.
Go ahead. Don't let him out of this, though. Don't let him out of this, CK. Don't let him out of it.
Yo,
No, I got you, bro.
CK, let's talk, man. Let's talk. Me and you little homies, man. We're gonna be homies after this. You about to say, look, after this, you about to use the egg analogy for the Trinity, nigga. Oh man.
Hey, Aki, does Allah wonder?
What's wonder mean?
Wonder, surprised, shocked, awe.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
Ajep 2, Ajep Ta, brother.
I love this argument.
So he's not all knowing then?
That doesn't follow. That's not an inference.
Wait, so if you know something's gonna happen, you can still be surprised?
It's wonder. It doesn't say surprise.
Wonder either means you don't know something, so you wonder what's the reality of it,
Nope, that doesn't
or
follow.
you
What's
can
the
be
argument for
caught
that?
in wonder. I'm telling you what the two definitions are. You can either be like caught in wonder, or you can be wondering as in an inquisitive way. So either way, it would imply that you don't have all knowledge of future
I could
events.
wonder. I could wonder about something, yet I still know about it. I still know what's gonna happen. That doesn't mean I didn't
Give me
know
a plot. Let me
pre-prior
see.
to
Give me
that.
an example. Give me an example.
Just like I'm wondering how. Imagine from the biblical God perspective, he wonders how his creation would disobey him. Although he already knew that they would disobey him, but he still
That doesn't make sense.
He still wonders about it.
No, that doesn't make sense.
The Bible says that God has thoughts.
God
has thoughts.
Look. For example, Allah literally says that if you did not sin, He would raise up people in your place to sin.
Yup.
Wait, hold on.
So
let me say something.
After making that statement, he cannot then wonder how they sinned, dude. What are you talking about?
Bro, wait, Trinity, why are you calling it the biblical God, bro? Isn't that your God too, according to your Quran?
Well, if you're gonna get into like sense and reference, if you're gonna say it's the biblical God, and from your perspective, it differs in sense from mine, but the extension is the
Well,
same.
I know, but doesn't but isn't the Muslim claim that it's the same God? It's the God of Israel.
If I say the biblical God and I say the Islamic God, why can't they have the same extension?
No, so basically what I'm saying is the Muslim view on it is that Jesus is only a prophet to the one God who's displayed throughout
CK,
the Torah, the Injil, and the Quran.
Look, CK, can you say that you believe in the God of the Old Testament?
Well, yeah, bro.
Do you believe in the God of the New Testament?
Yeah.
Are they different gods?
No. But I'm saying you just refer to it as the biblical God whenever you're supposed to believe in the Bible and the Quran.
You see,
bro.
that doesn't follow just because I say the biblical God.
It does because we have different religions and you are the only one here who believes in the Quran, bro.
Hey man, and that don't that's irrelevant. You literally said that if I say the biblical God, that means it's a
Hey,
different
can
God.
you
That don't
turn
follow.
off your voice changer? It sounds really ugly.
And if I turn it off, then you're gonna be in my DMs. I don't want you to be in my DM.
Yo.
No one wants a Muslim who knows
chill,
raping a woman, having a little child.
Host likes to have most y'all.
CK, chill. Aki's actually being kind of
I'm a real one.
reasonable right now. So but just so you guys know, Aki is a professional debater, so he's been doing this for way longer than I have even. So
yeah,
this is
well,
why he
I mean,
can
it's
catch
really
you
hard to
guys.
make a good case for Islam. Never seen it happen.
Is he?
He's terrified of him.
I don't think so, bro. I've been seeing God Logic been pulling up, and it seems the other way around.
Yo, what happened to Muhammad Hijab, bro? What happened to Mimi Hijab?
Why did you do that? Hey, why did you do that one thing where you tried to pretend like you were serving them with papers?
That wasn't me.
Okay. Now you're right. I'm kind of being the cops right now. Never mind. Allegedly.
Hey, but he did serve
Scary, I got a
with the
question.
pictures, the papers though. Whatever.
He did what?
He did serve them though. That was
he
some
did?
Shit. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yo, Scary, I got a question.
So CK, what were you
Hold
saying?
on. Let me ask Scary a question.
What's up?
What's the typical payout for 4 coins gifted to me, bro?
What's that mean? Oh shit, I don't know, dude. Couple
Yo,
of
what's
shekels,
that
I guess.
payout, bro?
Couple shekels.
Hey, so why was
Couple
Logic getting help
shekels.
from people from the background though?
Why does what?
Why was Logic getting help from people when Hijab was talking about.
Bruh, do not bring up hijab, bro. Hijab got cooked. Wait, hold on. Wait.
Be honest.
Aki, be honest. Okay, be honest. I'll be honest. I think it was a tie. I think God Logic won on the dilemma, and Hijab won on the Trinity. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I could say that I wouldn't say that he won completely on the dilemma, but he also didn't win completely on the Trinity. But it was like a tie still.
Okay, overall tie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think either of them did good.
Yeah, nah. Most Muslims say it was a tie too. I've heard a lot of Muslims say it was a tie. I think it was.
Yo, why did he copyright strike?
But he went out bad as hell though, because that last couple minutes.
And Daily Dose of Truth.
It looked like Logic won.
All kinds of people.
Wait, so just because he copyright strike, that means that he lost? That doesn't follow.
No, but he literally said he wasn't gonna do that though, Aki.
Yeah. First of all, he lied.
Yeah,
and also, if he won, why does he want people to see, bro?
He still did it.
God Logic got like double his views
that's how you
in like
take
2
it.
days.
That's how you take it.
Oh no, I've seen Logic tell people, hey, if you come up, it'll just be me and you talking, and then people will come up, and then he'll bring everybody on them.
Okay. You don't feel like Logic tries his best to be honest? Like you don't feel like that? You don't think he's like a overall decent guy?
No, he doesn't. Definitely not.
I guess, bro.
Definitely not. If he was honest, he wouldn't post it about that stuff about Libiano and.
I wonder if we're gonna get a lawsuit.
Wait, what? Whoa, what? Wait, what? Hold on. About Chris and Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, because Chris and Speaker's Corner, they pulled up to Libiano and they said we're gonna win. We're gonna fight them physically. As
what?
Them niggas pulled up and they said we're gonna fight them physically.
Yeah.
Chris
the gangster Chris. Who knows Chris? Who knows Chris here? Do anybody know?
I know Chris, bro. He got punched in the face.
Okay,
yeah,
does that guy give you gangster vibes?
Punch another guy in the face.
Does he give you gangster vibes though?
People, bro.
Does he give you gangster vibes?
And Chris was trying to punch the other guy in the face.
So, Aki, do you think that Chris was walking up like, "Yo, what's up? Let's throw down"? That's what he was doing.
They literally said in the video, "We're gonna physically fight them here."
Come on, bro.
Show the video, bro.
Crazy, dude.
It's on YouTube. It's literally posted. The police literally gave him that footage. The cops gave him that footage.
Okay, do you know anything? Do you know? Is it going to court? I'm assuming it's going to court, no?
I'll tell you why it's not going to court. Because
it's not going?
The reason why Chris didn't press charges because he was drunk.
So what?
Bro,
What's
what?
wrong with being drunk? Is that illegal?
Well, the whole point is that if he's going there drunk and he's saying we'll physically fight them here,
No, he
then
was
clearly they have bad intentions.
not drunk. He was not drunk.
He was clearly drunk.
Actually, no, he was not.
Hey, little deer, he was clearly
He had
drunk.
a cold.
He didn't seem drunk to me when I watched it.
That's
But
what the
to me,
Dawa
that's
guys
irrelevant. To me, that's irrelevant
Yes,
whether he
Dawa
was drunk or not.
He literally got confused
story
between
the
Adam
Dawa
Sandler
guys
and
gave him.
Libiano.
Clubhouse, had you been cooked?
I don't think that it makes a difference whether he was drunk, but I don't think he was drunk because when I watched it, he seemed fine. What I do see is that he looked like he was trying to act tough, which is a little bit out of his character, and I think he was nervous and he kind of like overplayed his hand a little bit the way he came.
He was slurring too. He was slurring as well. He had all the signs of getting drunk. Even Christians told me that.
I mean, literally, what happened was the other guy got punched, and then only thing he said was, "Yo, like, what are you doing?" And then he got punched for that. So
yeah, well, he ran up at that guy at the same time. They both ran at each other.
I don't know. So you don't put any blame. Okay, you don't put any blame on the other guy.
I put the blame on both of them.
Oh, okay.
How come in the videotapes, how come was it Orthodunks was actually visiting with that kid after the, yep, I call him Orthodunks. I've known him longer. When actually they showed him talking with that kid after he had already punched Chris. Don't just go ahead and go. Go ahead and go. Get out of here. And the kid took off running, and that's when Chris went after him.
Okay, the same reason that Chris was hanging out with the guy that said we're gonna physically fight them here. Damn, little deer, you just got baked.
Okay, let me ask you this. Aki. Where can I see that? Where can I see that statement? Because I didn't see that in any of the videos.
If you go to I forgot which channel. I think
the video that
Libiano posted it too. Libiano, Ali Dawa. They got the footage from the police who gave it to them.
But did they post it?
Did they post it? Yeah, they posted it. You can see the whole thing.
Bring your evidence. Where is it?
No, I'll look for it. I mean,
Ali Dawa. It's in the beginning of his video. It's in the beginning
where
of
they
his video.
both were together. No.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
watched
yeah.
that one. I watched that one. No, I did watch that one, and from what
They
I
said we
remember,
will physically fight them here.
no, that's not what he said. No, I remember.
I'm glad that's what he said.
No, I know what you're talking about because I remember Chris did a reaction to that Ali Dawah video with Libiano, and I remember they explained it. And I don't remember what it was, but it made perfect sense what they were saying.
How can they explain we will physically fight
I don't
them
think
here?
I remember. Then it wasn't that. That's not what he said, though. That's not what he said.
That's literally what they
I think
said.
he misheard,
It's clear.
or I think it was somebody else yelled it in the background, and it sounded like it was them, but it wasn't them.
No, it couldn't have been anybody else because it was the people that they were with. They were carrying all the equipment and stuff.
Yeah.
They said that.
Maybe I mean, Aki, I do want to just ask you before you probably got to go. I do, because I remember when I first met you guys, I didn't know shit about Islam. Now I know a lot more, and I really want to know if you stand on, like, because you probably are not the type of person to shy away from the stuff that we would think is like bad or evil, right? Like fight the disbelievers and fight the people of the book. Do you stand on that type of stuff?
That's not like unrestricted. We can't just go up to anybody and just fight them.
So what's the fiqh that is saying you can't just do that?
If they fight you.
That's not.
There's a whole book by Ibn Taymiyyah where he wrote and he explains and he gives all the evidence for.
So do you disagree with Ibn Kathir's interpretation?
You can't just. Yeah, Ibn Kathir doesn't just say to go to any disbeliever and fight them.
So what Ibn Kathir says is that on the basis that they are disbelievers makes them eligible for fighting against.
Yeah, but fighting against doesn't always mean to be physical.
I mean, it comes down to fight them until you pay the jizya. So I know you're not. It doesn't require physicality, but at least there's a threat of the possible physicality.
There's a whole entire book that you can read that refutes the idea that you can just go fight any disbeliever.
What book is that? I actually want to read that. What book is that?
It's
it in
by Ibn
English?
Taymiyyah. No, it's
There's a book called the Quran that says otherwise.
Hold on.
in Arabic. Oh yeah, well guess what, CK? Watch how you get fried. All the evidence that he uses in the book.
So basically,
all the
okay.
evidence that he uses in the book
I
is
can't
from the
hear you
Quran
with your voice
So
voice.
you're against. So
Yeah,
you would be
yeah.
against. So you would be against fighting somebody for their beliefs. That's what you're saying. Or even like.
If you were just look, if you're saying that I can just go walk up to anybody in public and just fight them just because of what they believe, no, we can't do that.
No, I know, but there's a lot of nuance that goes into that because, like, for example, they always say that there has to be an Islamic leader that has to announce a fatwa to do it, etc. But I'm not talking about that.
Even if there's a caliph, you can't just fight them for that reason.
That might be
because
better,
of what I read, and this is the part that I'm questioning. When I read Ibn Kathir's tafsir on the whole chapter, what it says is that the people who had fought them was the Qurayshi, not the Christians and the Jews. And then on verse 28 and 29, it switches the topic from talking about the Qurayshi pagans who broke the peace treaty to just randomly bringing up Christians and Jews.
No, it's both. It's Byzantines. And they were planning to attack the Muslims too.
Yeah, but the problem is that Allah doesn't say Byzantines. He says Christians and Jews, and then he goes into detail about what they believe. So, and not once does he say because they fought you. Huh?
This is...
There's plenty of examples that you can find. Byzantines are part of the Christians.
Not according to that surah or the tafsirs. This is the problem.
Yo, scary.
You know that verse 29 specifically. Hold on, guys. You know that verse 29 specifically was revealed before Tabuk.
Okay.
So that's before they even had any issues about hearing rumors of the Romans.
No, before the battle.
Right. No, but the quote unquote battle, which never happened because the Romans retreated supposedly. There was the justification for that was supposedly that they had heard rumors, but according to Ibn Kathir, 929 was written before that, and he makes no mention of any Roman rumors or anything.
No, Ibn Kathir doesn't make mention of Roman rumors. He doesn't have to.
Right, but what
we
he
have
interprets it.
Reports for this.
He actually says that the only reason they were commanded to go fight the Romans is because they lost the income from closing the markets in Mecca, in the Kaaba.
I don't know. I think that you're just reading. I think that you're just reading the short version of Ibn Kathir in the English. You're not reading the Arabic.
Yeah, but why would he leave out the most important part?
It's not him leaving it out. It's the people. The Ibn Kathir in English translated is just the shorter edition of it.
Right, but this website that's written in English, they're leaving out the justification. Like, if it was something defensive, that would be easy for them to just say this was defensive.
Because this abridged version of Ibn Kathir is translated in English. It's not the full Ibn Kathir tafsir.
No, I agree with you, but what I'm saying is, would it make sense for them to leave out the part that says this was defensive?
They can't leave it out because that's the abridged. They can't put it in because that's the abridged version.
I got a question.
In an abridged version, you still have a chance to pick what you want to leave in and leave out. Like, what do you mean they can't put it in?
No, I'm saying the reason why it's not in is because it's the abridged version.
I'm just saying, but that would be a weird part to leave out of the story. And then he goes into detail about saying that the reason why they were fighting was because they didn't have money. He goes into a lot of detail about that.
Do you like London right here, bro? Is this London?
Hold on a second, boss. So he literally says that the reason why they fought, boss, please.
Yeah.
He literally says the reason why they fought is because the markets of Mecca got closed. He literally said that's why they fought.
Yeah, I look, if you read the full version, because it's often what the people who write the tafsir do is they'll give things that were said, not necessarily their own opinion. But even if that's his own opinion,
he says the people who said it were Ibn Abbas, Mujahid Ikrama, Sa'id bin Jubair, Qatada. These are like big heads.
Well, yeah, obviously I know they are, but you're not getting how the tafsirs work. And if you go to Tafsir Tabari, you actually see that Ibn Abbas is mentioned like in 10 different narrations, but that doesn't mean that every single narration is authentic. So that's a whole process in and of itself. So I don't know why you guys waste time on tafsirs, honestly, because you guys.
I mean, what else do you expect us to do if we want to learn?
Plain read it. If we just plain read it, it doesn't make it any better.
Yeah, no,
for
seriously
you.
though, what would you have us do?
Well, I'm not saying that always using tafsir is bad, but I'm just saying using a tafsir against a Muslim and saying you have to accept this or something, or it's a bad thing.
No. See, I don't do that at all. What I do is I say, okay, first of all, if you think this is wrong, then takfir him.
That doesn't mean I have to takfir him. I can show you plenty of things that Augustine was. Look, if I tell you some stuff Augustine said,
I totally get that,
she'll
but
get
then
sick.
no, and I would hold
That doesn't
Christians to
mean
the
she
same
has to takfir
sin.
him.
No, I agree with you, but what I'm saying is, if you don't takfir him, then I would just say, okay, then that just all you're saying is I wouldn't do it, but if somebody else does it, they're still Muslim. So I still find a problem with that.
No, that doesn't mean that he's no longer Muslim. Ibn Kathir has certain opinions that I disagree with. I take from other scholars.
Right. So what I'm saying is you would not condemn them as not being Muslim. So that means I can consider it Muslim as an outsider. I can say, okay, then it's all doing it and not doing it is both Islam.
No, that doesn't follow. You look at the evidence that they have for it.
They did do it. You can actually see historically Muhammad and his caliphate after him all went on offensive wars.
Yeah, I'm not saying that everything was always defensive. Obviously, conquest is something that's.
And Allah said, and Muhammad said, I have been commanded to fight until they say there is no Allah, there is no God except for Allah.
Yeah, so, but that doesn't mean that you can just go into any location.
I know that, but then that means the only reason you wouldn't be doing it has nothing to do because you think it's evil or wrong or anything. It's just because it's
that's not true. The book that I told you about by Ibn Taymiyyah, he gives so much evidence that you can't just go hurt disbelievers.
I know you can't. But what I'm saying is the reasons why you can't is not because of like empathy or something like that.
Nope. No, Ibn Taymiyyah in that book gives plenty of.
You keep saying you can't go into anywhere.
What's the reason?
What places can you go into and do that?
Because it says that God does not forbid us to be just to the disbelievers.
Right, but then you have what is justice, right? In Islam, basically talking against Allah is considered war against Allah.
Yeah, apostasy, you kill them if they're apostate.
Hold on. If I talk against Yahweh, wouldn't that be blasphemy? Let alone Yahweh.
Yeah, but we're not going to
come nobody's going to come.
CK, you wanted to get the hands. Now you got the hands, boy.
But nobody's going to.
No, I'm just.
But nobody's going to come on a live view. CK, please. Nobody's going to come on a live view.
Let's see about that. CK. So in the Bible, 12 little boys called Elisha bald, and they called him Baldy, and then they got unalived. Nigga,
I was just looking up a
little
bit ago.
Boy. Literally.
To refer to our boy Scary.
That's fine.
Hey. What's up, CK?
Yeah. So, but you understand, a Christian would never be able to find a justification to do that anything to you for blaspheming.
Only some Christian nationalists have done that when they stormed the Capitol, but that's not every Christian, bro.
Are you kidding me? Yo, the Catholic Church literally used to unalive Muslims daily, like crazy. What you mean? Even for blasphemy?
Wait, you said used to?
Yeah.
So what if I tell you? So what if I tell you? So what if I tell you that as a Christian, I would condemn that from the Catholic Church?
Yeah, but based on what? I take the Catholic Church to be most likely, given like all the historical context and the fact that you guys have no way to understand. Like, okay, if I ask you, how do you know the Bible that you have today is actually the correct Bible? Because the Catholics are the ones that have the better say in that.
What do you mean by that? You mean they have a different? You think they have a different Bible than the rest of us?
No, I'm not saying like because they have.
Yet? Don't the Orthodox have a bigger say yet?
No, I don't think they do.
But the thing about it, no, but
the Catholics can argue for the papacy.
But Aki, when you read, bro, Aki, I think when you read the New Testament, it's clear that Jesus was against anything like that. Like, he literally got unalived by the Romans.
All right, bet. So let's see about it. So if Jesus is against unaliving for blasphemy, then Jesus is against himself. Jesus is against unaliving for blasphemy.
No, he's not. He's not against it in the sense of like ultimately, like, because I know you're talking about probably like God's judgment eventually will unalive people for blasphemy, but he's against you doing it here on earth.
Wait.
Yeah, humans aren't allowed to go and murder other humans based on God's law.
What? Yo, Deuteronomy.
Let me explain it. So what it looks like to me, I'm explaining.
You have to unalive your own parents.
No, I'm explaining to you. So what it looks like is that God basically allowed it in the Old Testament to show you that it doesn't work.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
he allowed it to show you that it doesn't work?
Right, yeah, because people need to see. They don't want to believe it. Like, you can't just tell a person, because a person's natural thought is to think, okay, if you do something to me, I got to do something back to you. So God allowed that for a time, and then he clearly said, no, this doesn't work. So now we got to go off of
He didn't allow it. He literally commanded it.
And he commanded it too. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm
so
not going to say.
God can't command anything immoral, right?
No. Technically what you're saying is right, but what I'm saying is to this, my point is this. So now the Christians come along and they have a completely different paradigm, right? And so it's kind of weird to say to them like, oh, you need to be able to understand the Jewish paradigm, because that's not what they grew up in.
Okay, so God doesn't command anything immoral. God commanded something in the Old Testament which you consider immoral. Therefore,
right. So it's contradictory, right? Because from your point of view and from a Christian's point of view, God is the decider of immorality, right? So he can't. It would contradict to say he does something immoral. But yes, something that I wouldn't do for sure. But again, what I'm saying is I don't understand where Muslims like try to hold Christians to that, because all you're saying is like, okay, it happened at one point and they have to admit it did, but they're not going to do that today, and you know they won't. And that's the problem that we have with Islam, is that, yeah, everybody has a bad history, but it's like we can just throw that up to like living in ancient times. That people were savages, but we don't live in that time. So why are we forced to have this religion that's trying to bring that back? You get what I'm saying?
Even those who spread Christianity, when Christianity spread, because clearly it wasn't just something about, oh yeah, just lovey-dovey. Christianity was spread to the sword as well. And when you see how Christianity spread, these guys applied verses from the Bible to show that these blasphemy laws have to exist.
But what I'm saying, okay, don't you see that this same thing that, okay, so let's say you're right, and let's say Christians can also now do the same thing, because you're saying that they're justified according to whatever the church did in the old, the church fathers did. So then that puts us back where we are, where it's like, okay, I'm allowed to fight you, you're allowed to fight me, and now we live in Palestine and there's apartheid, and like, you get what I'm saying?
No, that doesn't work, because even when the Christians were under the Muslims and the Muslims were under the Christians, when the Muslims would walk up to the Christians and start mocking the Eucharist, only then the Catholics, well, at least most of the time, the Catholics would turn back and unalive them for blasphemy. Other than that, they were allowed to live there. And, even if they were oppressed, they didn't unalive them for just that reason.
Yeah, but literally, you read the contract or the agreement that Umar had with the Christians, and he literally says that it was created to humiliate
No. That's
right
literally
here.
fake.
I just read it 2 seconds ago.
Robert G. Hoyland literally talks about this book.
No, he talks. They do talk about what it felt like on a day-to-day life. But look at what he says right here.
You're not getting it. There's Orientalists who talk about this quote-unquote Pact of Umar, right? And they say that it's actually the correct pact is actually not something that was oppressive at all. And why? Is because Robert G. Hoyland, it's either him or somebody else, but he notes that in the pact, he said that the Christians asked them for this.
No, let's look at it. Let's look at it. Yeah, because
you're not reading.
No, I understand what you're saying. It says that here too. So it says right here, this is why the leader of the faithful, Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, demanded the well-known conditions be met by the Christians. And then look what it says. These conditions ensured that their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. And then it says here, when you Muslims, this is the Christian talking now, when you Muslims came to us, we requested, right? So they put it on themselves. When you Muslims came, we requested the safety for ourselves, children, property, and religion. We made a condition on ourselves that we will neither erect, whatever. But that's the same thing as like saying the Iranians right now are going to impose something on themselves. But they're only doing it. No, listen to what I'm saying. So the Iranians are asking right now for a certain conditions, but the U.S. is just saying, nope, we don't agree to that. What else you got? And so the Iranians have to constantly lower and lower the bar up until the Americans agree to give them peace.
You're not getting the point. Robert G. Hoyland and others, they literally say that this story, Orientalists, I'm not giving Muslims, I'm giving non-Muslims, I'm giving atheists even. They believe that this story is a fabrication. Why? Because they think it's very odd.
Why would the Christians? Okay, then let me ask you this: why would the Christians have?
Brother, can I finish? They think it's a fabrication because they're like, yo, what the f? Like, yo, nigga, you telling me that y'all are asking to be oppressed?
Right.
That don't make no sense at all.
Right.
And that, look, they give other reasons as to why it's fabricated, but that's one of the main reasons as to why it's fabricated, because it's just not plausible.
Well, that doesn't mean that I understand what you're saying, but I also agree that the fact that the Christians were supposedly saying we want this to happen, I don't think that's how it happened either. But the point stands that the Quran says that they have to fight and they have to be fought until they feel subdued. And so what Ibn Kathir is saying here is that the fiqh behind that is that they have to feel subdued. So it's not just about paying jizya.
Look, there's like 8 or 10 different pacts historically that they talk about, and these people that I mentioned, like Robert G. Hoyland and all these other guys, they actually know that it's fabricated by Muslims, not Christians, and they say that the Muslims use this as a means to say that the Christians were, accepting what, these conditions and so on and so forth, because they say that it's just implausible to even think that this is even possible for a Christian to even accept. So they actually weaken this whole thing. There's even Muslim scholars who weaken this whole particular.
How would it be implausible when you feel like you're being outnumbered in like, let's say, military force? That's not implausible.
Because look, if you actually look, if you want, I can send you the material. But they give.
No, I understand what he's saying, but this is just how he frames it, right? So that's subjective how he frames it. If that guy frames it one way.
It's not subjective. Looking from a probabilistic standpoint, you don't think that you would ask your own oppressor to give these terms to oppress you.
The fact of the matter is that the Muslims did conquer the Roman Empire. So however we want to put it, they had the advantage, and it is probable for the Romans to basically agree to anything at that point.
Yep, you're saying that it's probable. You're not giving a case. I gave a case how it's not, and then I also told you that these same Orientalists, these same historians, are telling us that this story is fabricated, and the story that is earliest, if you go to Tafsir Tabari, there's a story that's actually earlier than this one, and they actually tend to take this one to be more authentic. But some people still weaken that one as well. But that one is actually not oppressive at all.
Yeah, no, I just reject your stance on that, to be honest, dude. To me, it looks very simple.
Rejecting non-Muslim. So you're just rejecting non-Muslim scholars.
No, but like I said, brother, the Muslims took over. So we can't. You can't downplay that they won. That they
yeah, but just because they took over, look, the Christians took over at a certain point. That doesn't mean that there can't be fabrications.
But why would I believe that it's a fabrication when the Quran says they have to feel subdued? That's part of the ruling.
Okay, feeling subdued doesn't mean that you had to tear down their churches and
Nobody
oppress
said,
them,
but
and
that's
so
the
on and
thing.
so forth.
It doesn't say they were tearing down church. That wasn't part of the agreement to tear down the church. The agreement said they can keep their churches.
No, I'm talking about what the stuff that's in the agreement. Like, you know, they can't practice in public and all this type of stuff.
That's true because you can see that today in Muslim countries.
Yeah, but just because that's in Muslim countries, you can see Christian countries where Muslims are oppressed. That doesn't matter. We don't care
So
about.
where is Saudi Arabia? So where is Saudi Arabia getting that principle that not to allow people?
Saudi
to
Arabia
their religion?
literally lets people practice their religion. What do you mean?
Not openly. They're not allowed to go preaching.
Yeah, they do. What you mean? I mean,
They're not-
look, just because you can't say Islam is this and Islam is that, and yeah, look, we don't believe in no freedom of speech, and Christians don't either. If Christians were seeing atheists say, "Yo, F your Jesus," and
The
stuff like
ruling
that,
here,
they would
ruling
literally
here
unalive them.
says that they can't preach shirk. So that would mean they can't talk about Jesus. Period.
Yeah, but you're assuming that pact is even authentic to begin with. I told you reasons as to why it's not. I've given you actual history books, and I've given you scholars to look at. And look, there's like 7, 8, or 9
Have you
different
seen
renditions
Have
of
you
that
seen the
pact.
letters? Have you read the letters that Muhammad sent out to the Roman emperors?
Actually, historians literally weaken those, by the way. I hope you know.
We can all. That's in Hadith.
No, if you're talking about the handwritten letter.
No, I'm not talking about the handwritten letter itself. I'm talking about the Hadith, the Sahih Muslim or the Sahih Bukhari. I forgot which one, but it's Sahih Hadith that gives you the letter. It's written in the Hadith.
Yeah, what does it say?
It says that I invite you to Islam so that I can guarantee your safety. And then it says that the Roman Emperor. No, hold on. And then the Roman Emperor responded by saying, "I can see that if I don't accept this, that you're going to be conquering the ground that's under my feet." So he took it for what it was meant. It was a veiled threat.
I think you're kind of confused. We don't deny conquering. Real Christians don't deny conquering. They believe in the Crusaders. and the
right.
myth
So
of the
what
Crusaders
I'm
were just
saying
a
is,
reaction to the Muslims. That's
right. So
the myth.
but you can't hold to that position and then say that this position is unlikely, because what it looks like is that Muhammad was going around giving threats to people, basically saying like, look, either become Muslim or I can't guarantee your safety from us.
Just
right.
like
And
Christians
then
do. Just like
accepting
Christians do.
whatever
Christianity
peace
was perfect.
terms. Like, for example, do you know what the ruling on jizya is? Like, what's the amount of jizya? What's the prescribed amount of jizya in Sharia?
It depends.
There isn't
like
one,
some kind
right?
of consensus.
Right. So what the ruling
We can
is
see
that
historically what certain caliphs did.
you can, but you can also see that sometimes it's different than what Muslims usually claim, which is that it's less than the zakat, because sometimes it's double. So what I'm saying is that jizya is whatever amount the two parties agree on. So it's like the Muslim can say, okay, based off of what we think you should do, based off of the offenses that we think you committed, we'll only accept a certain amount. And then the Christian can say, okay, well, can you please lower it a little bit? And they have to come to a consensus.
Christian gets to lower it? Yeah, right.
Not that he gets to lower it, but he gets to debate his case.
There's
right?
no debating. There's no negotiating. What do you mean?
Well, then the fighting would continue at a certain point. What I'm
Immigration
saying is
request
that
up, bro.
What I'm saying is that they make a treaty at some point where the Christian ruler and the Muslim ruler, they come to terms and say, okay, we'll accept
Look, I think
that we don't have to fight you for this
We're
certain
talking about
amount.
conquering. Christians conquered and Muslims conquered. Christians
I'm not
conquered,
doubting
and they didn't just conquer. They used to.
I'm not saying that they can't conquer. What I'm saying is that do you think that should be permissible today for any reason?
If you were a Christian and you were apostolic, you would want your religion to spread.
Not like
so
that.
If
Not
you
like
were to
that, I
want your religion
wouldn't.
to, why not?
Because that's crazy. That's like saying I don't believe in God, dude. If I really believe in God, I'll just say, dude, believe whatever you want. I'll tell you about Jesus, but if you don't want to believe it, Jesus is going to handle you in the afterlife. Why would I have to
No one's
force
saying
you to do anything?
no one can just go rogue. No one can just go rogue and just start attacking people and do that.
So I'm not talking about the rogue. I'm talking about if all the conditions are met, right, for the Islamic, all the conditions that
Yeah, of course.
that
Islam
Sharia
should
or
spread.
fiqh sets, yeah,
Yep, Islam should spread.
right, even
Yeah,
physically and violently.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like Christians believe that Christianity
they
should
don't.
spread, just like they believe it did. Okay, let me speak right now. So Catholics, they didn't just used to unalive. They used to the Muslims used to eat coins to protect their money, and they used to slice their bellies open and take their money. All right, pregnant kids don't matter. They used to boil kids alive. All right.
Scary.
So
Why are you
Catholics,
laughing, bro?
I just don't think there's anybody who's pushing that narrative today besides the Muslims. That's the problem.
It doesn't matter if they're pushing it today or not.
Yo, Immigration United condom request
all
that,
that
bro.
matters is if this
You
is
don't
something
think that you guys but
they
that's the thing,
believe.
because the problem, Aki, is that now you guys are still trying to push that narrative, but the problem now is that you're not as powerful as you used to be. So it's actually like hurting your own movement at this point.
No, it's
working against
you. Don't understand what's going on. The fact that Catholics aren't doing it today doesn't mean that they wouldn't do it if they could. All right, it's just the
Sure,
fact
you can make that
hey,
argument. You can make that argument. Yeah.
People want to obey secular laws, and they want people to be GAY, and they want people to be degenerates, and they want people's kids to grow up looking at people in their bathroom stalls wearing tails. All right, then that's their own problem. But we don't shy away from this stuff. But at the same time, I can be just to a Christian. I can treat him nicely. I can give him dawah, and if he rejects it, that doesn't mean that I go unalive him.
No, I know that.
But obviously,
I know
under
that.
Sharia, if somebody was like coming up to you and say, "Oh, your prophet's this, and that," then yeah, he'd be dealt with, just like a Christian would. The Christians used to do it on the spot. They used to.
No, I get that.
take
But
the
what I'm
Muslim's
saying
head
is
off.
that the Sharia would also say when Muslims have the advantage and the correct conditions, like including the caliphate and God knows what else, they could go fight people and make them pay the jizya.
Yeah, of course, just like the Catholics did.
All right.
When they had the correct conditions, they did the same thing. But then they were terrified of Sultan Baybars.
Sure.
So it is what it is. That's
Immigration
God telling you to spread
United
your religion.
condom. Request
CK,
up, bro.
can you please?
Yo,
I thought you
hold
were
on,
talking.
Scary
about
Robert.
What?
No. Immigration United condom thinks you're scared, bro. He said host is scared.
I'm literally
and he won't
looking at the
request
guest
up.
box. Nobody's requesting. I don't know.
Yo, immigration, bro. Request up, bro. Also, Scary, what do you think about this, bro? They changed the name
changed it
from
to
ICE to NICE.
I don't know.
But all we're trying to do
National-
is tell people to stop worshiping three gods, come to monotheism. It's not. It's not
monotheism,
hard.
I
Not
have a
hard.
really
All I'm
hard
trying
time
to do
believing.
is
I
all
have
I'm
a
trying
really
to do
hard
is
time believing that
tell you
that's what
to-
it's about.
Yeah.
Of course, that's what it's about. That's what all the prophets preached. If you read the Quran, you would know that the prophets all preached monotheism.
Yeah, but
Look, there was even
it
prophets.
doesn't.
There was even prophets, and all prophets were rejected, by the way. And their followers would, like if you look at the story of Noah, they put their hands and their hands on their eyes and their ears, and they rejected monotheism. They didn't want to worship God. They wanted
Yeah.
to worship their idols. They want to associate partners with God.
Trinity,
That is
don't
definitely what it's
don't you think that there's been so much added on top of this idea of strict monotheism? Like I understand monotheism. Like I think monotheism could even be deduced rationally, logically, without having to even have a book. Like you don't need it because
There's
people
obviously
make
certain laws that you have to abide by, and these laws are beneficial for you. Why is it in Saudi or Qatar? I can literally put my phone in the back seat of my car, but just this morning, my friend got his window busted in for keeping a pack of cigarettes in the back seat. Like, come on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the fact that you then would say, okay, we have a prophet, we have a book, we're the ones who were given the message, it's causing what we're seeing today. It's obviously a failed system, and I don't think that's
I don't know
how
how
it
it's
was
a
meant
failed
to
system.
be.
If we look at countries that implement it, and they don't even implement it fully, like Qatar.
The only
and
ones,
Saudi.
the only ones that even come close to working are the ones that have oil money. All the other ones that don't have oil money, it's horrendous what they look like.
Okay, how many grapes are done in Yemen every year?
I don't know anything about Yemen, to be honest.
Yemen, let's say, let's even go with countries that aren't even implementing Sharia properly. How about Jordan? How about Palestine? How about these countries? You will not find nearly as much as grape charges over there as you will over here.
When you
Just
think
grape alone.
about the regulations for a grape charge is out of this world. So I mean, you can't even barely prove grape in Islam.
Of course,
especially not in these third world countries where they probably don't even have technology or anything like that.
Of course you can. And Abu Bakr himself, during the time, someone raped a woman, and he unalived the man for doing it.
Yeah, like I'm not denying that there is ruling against zina, but from what I can see, the whole system is fixed.
No, we're saying grape, whether it be theft,
grape,
whether it be
zina,
grape,
whatever thing, yeah,
whether it be any kind of degeneracy, like
but
drinking,
all that
stuff.
requires several witnesses. So where do you ever see a scenario where you're gonna grape somebody in front of 4 people who plan on snitching?
Sure, you want to see something
That's
cool,
not
bro?
gonna happen. CK.
I think. Look, I think that we're a bit confused. If a woman is getting raped in public,
That's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen.
Are you kidding me? That happens in Tokyo all the time.
In Tokyo.
In the train
Tokyo's-
station.
You know Japan's the horniest country in the
Yeah.
world, right?
In Tokyo.
It doesn't
That's a
matter. It
pretty bad
happens in
example,
New
bro.
York. Okay, it happens in New York too. Bet.
Okay. And
Now
New York
so.
is a
Now
there is a
so.
city with a
But-
bunch
but
of
it- but-
Now
but-
so.
people on
but it
drugs.
I bet
happens.
you I can name you. I bet you I can name you a grape charge. At least 50 grape charges a year in each state.
Japan
happens on a
literally has
subway,
vending
or a
machines of
train,
used panties,
or a
bro.
bus.
So that's a horrible example.
And if it's not
CK,
grape,
can you please
it's
chill
some
out,
kind
dude?
of assault. It's some kind
I'm
of
just,
assault.
bro. I'm just trying to.
You're just
Engage.
interrupting. You're not engaging. You're just yelling things out.
Like let's be honest. In
I'm
the
not
United States, there's a lot of degeneracy over here. I could feel safe walking around in the Middle East, almost, like as long as it's not like some country that's like run down by the United States already. I could feel a lot
Yeah, but
safer
I
walking
can feel
down
safe
the
in the
night.
Middle East though,
All right.
as a white guy
All right, bye, CK.
and a Christian.
I can feel safe walking in the night. But
Would
over
you
here, if
feel
I
safe
walk down in
walking
the
around
night,
and would you feel safe walking in Somalia?
No, I wouldn't. Probably not.
So why is it not working
Corrupt.
there?
That place is corrupt.
But
I
it
ain't
can't be
defending them.
corrupt if they have the perfect system. I don't get it.
They don't have the perfect system.
So that's what I'm saying. So Sharia
Just
and
like Iran
Islam
doesn't have
doesn't
it.
necessarily work then, right?
That doesn't mean that they're using Sharia. There's countries that use like very
Like, if you want me to be
limited
honest
laws.
with you, the only reason why I think Saudi and those countries work is because they're working with the kuffar. They're trying to be partners with the kuffar. They got deals with the
You can claim
kuffar.
that. You can look at
They're
countries
trying
like
to
Yemen.
They're trying to basically live up to like the United Nations standards that are made up by the kuffar. That's the only reason why
If you
it seems to
lived
be
in
working.
if you lived in a country like Yemen or any of these countries, or even Iraq, before Iraq was attacked by the United States, they were flourishing. They had universities and all that, and obviously, the U.S. wanted that to be torn down. They don't want people to learn. They don't want the Abduls to learn, because the Abduls were the ones. If you read a book, it's called Hidden Civilizations.
Yeah, the part I don't get, dude, is just like I lived my life, right? And I was a Christian for a long time, right? And then eventually I got to the point where I was like, bro, get off my back, like in terms of God. Because
yeah, but these
it's like,
laws are good for you.
I understand that, and I agree. Even God's laws are good for me, but it's still the thing where it's like, bro, sometimes I'm gonna break them, and I don't care, and I don't give a damn. And it's like I'm here, I'm forced to be here. I didn't ask to be here, right? And I'm sure you go through that. But
Yeah,
then
but
we're
even
gonna
if you're gonna break
we're gonna
them-
have some caliphate that he assigns the Taliban essentially, that they're gonna go around checking what everybody does. It's like, well, fuck, like you do the same thing behind closed doors more than likely.
That's not the same thing. We don't believe in that. Just because people have the Taliban doesn't mean that that's like Islam or something. And just like Christians have the EDL and they have KKK and all this stuff, that don't mean it's Christianity.
But bro, I can't drink. I can't listen to music. I can't hang
But yeah. All right. When you drinking. Okay. So
Meanwhile, I bet you, I'm pretty sure you drink and listen to music.
Nope. I don't drink. And I don't like music. I don't like music like that. Only time I be listening is if I hear it like in a mall or something or in public. Drinking is clearly drinking leads to bad stuff. One of my old homies hit himself. He powdered himself with a shotgun because he was drunk.
I agree that, but that's not necessarily
And it
the
makes you
case.
depressed too. And it gives you diseases and stuff. It messes your organs up. Like, why would you want to do that?
But I could make that same argument with there's certain things that are bad that the Quran allows that also is bad for people's health and stuff.
Yeah, but just because it's allowed doesn't mean that you can do excessively. Look, I can eat cheeseburgers. Should I eat 10 cheeseburgers a day?
No, like I'm
That's-
talking about,
I
for
should eat 10
example, like
cheeseburgers
I
a day.
had this conversation the other day with somebody, and this is no disrespect, but just for example, cousin marriage is allowed, and that's, I would argue, way worse than drinking.
How?
Because that has generational consequences over time.
How?
Health-wise, IQ-wise, they can't be even productive members of society at some point when you get down into the depths of it.
Oh man, you really need to do some research, man. I don't know where you be reading your stuff.
What do you mean?
Oh, scary hours.
You gotta actually read some stuff more.
I mean, I'm pretty
looking
sure
at
we
these
all
little
saw.
claims like marrying cousins is always bad. If
I'm
that's
not
the
saying it's
case,
always
why are
bad.
Muslims?
It's not always bad.
Okay,
but
well, maybe,
did you see?
okay,
Did you see the debate between?
can be
Did you see the
bad.
debate with Andrew Wilson and Hakikachu?
No.
You got to watch it. They brought out all the statistics about cousin marriage, and he brought out the rate of cousin marriage, and he brought out the rate of birth defects in those countries, and it's astronomical. It's insane, and then the average IQ goes down to like 70, and that's not
People
good.
People can argue. You can look. The food that we eat in the United States. You think that doesn't cause people to be degenerates like CK in the comments? Like, come on now.
Right. So what I'm saying is that people should have the right to choose, but Islam takes that away for people arbitrarily
You don't have
because
to marry
it's
your
not.
cousin.
I know that, but it's also what it's saying is like, what if I want to have a drink? I can't, but then I'm allowed to marry my cousin, and that could cause a birth defect when that's worse than
Yeah, but
anything
just
I
because
would
you're
do.
allowed to doesn't mean that you have to.
I get that, but I'm saying if your argument is that it's gonna ban things that are bad for society, then it should also ban marrying cousins, because
Okay,
on
then
the
if that's
grand
the case,
scale,
then it should
The
also ban
the
beef
prophet
too,
did
because
that.
beef
What
is
do you
gonna.
mean?
If you overeat beef, then it's bad for society. You get a bunch of fat people like CK.
Explain how fat or degenerate.
Hey, man, nigga, you gotta cook so bad when you get up here.
I'm just saying, Aki, it's very obvious to me that it was just a man-made thing, dude. It was just a guy who was living in a culture where most of these things were already happening: marrying kids, marrying their cousins, going to war for their beliefs. All these things were already existing. All he did was regulate it into a system, right? And then when you take all the stuff where they have to explain it away through miracles, it's crazy. Like, why? You know, how was there a culture in Mecca when there's no water? Oh, because the Zamzam well. Like, what? We're supposed to believe that? Like, why does
there was
the
no water?
Why it does say
It
that?
wasn't like, you know, full of water, but there was water.
There was no water. The standard Islamic narrative right now is that the way that they got water in Mecca was through the Zamzam well, which is a miraculous well that God created, which doesn't exist, doesn't work today apparently. You get what I'm saying? And we're forced to believe that that's true.
Excuse me, Scary Hour. I just got one question for you.
Or why does
Scary Hour.
why does the world think that Jesus got crucified? Oh, because Allah made it appear. Like everything gets explained by a miracle.
What you just said there was the most realest thing that you said the whole time you were alive. And I've been listening. That's the realest thing you said. That's little statement right there.
What?
That Jesus was appeared to be made crucified by the will of Allah. What you just said there was the realest thing you said the whole day.
But God in the Bible did that stuff too in the Old Testament.
And then look, and then you guys claim perfect preservation, right? And then look, perfect preservation, right? And then we see a whole bunch of variants, and you're like, oh yeah, all the variants are authorized by Allah. It's like,
hey, Francois,
You know-
look, if that's the case, look, non-Muslims who are unbiased, if you go to Marge Van Putten on Twitter, you go to Francois de Roche, you go to these guys, even there were like claims that were made
Yo,
by
this
Patricia
guy sounds
Cole and
like-
some others.
What's wrong with his
talk
voice?
about the Muslims don't have
He's
the
Muslim. He's
issue
Muslim.
with the Qur'an.
He's Muslim,
They don't have issues with
Levior.
the Qur'an. They don't have issues with that at all.
I know
It sounds
they
like- it
don't,
sounds
but
like speaking
from
through a
an-
microphone. That's-
Live yours. Just get over it.
They are outsiders, though.
So
They are
what I'm
outsiders.
saying
They-
is
they
that
studied this
he's
for all their
yeah,
lives.
but again though, like from an outsider point of view, it just looks weird, dude.
But they are outsiders.
We're expected to believe perfect preservation, and a matter of fact, it was you
That's the
and
miracle.
your group that exactly that. You said this was the miracle of the Quran, and I went around thinking, wow, there's only one book, one version, no variations like that. And even I thought that
There
was kind of
isn't-
like weak,
I don't care.
argument, but I was like, whatever, we can rock with it.
No letter is different. I don't care about how
But
much
then it's
My
like,
brother,
but then you
my
find
brother,
out there's
my brother,
literally
look.
10 different versions, and then they're not even the original
them-
7. They're combinations of the original 7, which is even wilder.
Are not different
Prophet himself is
Qur'ans.
the
They're
most
just
efficient.
different versions with the same meaning.
You're not-
They have
look.
the
No, but
same
that's not
meaning,
even my
same
point though. That's
translation.
not even my
It's
whole
just-
point. That's not even my whole point though. My
What's-
whole point is
what's your
that the
point?
amount of different weird things like that. Like I said, you know, the Zamzam well to explain how there was a civilization in Mecca that wasn't supposed to be there. Why does the Bible and the Quran
Historians
contradict?
don't have issues with this.
Why does the Bible and the Quran contradict? Oh, because the Bible is corrupted. Okay, do you have any manuscripts to show that? No, but just trust me, bro. you know, third party
Of course
attestation.
you can show the Bible's, of course you can show it's corrupted.
No, but you
What do
can't
mean?
find the manuscripts that are yours, that are the real Muslim Injil.
Bro, we
You
got the
can't find
Birmingham
them.
manuscript. The Birmingham manuscript.
I know, but it's
The
weird
Birmingham
that weird that only the fake ones got preserved. How's that happen?
How can the fake ones get preserved? The Birmingham manuscript matches the same version of the
and then
Quran
we
that
say,
have
okay,
right now.
Jesus,
And now
and then you say, look, okay, let's say Jesus is not God. You don't have to believe that, right? But at least one thing that is massively attested is that Jesus was crucified. And then Allah says, yeah, the reason why it's massively attested is because I actually made it look like he was
people like
crucified.
Tacitus and Josephus, but all that stuff is easy to debunk. And then if you look at even Christians, look, they're going to say that they're heretics, but that doesn't matter.
Again,
That's
Aki, but
genetic
all I'm
fallacy.
saying is how many
But
miracles
can
does
I finish?
Allah have to use to force the
Let me finish.
narrative?
Let me
At some
finish.
point,
So
it
there's
becomes a
plenty of
little
examples.
improbable, right?
No, let me finish. So no, actually, it becomes more probable the more that you look into Islam. Actually,
Trinity is correct. What you said, Trinity saying
I
is
don't
correct.
believe in it. You believe in the Zamzam well? Why is it not working right now? The Zamzam well.
Let me finish. So it actually becomes more probable, unlike Christianity, because Christianity, the more you look into the crucifixion, and they say
You don't
that,
have to believe
obviously
in
Paul says-
Christianity, though, Aki. Why do you think that if you don't believe in Islam, you have to become a Christian? That's not the truth. You could just give up on all the
I don't
fairy
think
tales.
that.
Just give
But
up
if-
on
but
all
if
the
you-
fairy
but-
tales.
But at least
Moses didn't
well, I
split
mean,
the
if
Red
you-
Sea.
So let me get this straight.
Jonah didn't sleep inside of a
It seems like-
fish for 3 days. Like
Do you
none of
believe in
these.
God?
It's
Let me get
literally
this straight. Let me get this
just
straight.
Greek mythology all over
Do you
again,
even believe
dude.
in God?
I
You
do,
refuse
but
this.
as far as I could tell, God doesn't do none of these things that we keep bringing
Wait.
up.
Wait, let me just get this
if you
straight.
believe in
So-
God, look, if you believe in God, you're at a big issue now. So
So
you
wait,
believe in
you
God,
question
and
the
he just left
miracles
us
in
alone.
Islam. You question the miracles in Islam, but
Oh,
you
man,
won't
yo,
question
live
the
yours,
miracle
bro.
that your God resurrected himself. You won't question that.
But he's not Christian, nigga.
I'm not Christian of yours.
That's exactly my point. So why are you defending them?
Then why are you saying your God resurrected?
He's not defending it. He actually went against him in this conversation. What you mean?
he wants to learn.
I'm trying to tell you that we are at a point now where we're arguing about shit that we don't even see happening. It's like
Just because you don't see it happen
So
doesn't-
right
doesn't mean it's not
before,
true.
so you're telling me right before we were born, the whole world was like Dungeons and Dragons, but then as soon as we get born, it just stops.
I don't even know what
That's
you're talking about.
come on, brother, man.
Like
Use your
yeah, like
brain.
magic,
Yeah.
like magic. It was basically magic everywhere before we were born, right?
No one ever said that.
For 4,000 years, it was just magic here, magic there. God was talking. People were
No one
splitting
ever
the
said that.
sea in half.
You know, miracle. You know, miracle. What's a miracle?
No, bro, they
Yeah,
lied to
ridiculous.
us.
This is the problem, man. I see a lot of people they get hurt by Christianity and become like agnostic, and then they
I'm not
become
hurt
atheists.
by
You know,
Christianity.
you know how many people get hurt by
You for sure
Islam,
hurt.
bro?
You should for hurt, man.
Bro, no
You
one
hurt by
ever gets hurt by
Christianity.
Islam. No one ever gets hurt by
Oh.
Islam.
You realize
Pouring
that there's
acid
three
on
gods-
women's
you realize that
faces?
there's
Is
three
that
gods
hurt
in
a
the
Bro,
little
church,
that's
bit,
man.
bro?
nothing, bro.
Bible's
Compared to
not
what Christians do, that's nothing.
Oh,
Facts,
okay.
man.
Anyway, but were you born Muslim? Were you born Muslim?
Yep. And I looked into it myself. I challenged
And you
it.
feel you're sad, like you're sad. What about the what do you say about the stories that come from the Talmud and the Midrash and the apocryphal texts and the Gnostic texts? You don't think
There's
that's
truth in
weird?
some of them. No, there's truth in some of them.
Yeah, but there's over 40 different narratives that could be traced back to Christian and Jewish like
That's what I'm
made-up
saying
texts.
to you. Scary
Yeah.
hours come to Islam. It's
That's
never
why the
too
Quran is
late.
the criteria.
Nah, for real,
That's
come
why
to
the Prophet
Islam.
himself said not
Live
to
yours.
believe in them
Stop
and nor
preaching,
disbelieve
bro.
in them.
We know what you believe, man.
We have all the
CK,
guys
you be quiet, you man worshipper. Stay there.
I'm good.
It's just to me, it's wild, dude. I don't get it. What is your
No,
take
scary
on
hours.
what is your take on Software Marwa?
Beautiful.
Like
It's
none
amazing.
of the narratives make any sense, dude. I don't get it. Why
Okay,
would
what about-
Abraham
cool.
look? Why would Abraham walk like 2,000 miles from Palestine just to go to Mecca when he was 100 years old?
Listen, look,
Are we
it's a
gonna, is that like a
miracle.
serious question?
Yeah, that's a serious question.
Okay, why would God create you at all?
You see, Trinity,
What,
you're coming
I'm
in with the
trying to say,
questions.
what I'm
Today,
trying to say is that
Trinity,
it's obvious that Muhammad was trying to force the narrative that the God of that he serves is Arabic instead of
why would he force that
If
narrative?
if that's the case, look, you tell me this is the issue. If you're looking at it for a probabilistic case, you're telling me the whole for 40 years of his life, he was just a trade seller, and then it's just randomly he's like, I'm a prophet, even though knowing by doing so I'm going to be oppressed and I'm not going to have power.
Yeah, but
And
that's
even-
assuming that I even believe that happened. From what I've been looking up,
Yeah, but you
people
don't
are
have to
saying
believe it
people
happened
are
right away.
saying
You don't
people
believe-
are
you don't have to
saying
believe it
that
happened right away.
people are saying that the Quran was actually just made up over time by like
You
a
see,
bunch of
people
people.
talk. That's what I'm saying to you, Scary. People talk. Don't believe them.
You have to have like 30 different volumes of books. to be
Because
able to
there's
compile
no
something like the Quran.
because Aki, there's no attestation outside of the Muslim sources for
You're not
Islam,
getting my point.
for
Forget about
Muhammad,
attestation.
for
You do
Mecca,
realize-
for any of it outside
No,
of the
Scary
Quran
Hours,
and the
you're not,
Hadith.
you're not getting my point. Orientalists, look, non-Muslim historians literally say that in order to compile the Quran, you have to have a certain amount of military, you have to have a certain amount of manpower, you have to have a lot of money as well. Okay?
That's true.
You
That
have to
is
have
true.
so you have to believe in this whole entire weird-ass conspiracy theory. And by the way, a lot of these texts that the Quran references are in many different languages. Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Ethiopic text.
And I could
so many
say the
different
same
languages.
thing to you about the
Yeah,
Bible,
but let me-
right?
let me- let me-
How
let
did
me
the Bible
finish.
get
I'm giving you-
corrupted? How
I'm
did
giving you a
they?
cumulative case. So there's even text that, look, even if the prophet could access it, he would have to travel a certain amount really far away because they were so scarce.
My
And
my
even
argument
if-
is
even if-
my
even if he
argument
could
is that
travel-
Muhammad wasn't in Mecca. That's my
Yo,
argument.
let me
Where was he?
yeah.
Then where was he?
He was closer to Palestine, where he
No
would have heard these
historian
things.
takes that seriously.
Yes, they do.
You didn't even say that? No, they don't. No historian. No actual
There's
historian
no
takes it
water in Mecca, dude. If I have to hang my whole belief system on a magical well, I'm not gonna do that.
Yo, you clearly didn't actually like read enough on this.
I did look it up. There's
Well,
no
you're not
water there
getting my point.
today.
I'm showing
Today
you
there's no
that
water
it's
in
so-
Mecca. Today there's no
I'm
water in Mecca. So how was there
I'm
water
showing
back
you that
then?
it's so unlikely for the prophet to just have made this up randomly to go from this like huge shift from trade selling to
But he didn't.
being
I'm not claiming
oppressed.
that he made it up randomly, Trinity. What he did was he took what was already being believed. Like all the beliefs in Islam already existed before Muhammad. There was literally Christians who believed that that Jesus' appearance got placed on somebody else. That was already a thing.
Yeah.
It was a heretic group that was going. So Muhammad just basically took a little bit of
Yeah, but
everybody
that
and brought
wasn't
them
something
together.
that wasn't something that was very spread out in 7th century Arabia. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
when
so.
you think about the claim that Christianity makes that God came as a man, I don't know how people believed that at the time. Okay, but they believed it. And then by the time Muhammad comes around 700 years later, people just said, you know what, we don't believe that anymore. And so Muhammad just took advantage of the situation.
Look, my point is that in order for someone to compile something like the Quran, you have to have a lot of money. You have to have a lot of manpower. You have to be able to travel to certain areas to acquire certain texts that you're even assuming that
What
the
if I-
Christians would
okay,
even
what
give
if
to-
I
let
say-
me
what
finish,
if
let me
my
finish, let me
argument-
finish,
what
let
if
me
my
finish.
argument is
let
that-
me finish, bro. Let me finish. You're even assuming that these Christians would even give you these texts if you even met them. They might even unalive you. So to have all of this, and you to tell me now that there's some big
No, so look,
conspiracy theory,
here, I'll put it
that's
for you.
actually reducing.
I
the
got you.
probability
I'll
of
put it in
your
different
belief-
terms. I'll put it in
your
different
view.
terms. I believe that what Muhammad was hearing was from not even like official Christians and Jews, like the small little groups, like the little heretic groups that were like away from the home base of Christianity. They would have been on the outskirts, right? And so they may have believed more heretic beliefs.
Yeah, but you're not getting my point. In order to acquire some of the texts that he had access to in different languages,
What
and in order
text
for
do
the
you
Quran
think
to
he had?
reference-
What text do you think I think he had access to? I don't think he had access to the Torah and the Injil.
Well, then
I
that just
think
makes
he
my
was-
case a lot.
No, I think he was hearing. I think he was
just.
just hearing what people were saying, like all the random ass stories that were going around. The
Okay,
same way.
You're thinking that the
Well,
amount
Dear
that the
said Ottomans
Quran
had
references
money.
the Torah verbatim, and we know all
Ottomans did have
tradition is
money.
typically
Nope.
not very,
No,
not
he could
very
easily
reliable.
he could easily hear a little bit of this, a little bit of that, without having the.
Yeah, but there's
Torah.
also text. I can't quote
He
it
never
right now
he
for you,
never
but there's-
quotes like a whole book where I could say, okay, he definitely had the Torah.
No,
he
no,
always just
there's
quotes
also
little.
text. There's
He
also
mostly
text
quotes
that-
he mostly quotes principles for the most part.
Yeah, but there's also text that is very highly unlikely.
Like
for him
what?
to
Give me an
have-
example.
I just told you I can't show it to you right now.
No, but give me an
if
example.
you,
Just
like,
name
follow-
it. Say it.
If you follow me, I can send it to you because I have to get it from the book itself. There's like a whole book that talks about this from non-Muslims.
You're saying
You
you
know,
don't
Robert-
remember? Is that what you're saying?
it's either Robert G. Hoyland or someone else, but he makes note that there's text that he had access to, that it's very unlikely for him to have access to such a text.
But like
And
what?
even
I
if he
mean,
were to,
give me,
even
just
if he
give
were
me
to
an
get such
example.
text,
Just, I'm not saying you to show it. I'm not saying to prove it. I'm just saying, tell me what
I
are you
don't
talking
have it
about?
from the top of my head. I just remember, bro. I remember reading it. And
This would be. I've never heard a single Muslim say any of this,
But
and
if you
they
follow me,
would
I
have.
can get it to you.
This gets debated all the time. They would have brought this up.
If you follow me, I can get it to you. Well, look, AR-15 in the comments is literally making my case. If he couldn't read and he had access to these texts,
He could read.
that makes.
He could read.
That's just an assertion.
Brother, what is the mechanism through which you can't read? What would cause somebody to not be able to read?
You'd call them like unlettered.
No, not what
Something
I'm
like
saying.
that.
What is it that you're lacking? What would you be lacking that would cause you to not be able to read?
What do you mean? You just won't be able to read the text.
Because of what?
Because of not being
Memorization,
taught.
right? Reading is a function of memory.
No, it's not necessarily because you don't have good memorization. You can have good memorization, but
How do you learn how to read?
Unable to read. If somebody came up to you and you've never read a book in your life, and they just said, memorize such and such, and then you just repeat after him, obviously you could do that.
Right. So what I'm saying is, to me, that's another one of those things that you just say so that you could say, oh, we definitely weren't reading the Talmud because I didn't know how to read. It's like...
Well, all of the stuff that you're saying are just assumptions, and I've given you a cumulative case to show that it's very unlikely for the prophet to have made all this stuff
So
up.
it's just a coincidence then that there was 40 different narratives from the Talmud that ended up in the Quran. That's a coincidence.
Look at Avery's forehead, bro. That's crazy.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, I don't know, bro. I just see this too many bullshit
There we
issues
are,
that we're
Alex. I have a
causing,
question
especially
for
the ones on this app, dude. All I'm seeing is Christians and Jews fighting each other. Like Avery and his crew are about to have a little civil war with y'all because of.
Yeah, there's about to be a lawsuit
But I hope you
between
know all the
Muhammad
stuff that you
Jab
give me today. I've given you like a cumulative case. All you've given me is, I don't think so. So, hey man, if you want to live your life,
I wouldn't expect you to frame it any other way.
Hey, if you want to live your life on I don't think so, so you can drink and maybe get STDs from some bad
Yo, Jesus was crucified and everyone agrees? I don't think so.
That's up to you, man.
Hey, Trinity, I have a question for you.
Like this Jamal for Jesus guy, he's got STDs.
Trinity.
Yeah.
Hey, do you think that Islam came first?
Yes.
I believe that Islam did.
Okay, where's your source for that?
He came with Adam. Adam was praying to one true God.
Jess, you gotta understand when he says Islam, he doesn't mean that it was in the same state that it is today. That's not what he's saying.
No, Adam prayed to God. Adam was praying to the Creator. So yeah, he was a Muslim.
Yeah, so Jess, so like, for example, let me give you an example, Jess. So when they say,
let me just make it real quick before I go. Yo, immigration. Where do you get the idea that Adam existed?
Immigration is great.
What do you mean?
Yeah, where do you get the idea that Adam existed?
Condom.
Are you not a Muslim?
Who was the lady asking me that? What the heck? Are you not a woman?
That was
what
Jess.
The heck?
No, that was Jess.
Yo, Jess. Okay, let me get on Jess real quick. Yo,
me.
Jess. I'm your mic, Jess. Where do you get the idea that Adam existed?
From the Bible.
From the
And
Bible?
there's also a lot of historical
is that
texts.
circular too now?
Okay, there's a lot of historical texts to back up Christianity and the
Wait, can you name me
timeline.
one external source for Adam other than the Bible?
Sorry?
Can you name me a source for Adam's existence other than the Bible?
A source for Adam's existence other than the Bible?
Yep.
Yo, Trinity's smoke.
The Quran.
What's such a big part?
Yo,
all right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it here. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna go.
He's running. I know he's running.
I'm running. It's too powerful. It's too powerful.
What's up, Jess?
Powerful dollar.
Yo, he just said, ooh, like it was such a big reveal.
Yo, Jess, Mama, I got a question for you.
Bible came way
Don't
before.
corrupt Jess. All right, Jess, look, what he's saying to you, Jess.
Jesus is king, repent and believe the gospel.
Hold on. Look, Jess, what he's saying to you is this, all right? You have to, I don't have a problem with you running this argument, but you have to understand your argument before you make it, okay? So what they believe is that Islam just means believing in God. That's all it means, or submitting in God, submitting to God, right? So what they would argue is that Adam submitted to God, and you would have to agree with them on that because we all know that. But the problem is that it doesn't mean anything, right? Islam basically doesn't mean much. It just means whoever submits to God was a Muslim. They're not saying that Adam, circled the Kaaba or that Eve wore a hijab or anything like that. They're just saying that he submitted to God. That's all they're saying. You get it?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So it's you don't even have to argue with them about that. You could just say, okay, if Jesus was a Muslim, right? And you get that because you're reading the Bible, because it says he prayed with his face to the ground. Okay, but while he was praying with his face to the ground, what words were coming out? He was saying, "My Father who is in heaven." So do you believe that also? No, right? Then was he a Muslim for real? No. That's the way you want to word it, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Do you have any other questions about what he said to you?
No, I mean, sorry, my kids were making a lot of noise. I only heard that he was saying, "Where do I get the idea, or where's my evidence of
Yeah, there isn't.
Adam?"
There isn't.
Or something like that.
Yeah, there isn't. But you have to understand why he wanted to force you to talk about Adam was because he was trying to say, well, since you believe in since you believe in Adam without evidence, then you can believe in the Quran without evidence. That's what he was trying to say. But
Yeah, so instead of answering my question, he wanted to ask about me.
Well, yeah, he was just shifting the goalpost, right? But your question was more about how can we prove that other people were Muslim, right? And so that's a good question. I just wouldn't let him focus on Adam as a prime example. I would force him to talk about Jesus being a Muslim more than anything, because that you can prove that he said certain things that would be anti-modern day Muslim or Islam. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so put the focus on Jesus instead of Adam.
Instead of Adam, yeah. If they try to bring you back to Adam because we don't have any evidence for Adam, right? But we do have evidence for the things that Jesus believed, that his disciples believed. And the main one is not about whether Jesus is being God or the Trinity. It's just the main one you need to focus on is that at the bare minimum, Jesus definitely said that he was the Son of God and that God was his Father. And that's definitely anti-Islam.
Okay, thank you so much.
Cool. All right, thank you, Jess. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it here. Thank you, everybody who's watching, as well on YouTube. Thank you, everybody on YouTube. Follow me on here. Once again, this is my backup account because my other account got bananaed. My main account is Scary Hours Podcast Live. Immigration, I'm not running. I've been here for 5 hours now. I don't know. Am I allowed to get off the internet for a little bit? But well, you guys are more than welcome to come back tomorrow around the same time, 5 o'clock. That's about it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I always run. Dude, have you even come up to my lives yet? Come up tomorrow, dude. YouTube, everybody on YouTube, thank you for watching.